Yeah, you know what time it is. No scripts, no filters, no fear. We said what we said and meant that. Off the record. Off the record. Yeah, we keep it real. No filter shit, we say what we feel. Politics, stories, truth on display. Come on. We talk that talk in our own way. Off the record, minion the God, let's go. Foxy 2 Roxy 3, she go hard.
I swear on everything, that is exactly what he said right here in the studio.
That is the funniest thing I have heard all week.
So hard. Busy with the facts she never missed. I said what I said, that's the twist. Off the record, yeah. Come and catch the vibe. Where real ones talk and the truth survive. Late night truth, we don't just speak. We pull the roots from what they keep. From pain to progress, we light the flame. No spin, no script, we call it by name. Minion bring the vision, Foxy bring the flame. Lizzie drop a cease, it'll never be the same. I said what I said, say it loud, no shame. We take the truth global, remember the name. No apologies, no disguise. Just soul and purpose in our eyes. We move with power, bold and free. Say it loud, you gon' feel this energy. Oh, energy, yeah. Energy, yeah. Energy, yeah. Off the record, uncut and raw. You say the things you wish you saw. I said what I said, Foxy, Lizzie, Minion, the guys. This the realest show you ever saw. Off the record. We said what we said. Off the record. Yeah. Yeah. We said what we said. The record.
Hey, what's good, everybody? It's off the record on this Friday night. Happy Friday, and I'm here. It's your boy Million the God, and I'm here with I Said What I Said and Foxy 2 Roxy, my two lovely co-hosts. What's good, ladies?
Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel. Now if you're new here, we're glad that you're here. This is where we keep things real and we talk about what matters and honest, and we have honest conversations. So let's jump into the show, and I hope you guys enjoy it tonight. But everything's good, Minion.
Awesome. What about you, Foxy?
Hello, everybody. I'm doing great. Welcome to the show. All right, now, just all I can say is buckle up, hold on. It's gonna be a hell of a ride.
Yes, indeed. We're going to talk about a lot of stuff today, guys. So before we get into the show, please do us a huge favor and hit the like button. Share the video if you haven't. It really helps the, algorithm and all that good stuff. And subscribe to the channels if you haven't done so. Make sure you subscribe to I Said What I Said, Foxy 2, Roxy 3, and of course, Off the Record. And before we get into all of the madness and the mayhem, I just want to let you guys know. Oh, well, I don't think we have. Do we have anybody to shout out? Do we have some shout outs?
I believe we have one person in the chat
Okay.
that's actually participating because we got some watchers, but it's all good. Hey, allegedly in Harmon, thank you for being here tonight, and happy Friday to you, sis.
Yes, happy Friday. What's good? And thanks for speaking. Y'all go ahead. Don't hesitate to speak in the chat. But let's go over some of the topics that we're going to talk about tonight so you guys know what the show is going to be about. Today we're going to be talking about Don Lemon getting arrested and released and his press conference. We're gonna talk about Marco Rubio getting caught pill popping while he's at a fucking well, excuse my language, y'all. We're gonna start off early with me not cussing so much, but starting at a public hearing.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. We're gonna look at the video and y'all tell us what y'all think. And then we're gonna talk about the death of Christopher Clark, who is the mayor of Harvey in Illinois, and what comes next. We're gonna talk about Melania Trump, the movie, and the hard flop that it is actually experiencing right now. We're going to talk about the newly released Epstein files, and then we're going to finish it off with Donald Trump suing us, the taxpayers, for $10 billion. So we got a lot to get into.
What?
Yes, yes, we're gonna.
We ain't got
What?
that. I ain't got it. So leave.
Right,
Can you reconsider? Cause I ain't got it, dog. I just ain't got it.
right,
I
right.
ain't
Get
got it
put it
either,
on my
dog.
credit report because it ain't getting paid by me. All right, so let's get into it. All right, so first things first, guys. We're gonna start off with the mayor of Illinois, Harvey, Illinois, recently hospital and then pronounced dead. So let's just look at this real quick and we'll talk about it.
This afternoon, residents of Harvey are mourning the death of their mayor. Voters elected Clark in 2019 to lead the south suburb. He died this morning after a recent hospitalization. Our Sade Gray reports on how he's being remembered.
Bunting sits outside of Harvey City Hall after the tragic news Harvey Mayor Christopher Clark has died. Those who were close to him say this is a horrible loss.
It hit pretty personal, totally unexpected.
The American flag now at half staff outside of Harvey City Hall. This comes after the death of Mayor Christopher Clark. It hits hard for former alderman and Harvey resident Marshawn Tolbert.
I think his impact and what he did for the city of Harvey will be missed, oftentimes misunderstood, but it will be missed.
The city released.
It's so funny that he said missed, often misunderstood, because he definitely wreaked havoc before he left this world on the city of Harvey. But I'm going to digress so we can watch the full video, and then we'll have our commentary on the other side.
A statement confirming his death, adding, "We extend our heartfelt condolences to the mayor's family, loved ones, and all members of the Harvey community during this difficult time."
It is a huge loss. It is very disheartening, and still taken a bit back by it, to be perfectly honest.
Cook County Commissioner Keisha McCaskill lives in Harvey.
I'll just be honest, it's just a difficult parallel because as a resident, wanting to see certain things happen in the community, but I have such respect for people that sit in their seats.
The city of Harvey has been struggling with financial issues, furloughing nearly half of their city employees last fall. Clark missed the last Harvey City Council meeting, the first one since mass furloughs were announced because of health issues, sources told CBS News Chicago. Those sources say Clark had been in and out of the hospital for the last 6 weeks, with his most recent hospitalization coming just 5 days ago. Tolbert says the last time he saw the mayor was in December.
He was coughing, but yeah, he was totally fine, normal to me. We spent about 4 hours at City Hall just going through some different things.
The Harvey City Council will hold a special meeting on Monday to appoint an acting mayor in the wake of Clark's death. Reporting in Harvey, Sade Gray, CBS News, Chicago.
Thank you, Sade.
Well, well, well. I mean, I don't know if the people of Harvey City, the city of Harvey, if they're celebrating or if they are mourning.
Morning.
Yeah, I think it's kind of bittersweet because no one ever wants to see someone die, but the way that he treated those residents, I kind of bet he wish he would have made things right with them residents before he left this earth, because he kind of messed over a lot of people before he left. What y'all think?
Well, first I want to give my condolences to his family. and to the city of Harvey for those that are mourning mourning his death. And two things could be true at one time. Yes, he did pass away, and it is a shame and a tragedy. However, um, the city has to go on, and he did do a lot of things that the residents didn't agree with. He was accused, of a lot of different things of what they say he was doing in the government, and there's been a lot of reporting about him. So he was a very controversial figure, right? And
Right.
Yeah.
so I kind of agree with. So I don't really know. I don't know if the city is sad, or if they're relieved. And I'm sorry to say it that way, but it is what it is.
Well, like you said, I give out, give my condolences to the family and the city of Harvey for those that are mourning him. Um, there was a lot of things that he didn't do right, and he did not treat the people right either. He talked down to the people and treated the people a certain way. And I'm not, condoning, because it is a tragedy that he lost his, he's no longer with us. But sometimes you have to humble yourself, and I'm hoping that he, got right with God before he left here. That's all I can say to that.
You know, it's so funny. Maybe God was like, you know what? The final straw is him having that meeting. What he have at the church? What he held at the church?
A Christmas party.
He did something at that church. I think God was like, look, nah, nope. You're doing too much, and you're using my name in the way that I'm not for. So you gotta go. No,
Was
I'm
that
joking,
event
y'all.
for nefarious reasons?
Uh, Always nefarious, always an agenda outside of something religious or actually
Hmm.
about God. So
Right.
Yeah, yeah. It
Right.
was in the church. Had a young lady there that was, how they say, popping and locking it, and you know, and then cursing like a sailor in the church, disrespecting the church, twerking in the church. Certain things you have to give God honor, and that was a little too much. So I think
Hmm.
yeah, she
Interesting.
was. Yeah, she was
Interesting.
twerking and popping and locking it and cursing, and then I say like a sailor.
Hmm.
and you know what's so funny, because I did do my videos on Christopher Clark, which kind of led into me doing videos on somebody else. But out of the videos that I did, I felt like people didn't really feel the disdain or the outrage that I felt towards Christopher Clark.
Hmm.
And I do feel like sometimes, God can. Sometimes you got to give things to God and know that He can take care of things way better than you. Because I was scared for a moment for the city of Harvey, but like I said, sometimes you got, and in fact, God has been working in overdrive this week, because I think another one of my arch nemesis channels has actually been eliminated as well. So, you know,
Well, Javar say this is a big shift for Harvey, and so Javar, I agree with you, but do you think it's a what do you think it is? Do you think that they're grieving, or do you feel like they're relieved, or do you feel like they're kind of lost and don't know what to do, or were they prepared, or because it says that the news clip said that he was in a hospital for at least 6 weeks, so it looked like they may have had time to prepare if they knew, you know, the dire situation. You know what I mean? If they knew that he was towards the end.
Well, they said he was in and out for up to 6 weeks, in and out of the hospital for six
Yeah.
weeks. So
So,
it
but
kind of
do you think they were preparing? Well, what I'm asking is, do you feel like the city was preparing, in just in case? Like, did they know to the extent of how sick he was?
no, because the last time they had a meeting, and I watched the meeting, and they had one of the aldermen acting mayor, and he kept saying, y'all acting ugly, y'all don't know if he's sick or not, and y'all coming in here, fussing and not, fools about it, and people got a little upset because he never came out and said that he's under the weather, or right now our mayor is sick. Let's pray for him or nothing. You just started attacking people, and people they didn't know. They didn't know he was sick or what was going on because they kept it quiet.
He
So
should have used that time to try to make amends with his residents and try to make right what the people feel like he did. But you know what? His pride was too strong and he had to leave the way he left. So I just hope that he has a good explanation for, why he did the things he did when he gets to them pearly gates. That's all I hope.
like I said, I hope he have he got his life right with God before he left here. And, we can only pray and hope that what's happened. But like I said, the city didn't know. They had no idea. They kept them in the dark. The people that might have had an idea, they kept them in the dark. And from the last meeting,
so that mean they scrambling then. They're scrambling.
now they're scrambling because they got
Exactly.
because it's like, well, what we're gonna do now? So
And
yeah.
he knew it. And he knew that he
Mhm.
was about to be.
And that
He's
guy that was acting knew this, but he didn't say nothing. He just kept saying, well, y'all don't know if he's sick or not, and you don't know if the man is real sick or not. And he just kept saying it, but he would never tell the people, look, our mayor is under the weather, or our mayor is sick at this time. Right now we need to come together. Nothing.
Well, one of our commenters said that he's not gonna lie. He kind of pictured that he was sick. He said, well, I ain't going to lie. I kind of pictures that he was sick because he was losing weight. So he kind of, figured that he was sick because of the weight loss.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? He should have still he we shouldn't have to assume. He should have came out, told the people he is the mayor. He should have prepared everybody,
Hmm.
and on top of that, he should try to make amends with everybody. This is your city that you running, and you know that you about to die. Come on now.
Right. Yeah. So, on that note, he did have time. So,
Right.
maybe,
He-
maybe I guess he did it in private. I don't know.
His
you know
I don't know if
pride.
that's
He
gonna
was too
work.
prideful. He was too prideful. So you know what? Enough about him because he is
Right.
gone. And the other channel, like I said, that I will not name, is gone. And God is working in overtime. In fact,
Mm-hmm.
look at this, y'all. Look at this coon, Nicki Minaj, because she has said something about God too, and that's just my opinion. I'm calling her what I think she is. A raccoon. All right, so let's look at this.
And get your motherfucking feelings hurt. But it's old motherfucking K. Cause Barack needed a Michelle, bitch. And Bill needed a motherfucking Hillary, bitch. You better pray to God you don't get stuck with a motherfucking Melania. You niggas want brainless bitches? So stroke your motherfucking ego. Well, fuck you, nigga.
Ow. She snapped that neck, didn't she? Snap.
Yeah,
Snap.
yeah,
Snap. Now you
yeah.
understand to kiss your forehead. Kiss my forehead.
Now they kissing and holding hands and shit. Is she the new Melania? Maybe she trying to take Melania's place.
Child.
Maybe. Let's look at this just one more time because I don't think y'all understand. This is hilarious to me.
And get your motherfucking feelings hurt. But it's old motherfucking K. Cause Barack needed a Michelle, bitch. And Bill needed a motherfucking Hillary, bitch. You better pray to God you don't get stuck with a motherfucking Melania. You niggas want brainless bitches? So stroke your motherfucking ego. Well, fuck you, nigga.
And the fact that she did that, Melania should feel disrespected to the highest degree. Do you see how he was clutching on her and looking at her?
And
And
said she was the best rapper around. And at the end of the day, um, this is who MAGA have to represent them now. They're proud to have her as a member of MAGA. Everybody is from the top all the way down to the bottom, so they don't mind her.
Yeah, yeah. And see, it's so funny because everybody in the MAGA Trump administration are people who started off despising him and talking so reckless about him to where, if they said that shit right now, the MAGA people would probably want them to have to be hung if they said what they were saying about Trump, prior to them becoming MAGA. But yeah, so that is when I feel like Nicki Minaj said it best. I mean, she spoke her truth, and I feel like, a lot of you people want a brainless woman to
Itch,
stroke your ego. Let's not lie. Come on now. Men do want brainless women
itches.
trophies that they can use to stroke their ego. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But she
Shit.
definitely not no first woman. She not no Michelle Obama.
Oh no.
Oh
In
no,
fact,
no.
she stole Michelle Obama's speech.
Right.
All right. Well,
Yeah, she did do a little plagiarizing in the first administration, and I'll keep the rest of the comments for the rest, until we get to her portion of the show. So I'll just go on mute.
why you say that? Yeah, yeah. We have all.
Well, what I wanted to say was, we can't even understand what she's saying, and it's just real ironic, that we're chasing all these immigrants and
Exactly. The whole
committing all kind of
administration is
atrocities
filled
on
with
them.
immigrants,
Yeah, but
and we've been pardoning all the
yeah,
international immigrants that have
right.
been, com- doing fraud on American taxpayers. It's crazy how much.
But I thought they were targeting people who had criminal backgrounds or what have you. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that she has a criminal background, but some of her family members do, right?
It's true.
And
Mm-hmm.
so, and
Very
but she
close family members,
very close
and
family members, and normally a president don't allow anybody that have somebody that's in close proximity to them that have a record because of security reasons. And so for her to be up on that stage, with the president of the United States, it just, just don't look, it's not a good look. That's all I want to say about it.
mm,
Not at all, not at all. And the thing that gets me is you said you talked about his wife, but then yet you were up there on the stage with him, holding hands and letting him kiss your forehead, like everything is hunky dory. But I can't say nothing because JD Vance said some bad things about him, and he's his vice president. So I
well,
guess
y'all do us a huge favor and press the like button. Even if you MAGA, and if you're MAGA, we would love for you guys to join the conversation by calling into the number that is scrolling on the bottom. Even if you're not MAGA, come on, we want everybody to join the conversation. The more, the merrier. It won't be just a one-on-one conversation. As many people that want to call that number can join, and we can all have a cordial conversation. But before we go any further, let's do a shout out to the people who have been in the chat. I said what I said. You want to do that, or you want me to do it, or Foxy?
Yeah, go ahead. Y'all can go ahead and do it. One of y'all.
All right. So first off, I do want to give a huge shout out to. I wish I had a drum roll, but Von the Madam was good. Look. Oh wait, no. Oh, I put the wrong. See, I put the wrong background music on. Okay, there we go. There we go. Bam, bam. Hey, we
hey,
got Javar Ellis in the building. What's good, Javar? Then we got Nunu JK2KH. We got Tracy in the building. What's good, Tracy? We got Last Beacon. What's good, Rico? CLS. Cross Country Cruise Her. So good to see you here with us in the chat. We got Last Beacon, which I already shouted out. Then we got Boy Eats World. Okay.
Mm.
All right. Is it good? Was it, spicy? We got Pokela or something like that. And then we got Terrible Times. They terrible. We got Daryl Cofield in the building. What's good, Daryl? We got Them Are Dumb. Them Are Dumb. Oh, okay. All right. I know what you're talking about, Megan. Yes. Then we got Lovey Brown in the building. What's good, Lovey? Fish business. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for coming in. I'm not really looking at the chat, but that bitch ain't American and she afraid she's gonna be deported. That's why she's fucking orange. She's sucking. Oh. Yep. Her husband is a Peter. Oh, okay.
Whoa, Charlie. Chat not
Okay.
being too nice tonight. The chat is hey, this chat is popping.
Poppington. All right. The Siams that y'all see it on the chat. Thank you for being here.
They just repeating. They just repeating themselves. This Siam or Pride Quarrel or something like that.
We're white.
What is
Who's
that,
the white people
Siamese?
blamers?
Siamese Pride.
Who they are?
Pride
We gonna get them together, Daryl. Tell us who the white people blamers are, and we're going to get them together for you, my guy. Let us know. We got your back. Tell us who those white people blamers are. All right.
How we blaming white people? We just did a story about Harvey.
Oh no, he's not talking about us. I think he's talking about somebody else. So that's why I said, tell us who it is that you're talking about, Daryl. Because Daryl sound kind of black. Sound like a black name too, anyway. But love and peace. That's what we talking about. That's all we could ever ask for. All right, now let's look at Marco Rubio. He is gonna sneak something in his mouth. Now we not saying that he is up here popping pills or anything, but we saying that it looks very much like he popped the pill.
Allegedly.
Okay, so we just want to go ahead and see what you guys think. Okay, so let's look and y'all let us know.
Oh, there goes Marco. See, he's trying to sneak something in his mouth there. He doesn't want us to see that. But there it goes. Oh, it's right there like a little chipmunk. He's just going to store that up for a little bit. And hold on, I got to send the tongue in. There goes the tongue to swoop it up. There it is. Glug, 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 down the hatch. Okay.
Yeah. That's it. Not too big, but definitely what you guys think. And if you think that was a pill that went down his throat, what kind of pill do you think it was? That's the real question. What do you guys think it was? I'm not gonna say what I think it is, but y'all let us know. Mentos. Oh, the fresh maker. That's right. Absolutely. I concur. What do you guys think, though?
Listen, I wasn't by that man. I don't know. All I know is he popped something in his mouth, and then he had to have a drink, and then he drank like 2 or 3 bottles of water plus his cup. That was on there. That's all I know. That's all I saw.
Yeah, he perked up though. After a few minutes after y'all, he perked up. He definitely did perk up. He said, "You won't catch me falling asleep in these meetings."
Yep.
And he was extremely thirsty. So
Yeah.
real thirsty.
All right. Well, let's look at the FBI reporting on Trump that he is compromised by Israel. I mean, look, this isn't what we're reporting. We're just bringing it to you guys so y'all make your own decision. But let's keep looking.
Breaking news, the FBI has released a report confirming that Trump is, quote, compromised by Israel. Read this right here in the red. Quote, Trump has been compromised by Israel, and Kushner is the real brains behind the organization and the presidency. This is from a declassified FBI report on the Israelis, where they say that Trump is compromised and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, is running the country. The same Jared Kushner that is in Israel on the Gaza peace board. Comment your thoughts, follow me for the newest update.
All right. Well, do we think Trump is compromised by Israel? I mean, it is kind of crazy that his son is on the board of peace for Gaza. I mean, that is kind of crazy. And is building real estate out there.
And his sons.
Well, it's just weird, to have all this family doing
Ties,
business.
right? Yeah.
This family doing all this enormous business while
globally that they've never done.
Right, and they're capitalizing off of the presidency, in my opinion. And so, the Republicans had a heart attack when Hunter Biden was just over a board in Ukraine.
Yeah.
And
let's not talk about that computer of Hillary's.
Yeah. Oh my God, Hillary had a computer.
And
they went berserk over some emails.
Yeah.
And it was Hunter Biden that had the computer. Remember that? What's her name? What is the dipwit? Bad Bill.
Hunter Biden had a computer, but they were concerned about Hillary's emails. Remember?
Right. They were concerned about her email. They were concerned about Hunter Biden. Remember, because what's her name? Bad Bill Butch Body was showing all the explicit, exotic pictures of him. And she was showing the actual pictures that was on the computer.
Yeah, in the hearing.
Right.
She had the pictures of when they had a congressional hearing. So yeah, I totally know what you're talking about.
And then but you ain't saying nothing about what's going on over there with all this being on the board over there and sending out, getting all this information out to them. And okay. All right.
I'm still stunned over the $1 billion that he's made since he's been in office.
Oh, way over one. It's like $5 billion in wealth that he's accumulated since he's been in office. Now he's suing us, which we're going to get into a little bit later on, for $10 billion. And of course, he sues everybody who says anything negative about him. So, it's kind of giving very much, Nazi, authoritarian, fascist, dictator, all that good stuff. It's giving all that, but the people are still going to defend it to the bloody death. They're going to go out and even purchase guns to defend him making as much money as he possibly can while we continue to struggle on day to day, just regular everyday things. So but let's watch Melania's ad. She's placing it on Craigslist to get people to watch her documentary. So it's insane. Let's see what this is talking about.
Yo, Melania Trump may be having the worst day of her life right now, and that's saying something, because she's married to this. On top of her abomination of a movie getting roasted by critics and comedians alike,
all the people in the movie are giving it rave reviews. That's enough for me.
It is now getting review bombed so badly and sold so few tickets that someone in Boston actually put out a Craigslist ad offering free tickets and $50 on top of that to go see the movie, with the explicit stipulation that you had to sit through the whole thing. But y'all, you can't make this up. As I was editing this video to go grab screenshots to show you the initial Craigslist ad, they now updated it saying that they had to shut it down because it violated campaign finance laws. This is too good. I genuinely don't know what's more humiliating now, this or the actual reviews from people who didn't even watch it but are joining in on today's nationwide ICE protests. And as if all that wasn't enough to make Melania want to self-deport to Slovenia out of shame, the latest tranche of Epstein documents also revealed a gushing love letter from Melania to Ghislaine Maxwell, and it does not look good. Obviously, lots to get to here, folks. Finally, some happy news, and let's really stick it to MAGA and Melania by making this video get more likes than Melania gets paid viewers. And be sure to subscribe to Really American on YouTube and Substack to join the growing resistance. We're almost at 1 million strong.
All right, guys. Of course, we ought to tell you to go ahead and like their video and subscribe to their channel. Who is this guy? What's his name?
It's the
Kenny
channel is
Hesse?
called- yeah, Kenny Hesse, and the
On
channel
Really
is called
American?
Really American Media.
Nice. All right, y'all. Support that guy.
And we couldn't have done it without any of y'all. We appreciate it. Now, after it was revealed that people weren't exactly storming the theaters to see the Melania movie,
According to the Telegraph, so far just 2 tickets have been booked for the 6 p.m. showing at the View Cinema in Islington on its opening night. But there is still time, Nick.
some MAGA sycophant or deep state operative in Boston, you let me know which one you think it is, put out this Craigslist ad in the gigs section, and given Trump's economy is hot garbage, people were desperate enough to respond. The desperate ad reads, a 10 Melania documentary, free tickets plus $50 with 3 exclamation marks. And hey, to their credit, they said, we are at capacity for this promotion. Those selected to attend the film will be contacted directly via email with relevant details today, Friday, January 30th. We're working to finalize arrangements now. That text was added after the fact. The original reads, a 10 Melania documentary at any Boston area theater during opening weekend. They had to specify this upcoming weekend, free tickets plus $50 per seat occupied, though they've stipulated pretty clearly must remain in seats for entirety of the film. And the way that reads, it's almost like if you go to the bathroom or something, they're gonna be like, you didn't stay in the seat, so no $50 for you. And knowing any kind of Trump supporter, that's definitely a grift or scam they would run. And I cannot believe it, the grift didn't even work.
That is so funny that he said that, because I could definitely see them doing something like that. Saying, you went to the restroom, you went and got some popcorn.
I can't believe he actually got the actual Craigslist update.
Right, January 30th. That's crazy. Right. So this is for today.
Well, I'm just saying the Craigslist, the original post.
Right, and it was updated.
Right.
Listen to this. I was literally editing the video and went to pull up the original for screenshots, and it's been updated again. And they said, thank you for your interest in Melania 20 Days to History. We had an incredible response to this offer, and we were excited to provide true American patriots the opportunity to attend the best documentary ever created while providing some much needed relief for Biden's economy. However, due to widespread coverage and backlash surrounding this offer in the fake news media, Council has advised us that the proceeding would run afoul of campaign finance laws. Not that Trump ever gave a shit about those. Considering the funding of the film by Amazon, we were shocked to hear this, but cannot take the risk. Therefore, we are unable to move forward. As usual, this is the fault of the lunatic left and their corrupt election laws. They hate America and will do anything to destroy this country. On the bright side, this incredible film is now sold out everywhere. No, it's fucking not, dumbass.
Everywhere.
With box office success like no one has ever seen.
Like no one has ever seen. And it's sold out everywhere. I'm telling you right now. Oh my God.
And baby, this post will be believed. They'll believe this post. It would be believed. Now, they weren't going to believe that it was an actual post on Craigslist, right? MAGA probably wasn't going to believe that. But after they saw the update, and saw the familiar writing style.
Incredible film now sold out
Yeah.
everywhere
Biden's economy, they
with
saw
box
the dog
office
whistles.
success.
They
like
saw the
no
dog
one ever
whistles.
seen.
So now all of a sudden
Right.
the post is legit now.
Yeah. That
Guarantee
is
you.
hilarious.
And it always makes me laugh because everything that their answer is to everything, and this is for this so far president is Biden did this and Biden did that. I said if I hear fucking Biden's name one more motherfucking time, I'm gonna cuss all they motherfucking asses out.
Well, I don't understand why MAGA not supporting the movie. They support everything else. They got tennis shoes. They got phones on ordered because I heard they hadn't been delivered, but the phones are ordered. They got t-shirts. They got t-shirts. They got hats. Yeah, they coming. Eric gonna get it to them pretty soon. But they got t-shirts. They got hats. They got all kind of Trump merch. So why people aren't supporting this documentary if it's I don't understand why MAGA not supporting this for that for the
They don't want to see Melania.
Well, that MAGA do. That one like it. The 2011 North. He said it was an Oscar worthy best movie in the 21st century.
Okay. Well, I think the First Lady probably would want more people to participate and show her some support because it would look better for her, But just 2 tickets out of our country and other countries, that's not going well. And then pulled from theaters because of lack of ticket sales. I don't know if it's such a great movie or not.
Hey, I do look. I do know from one theater they did take it down. They did went ahead and took the announcement down. The flyer and everything they put up for the movie. They took it all down. I do know one movie theater did it. They said they won't get no sales, and they had people for the premiere at that movie theater standing around waiting for the people to come, and they closed them down, told them to go home. Told them if they want some popcorn, take some popcorn, take it home with them because they couldn't sell it because there was nobody to sell it to.
Well, I went ahead and gifted 10 memberships, so we can go ahead and get those out the way. It's the end of the month, so.
Oh, congratulations to all the new subscribers. The new members.
The new members and new subscribers.
All right, guys. So let's talk about Trump suing us for $10 billion.
Donald Trump is suing the IRS and the Department of Treasury for $10 billion, at least 10 billion taxpayer dollars.
Oh, Lord, we ain't got it.
Of your dollars. In a major development this evening, and what I believe and what many legal experts believe is one of the biggest corruption schemes you can see from an American president, Donald Trump is going after the United States government, the same government that he represents, for over 10 billion taxpayer dollars. Why? Because he believes he was wronged, he was aggrieved when a federal employee leaked Donald Trump's tax returns to the New York Times, ProPublica, and others. I'm going to get right into it. Make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. You may not like this news.
Y'all hit the like
but
button.
You need to like the video because people need to see this for what it is, corruption. And please consider supporting my work by subscribing to my Substack. Click the link below. I'm going to break down this lawsuit for you. And then I'm going to talk to you from a legal perspective of exactly why this is so corrupt. The lawsuit was filed in the Southern District of Florida. The plaintiffs, Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump, and the Trump Organization. The defendants, the IRS, and the Department of Treasury. It begins by outlining the roles of each individual, from Donald Trump Jr., Eric Trump, and the organization. And importantly, in paragraph 1, it says that President Trump brings this suit in his personal capacity, acknowledging.
So him and his kids are suing the American taxpayers. Now, if that's not a complete slap in any MAGA supporter's face, like he is saying, "F you, you're going to pay not only me, but you're going to pay my entire family for the opportunity for me to rule over you."
That he currently serves as the 47th president of the United States. From May 2019 through at least September 2020, former IRS employee Charles Littlejohn, who was jointly employed by the IRS and one of its contractors, illegally obtained access to and disclosed tax returns and information to the New York Times, ProPublica, and other leftist media outlets. Defendants, referring to the federal government, had a duty to safeguard and protect Trump's confidential tax returns and related tax information.
Sir, you are the fucking president of the United States. What do you mean?
The tax returns were supposed to be released anyway.
Exactly.
In his first term, look, in his first term, they supposed to be
that we ain't never seen yet.
Never seen. All the other presidents had to show theirs, but he's the only one that don't have to. And y'all MAGAs don't understand that now he getting ready to get y'all money. Y'all remember your taxes getting ready to come out. You're getting ready to file your taxes. And he's suing them around the same time you're supposed to file your taxes for $10 billion. Did that give you a little wake-up call? When you don't get no tax back, what's going to happen?
Let's just look at how, deranged these people are. No, his kids are suing, and they are bringing a lawsuit under Trump's behalf. They will say anything. Literally, they will say anything. This is a cult.
To justify what,
the
grift.
What are you talking about? The Biden IRS released documents that are personal and classified. The Biden IRS. See, you as a taxpayer, American taxpayer, you don't get to choose where your taxpayer dollars go anyway. But now they're going to also go to paying Trump and his family $10 billion. He's already running the fucking country. He's already amassed a $5 billion wealth from a cryptocurrency scam that you guys bought into allegedly, and now the American taxpayers need to be paying $10 billion. Are you a fucking idiot? Are you stupid, or are you just dumb? Or are you both? Because why would we do this? Why would we feel like Trump is entitled to $10 billion of our taxpayer dollars?
And I'm just sitting back and saying, the thing that gets me, Biden is sitting home, drinking whatever he's drinking, eating ice cream with his grandchildren. He is not active president. You all keep blaming Biden, but these things are happening now. This lawsuit ain't happening during Biden. This is happening now through your president. Y'all keep saying Biden. Biden is gone home, sitting down with his wife and grandchildren and children and having a good old time. Y'all keep talking about Biden. He's gone. We're talking about your president now. He's the one that's suing you all, not Biden. He is.
Could you imagine if Biden would have put a damn lawsuit out against the American public?
Oh my God. They would have been trying to kill him.
Oh, they would have had a heart attack. They would have had a heart attack if Biden would have did 5 things that Agent Orange has done while he's been in office.
He couldn't do one of the things that Agent Orange has done while he was in office without these maniac, brain cell deficient, MAGA maggots being completely on his ass.
Right.
Like he is trying to cause the end of the world. You guys are lunatics with a cult mindset and a very small amount of brain cells to put it all together. So there's no way that your actual party, whatever MAGA is supposed to represent, would actually succeed in United States. But for some reason, we got to this point. So that's already room for us to be questioning what the hell is wrong with the American public to elect a 34 count felon to be the ruler of the fucking nation. That's the first thing. That I mean, we need to address that issue. But the fact that he is in here causing havoc, wreaking havoc on the American people, killing people, murdering people point blank, and doing it under the guise of trying to say that we're trying to enforce the law when you're doing nothing but breaking the law, kidnapping people,
babies,
sending
women,
ransom notes, saying
beating
give me
people up.
give me all your voter registration or I'm keeping them there. Like what is going on in our government right now?
Riding
You people,
around, stopping by your car with your window down, telling if you raise your voice, I erase your voice. What?
right? Exactly. Knocking on people's doors, trying to go into people's houses with an administrative warrant. Like this is not America. But these MAGA maggots will say
Wait a minute, arresting newscasters,
arresting newscasters for basically
For
recording
nothing.
the news.
And I'm like, what do it take for you all to get it in your head that he's not looking out for you? If you listen to everything he says, he's talking about every other country but the United States. He's supposed to be bringing everything back over here for y'all to have better jobs, more money.
The only thing, fuck that. The only excuse that these people maggots, these MAGA maggots can even say is that they don't like the country. That's the only excuse that you can have for supporting this stuff.
They don't. I saw a comment a while ago. Abolish the IRS. If you abolish the IRS, you can abolish the rest of the government entities that we take advantage of right now today.
I'm not giving these people no passes. You see the type of stuff they say. If you know somebody in your life that's MAGA, shun their ass. They don't deserve any respect from you. If they decide to change their ways, you can let them back in your life because we need all the support we can get. Not even being a Democrat or a leftist, but being a person who loves America and being a fucking American citizen and a real patriot. If you're that person, then you should shun MAGA. They don't get any respect from you.
And then the thing that gets me is y'all keep saying Biden did this, but Biden did it, but Biden did it, but Biden, okay, but Biden is gone. This is a year into this administration. What have they done that you don't like? We said some things that we don't like about what Biden did. Can you say the same about what y'all king or y'all God is telling you that he did wrong? I ain't heard none of you say nothing about why he's done wrong yet. Everything he has done perfect. And ain't no perfect person out here.
Well, they need a boogeyman. They need a
boogeyman. Because guess what? When he gets that settlement for $10 billion, guess what? All of you, regardless of if you're MAGA or not, you're paying it. It's coming out of your tax dollars.
Right. Do you know how much those ICE people are getting off of you? First of all, they're getting a bonus off the top of $50,000. You ain't even getting a bonus in your own life of $50,000 just to sign up for any job you have had. And then they're getting that off the top. Even if they qualify, they're still getting that money. That's your tax dollars right there. And they have not shown how many criminals have they actually shown you that they took. So far, we've seen they taking lives of
1 to 5%.
That's what I'm saying. This is the reason. This comment right here is the reason why I say just shun them, because there's no sense. I mean, there's no point in trying to talk sense into these people. These people are the scum of the earth. They're the cancer to the nation that has caused us to be in the position that we're in right now, where we look like the stupidest people in the world. Every country is laughing at us right now.
Right. And then you said the tax dollars went to the Somalians. Do you realize that happened, 2 years ago? They just bringing it up now. What they doing is giving y'all a whole bunch of boogeymans. And y'all have not seen any proof of that since he been in office. They know nobody.
You goddamn right. You should pay reparations. If we can pay $50 billion to these other fucking countries, and we can do all this other shit for Israel and all these other fucking countries, yes, and Venezuela and all these other places that we spending our tax dollars to, yes, you should pay and now you want to pay $10 billion to Trump. Yes, you should pay reparations. Goddamn motherfucking right.
Now let's go ahead and go to the next slide. Finish this one up.
Look, I ain't mad, but I'm just saying, yeah, I can get crunk. We can get the shit popping.
Yeah, I understand.
Such unauthorized inspection. Accordingly, they were obligated to have appropriate technical, employee screening, security, and monitoring systems to prevent Little John's unlawful conduct. Defendants failed to take such mandatory precautions. Now, the lawsuit outlines how Mr. Little John has admitted that he disclosed to outlet ProPublica Trump's information. Goes on to say that ProPublica, quote, falsely reported that Trump's leaked confidential tax returns contain versions of fraud. It's not false reporting, it's true. Goes on to say that the IRS and the Treasury Department have caused Trump and the organization reputational and financial harm, public embarrassment, unfairly tarnished their business reputations, portrayed them in a false light, and negatively affected President Trump and other plaintiffs' public standing. Their failures have caused significant and irreparable harm to plaintiffs, their reputation, and their substantial financial interests. Here's where it gets interesting. This court has already held these alleged facts sufficient to support defendants' liability for violations of Section 6103 of the Internal Revenue Code. As to plaintiffs, the facts are even more egregious and warrant swift and sweeping relief to remedy the breach of plaintiffs' rights under federal law. Let's take a look at what remedy Trump is seeking. First, declaring that the IRS and the federal government willfully, knowingly, and or by gross negligence, unlawfully accessed and inspected his confidential tax return information in violation of 26 U.S. Code Section 6103. 2, declaring that defendants willfully, knowingly, and or by gross negligence unlawfully disclosed confidential tax returns in the same violation. 3, they want the court to award Trump, pursuant to 26 U.S. Code Section 7431C1, the greater of either $1,000 in damages for each unauthorized disclosure of their tax return information, including each subsequent disclosure by third parties and by many other print, broadcast, cable, social media, and other platforms, which amounts to at least $10 billion.
That is insane. So they're saying $1,000 in damages for each unauthorized disclosure of their tax return information. First off, it's authorized because you're the fucking president of the United States. It's authorized. Just on that premise alone.
Wait a minute. You see everybody else's taxes, but we can't see his. So he better than everybody else. He
above the law.
Right. Everybody else got to show their taxes. We got to get audited. We got to get punished and dinged for what we haven't done right in our tax. But yet he can't. Nothing about his taxes can be revealed. Okay.
Well, every other president showed their taxes.
Right.
So,
even the Republicans, the MAGA, even the Republican presidents showed theirs.
Well, this is just another way to grift the public, another way to make money, and probably another lawsuit that's probably going to be struck down. More than likely, he probably don't have any standing since, all other presidents produced their tax records and it wasn't, against the law. So I don't feel like the lawsuit going to go anywhere, but he's Trump. He's going to try it. That's just what he does.
And that's just another deter from us seeing what's really going on.
The Trump
with
State Files.
Now, exactly.
Yeah. More hidden secrets.
A deflection.
More hidden secrets.
And and they using everybody, all these people that's coming on here. Well, Biden did this, just like this one saying Pelosi did this, and Obama did this, and that person did that. Okay, but we're not talking about the past. We're talking about what's happening now. This is what is happening to us now. This man wants $10 billion now, not last year, not when Biden was in there, not when Obama was in there. He's in here and he wants $10 billion of your tax money in his pocket. What do you don't understand?
Hey guys, if y'all want to join the conversation, you're more than welcome. If you don't want to get on camera, to call that number. And if you do want to get on camera, or if you want to join the conversation and stream you're more than welcome to join the conversation using the link down below. All right. So we're gonna keep watching, but yeah, if you're a conservative and you feel strongly about what Trump is doing and you're in the affirmative for Trump, then we want to hear from you.
Or the actual damages sustained by plaintiffs and all related entities, which also amounts to at least $10 billion. Now they go on to say they also want attorney's fees. They also want damages pursuant to 7431C1B2 because the information was disclosed due to willful or gross negligence. Pay damages under the Privacy Act and interest.
Willful or gross
Let's talk
negligence.
about this for a second, because I don't think people realize how big of a deal this is. And honestly, the outrage meter should be at a 10 out of 10.
Hello.
And I know I say that often, but here it is. Donald Trump is suing as president of the United States. He's currently the president of the United States. He's suing as a private citizen, the IRS and the Treasury Department. Okay? Who represents the IRS and the Treasury Department? IRS attorneys, Treasury Department attorneys, sometimes the Department of Justice. Okay. Who oversees those attorneys? Well, in the Treasury case, Scott Bessent. In the IRS Commissioner. DOJ, Pam Bondi. Who oversees the principals? Donald J. Trump. Okay? There's nothing stopping Donald Trump from theoretically going to Pam Bondi and saying, settle this for $10 billion. Settle it for $20 billion. Settle it for however much I want to settle it for. And Pam Bondi can say, okay, we'll settle it for $10 billion.
Well, I mean, that's definitely a very real possibility. She is the attorney general over she could just settle it.
Baby Papa say, who gonna check me, boo?
Ain't that crazy?
Who gonna check me, boo?
Ain't that crazy?
I can take more. I can take all your money and nothing you can do about it.
Right.
He's starting off with 10 billion, but who's to say he won't end up finding the? Because I mean, didn't he try to sue us before for like 300 million or something else? And now he's suing us for 10 billion.
Right, $10 billion. And somebody in the chat talking about that's not taxpayers' money. Don't you know? Don't your taxes go to the IRS, dumbass?
It's crazy. Like these people are literally part of a cult at this point, because there's no way that you can support the corruption that goes on with this man and the way that they twist it and turn it to make it fit their narrative for MAGA. But if Biden was to do this, he would just not even be able to stand a chance. These people are completely demented in what I would call suffering from Trump derangement syndrome.
Exactly. And Lord behold, if Obama would have did this,
yeah,
they would have just fell out in the street.
There's no way.
Right. No way they would let Obama get away with any of this. Because if that's the case, then Obama can sue for $10 billion for somebody putting his birth certificate out there, because didn't Trump put Obama's
No,
birth
Trump
certificate
is
out
your daddy. But the thing is, Trump don't know you. And
But didn't
if you're illegal, Trump will deport your ass.
Right. But didn't he put Obama's birth certificate out?
Yes,
Yeah,
he
he
did.
did.
Okay,
He
so I
did.
think Obama needs to sue the American public for $10 billion.
So, or not even that.
Certificate and his taxes.
If Trump gets $10 billion for releasing for his tax forms being released, Obama need to sue him directly for $10 billion for having his tax files released. They talking about deport this moron. I'm actually a American citizen, sir. Sorry. All right, love Obama. He deported millions of migrants. Exactly. No one's talking about deporting people. Deport all the people who are here illegally. Who anybody on this panel object to them deporting people who are here illegally, who are criminals,
Nope.
who
Get them all out.
get them all out?
Get them all out.
Right.
Foxy, do you think that what is your stance on that?
If they're illegal, yes, send them all back. If they are
Send
illegal,
them back.
and
Send
if
them
they're
back.
not, look, if they're not trying to make themselves a citizen, yes, send them back. But there's a way of doing it. Just snatching people up off the street and not knowing if they, illegal or not. That's not the way to go about doing it. That's the problem everybody's having. It's not that people don't want them deported. It's the point of how you're going about doing it. You just snatching people, going in restaurants, just snatching people up, and because they have a Hispanic name or they have an accent, and you just snatching them out of cars and stuff. That's not how you do it.
The line should be crossed when American citizens are getting murdered in
Right.
broad daylight in the middle of the street, being recorded for everybody in the world to see.
And hey, they're even threatening people. They're telling them, if you ride behind me, even if you're going somewhere, you riding behind them, they can get out of the car, snatch you out, and detain you. If you sit back and look, if you got an accent, a foreign accent, they have the right to snatch you out of the car. So where's that illegal immigrants?
Right. Criminal, illegal immigrants, where are they at? Because we tired of seeing the people at Home Depot. We tired of seeing you going to the damn courthouse where people are trying to abide by the law. We tired of seeing you going to schools, that's not what the American people signed up for. They wanted illegals gone. They wanted criminal illegals gone, but they did not want to see people getting shot in the middle of the street. I mean, maybe some of y'all did. At this point, I'm inclined to believe that some of y'all like seeing that type of stuff.
And grabbing little elementary kids and hold them hostage so the parents can come out so they can see if they and snatch them up and say they was illegal. And they probably legal, and they telling you they legal. They got an ID, but you still ain't taking their word for it. You zip tying them or putting handcuffs on and throwing them in the car. Then say I'll deal with it later. Then when you get to where they're going, they find out they are legal. Then you put them back out on the street, and now they got to figure out how to get back home.
Left to figure out how they gonna get home.
And y'all think this is okay? Y'all really think that is okay?
No humanity, no compassion, no justice. Really doing it the illegal way. Nothing about this is legal. I thought MAGA and the Republicans love the rule of law, but I can't tell now.
Obama got rid of so many. Right? The red people, the right side are the Second Amendment queens, the Second Amendment kings.
Yes, they love the rule of law until the law have to apply to them. Then it's a difference. Then it's okay.
And this person said, open your house. Why they need to go in my house for? I'm an American citizen. Why they need to go in my house? Why should I open my house? Open your damn house.
Well, let's get back to the presentation.
We almost done with this video.
Where does that money come from? You. That money comes from you, the taxpayer. The taxpayer will have to front the bill for this violation. Now, am I saying that it was right for someone to leak Trump's tax returns? Theoretically, no. That is a violation of federal law. And Little John was held accountable for that. But should the president of the United States be suing the federal government that he oversees in an effort to get a massive settlement, billions and billions of dollars to enrich himself? The answer to that is also no. This, to me, is arguably one of the biggest corruption schemes to date. And it comes after Trump has long wanted to fight the federal government for a whole host of issues that he seems aggrieved for, trying to pocket that money in the process. But that money is your money. What do you think $10 billion can go for? $10 billion can pretty much fund Medicaid for a long time. Okay? $10 billion is a massive amount of money. It's more than Donald Trump's entire net worth. Now, do I think he's going to get $10 billion? No. Do I think he's going to get anywhere close to that? Probably not. I don't know what will happen with this case moving forward. But what I do know is that this is an effort at corruption. This is an effort at conflict of interest. And it's clear as day. And I'll say this to any reporter out there watching this, be like me and call it out. This is not a time to say, oh, this is a normal lawsuit filed by a president of the United States. No, it's not. It's not a normal lawsuit filed by the president of the United States. It's not a normal lawsuit at all. It's corruption in daylight, in broad daylight. And we need to call it out. So I hope you'll joining me in doing so. As always, make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. I'll have another update for you very soon. Stay tuned for more.
All right. Well, that was a lot of corruption this just on today.
Very interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, we got people trying to sell Melania tickets and make you sit through the entire movie so that they could pay you, but then realizing that it's illegal and then pulling back. Then we have Trump trying to sue the American people for $10 billion because he's suing the IRS, but of course, who would be footing the bill would be the American taxpayers. So we had that happen, but that is not all that happened tonight, guys. Today, so much more happened, and of course, we know that the mayor of Harvey, Illinois, has passed away. So all of that has happened today, but we are not done. And we're going to take a brief intermission, and we're going to look at some of the highlights from today. And this is coming from I Said What I Said channel. So if you guys haven't done so already, please go subscribe to I Said What I Said. Go hit the like button on this video. And let's look at some highlights while we take a brief break, and we'll be back with some more drama.
We have breaking news for you. Former CNN anchor Don Lemon was arrested late last night on federal charges tied to a protest earlier this month at a church in St. Paul, Minnesota. Lemon says he was reporting as a journalist when demonstrators interrupted a service to protest immigration enforcement. A magistrate judge previously rejected the case against him, but prosecutors later sought and obtained his arrest. Lemon was taken into custody in Los Angeles and is scheduled to appear in federal court this morning. His lawyer, Abby Lowell, calls the prosecution an unprecedented attack on the First Amendment. We have Lisa Rubin here.
A few moments later.
The Department of Justice releasing its remaining documents from the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. Deputy Attorney General Todd Bland saying the records will be posted throughout the day, including more than 2,000 videos, more than 180,000 images. Some of the material so explicit, you have to verify being an adult before you can actually access it.
Many of Epstein's survivors have been publicly pushing for years to have these documents come out, but it took a law passed with near unanimous support in Congress to finally bring these documents to light.
Victims of Mr. Epstein have gone through unspeakable pain, and there's nobody that should say anything differently. And I to the extent that there's frustration, I understand where that comes from, just from what we know about Mr. Epstein. I hope that the work that the men and women within this department have done over the past 2 months hopefully is able to bring closure.
Should we expect any sort of organized response from Democrats to the arrest of Don Lemon this morning? And what do you think that says about the Trump administration?
Trump administration has systematically targeted the free and fair press because they want to intimidate America and oppose anyone who is not willing to bend the knee to their extremism. We are not going to be intimidated at all. The free and fair press is central to the foundation of American democracy. Thomas Jefferson famously made that clear, that he would prefer a country that had newspapers over government as opposed to governments over newspapers. This is central to who we are as a country. And so Don Lemon, we know, is an accomplished journalist who was doing his job as part of the free and fair press. There's no legitimacy, no basis to Don Lemon's arrest, no basis to the arrest of the other journalists. And the American people are not going to stand for it. And House Democrats are going to stand up for them. And the rights of the free and fair press as central to American democracy and our values in terms of who we are.
But how?
I issued a statement as it relates to where we are right now. It just happened. And so we haven't had an opportunity, even as members of Congress, to talk to each other about next steps. But of course, next steps will be forthcoming.
The Minneapolis shooting has renewed a debate over the Second Amendment and concealed carry laws, but this time the political roles are reversed.
The right to bear arms has been a Republican Party big issue for decades. Conservative politicians have strongly defended the Second Amendment by successfully passing gun rights laws such as concealed carry in every state. Minneapolis shooting victim Alex Preddy was legally carrying a firearm, but top Trump administration officials say he did not have a right to do so.
You cannot bring a firearm loaded with multiple magazines to any sort of protest that you want. It's that simple.
However, President Trump supported Kyle Rittenhouse after he shot and killed 2 men who tried grabbing his gun during a Kenosha protest following a police-involved shooting. Some January 6 rioters were armed, and many Republicans supported this Missouri couple who pointed their firearms at George Floyd protesters.
It's the height of hypocrisy, which continues out of the White House, scrambling to find some reason to show why these agents were justified.
Former Illinois House Republican leader Jim Durkin says the hypocrisy surrounding the Minneapolis case will continue to fracture the Republican Party. And while it took over 20 years to pass a restricted concealed carry law in Illinois, residents have a right to carry a loaded firearm to a protest. Minnesota shares the same right.
Mr. Preddy was not violating the law in terms of the Second Amendment. He had a constitutionally protected right, and the law in Minnesota did not prohibit him from carrying a firearm down there.
But former FBI agent Rob Chadwick, who now works for the U.S. Concealed Carry Association, says the law gets dicey if the armed person inserts themselves in a law enforcement operation. USCCA and a growing number of Republicans are calling for a full investigation into Preddy's death.
When you take that step and get involved physically in a law enforcement action, it is incredibly dangerous, and unintended consequences do happen.
Meantime, White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt says today that President Trump absolutely supports the Second Amendment for law-abiding Americans, but not for people who impede immigration enforcement operations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. Has the effects of tariffs already moved through the economy on prices?
A lot of it has. So basically, there are many different estimates, and they're all highly uncertain, but most of the overrun in goods prices is from tariffs. And that's actually good news, because if it weren't from tariffs, it might mean it's from demand, and you know, that's a harder problem to solve. We do think tariffs are likely to move through and be a one-time price increase. So most of the overshoot, if you were to take that out, you'd get, and you would, I mean, inflation, core PCE inflation is running just a bit above 2% x the effects of tariffs on goods. And the other good news is, if you look away from goods and look at services, you do see ongoing disinflation in all the categories of services. So that's a healthy development. So that's what's going on. The expectation is that we will see the effects of tariffs flowing through goods prices, peaking, and then starting to come down, assuming there are no new major tariff increases that are begun. And that's what we expect to see over the course of this year. If we see that, if we see that, that would be something that tells us that we can loosen policy. Also, if we see something that suggests that the labor market is not stabilizing, that in fact the downside risks reemerge or the data just get worse, we'd have to look at both of those. We have a two-sided mandate.
If I could, if President Trump does pick a new Fed chairman before May, what does that look like? How would you work with that person, and what does that transition period look like?
I don't have anything for you on that. That will depend on Congress's actions and things I can't speculate on.
Hi, good afternoon, Dina and Pat. Right now, we are hoping to learn more details about the circumstances regarding Mayor Christopher Clark's passing, but I can't share that. I have talked to a woman who said she's known the mayor since he wasn't. She did tell us that she knew he was battling an illness, but she couldn't elaborate any further. Mayor Clark served as mayor of Harvey since 2019. The city says it is working closely with Clark's family and will share additional information when the family says it's okay to do so. Last fall, WGN Investigates interviewed Mayor Clark for a story about the city's tax woes shortly after city leaders declared the south suburb financially distressed. To recoup revenue, Mayor Clark told WGN Investigates he was testing a solution for businesses that own properties with late taxes or that lease space in properties with late taxes.
Purpose of the settlement agreement was to try to give those others that were having lean times, to give them opportunity to be able to right the ship.
That was Mayor Clark speaking with WGN Investigates late last fall. Again, officials from the city of Harvey have confirmed that the mayor has passed away. We do know that a special city council meeting will be called to appoint a mayor pro temp. At this time, the city is asking to respectfully request privacy for the family.
They're discrediting what I consider to be a very well-organized operation in ICE, but they're discrediting even these officers. They're going to make their job more difficult and more dangerous with this incompetence that I'm seeing out of Nome and out of Stephen Miller.
The president called you a loser, I believe.
I am thrilled about that. That makes me qualified to be Homeland Security Secretary and Senior Advisor to the President. Yay!
Brian Thompson, number one,
Damn.
will not face the death penalty
Woo!
if a jury convicts him of Thompson's
Damn.
murder. Second, despite a dogfight by his attorneys to keep Mangioni's backpack out of evidence before a jury, we've now learned that backpack can stay in as evidence, and a jury will see it. So let's go live to CBS News legal reporter Katrina Kaufman. Katrina, what's behind these rulings?
Reed, when it comes to the two charges that have been dismissed, what the judge says, and it's a little bit complicated, is that the murder and firearms related charges, which carried the weight of the death penalty, those got dismissed. In order to stay in and keep the death penalty, they relied on the two stalking charges that do remain on being considered what's called a crime of violence. And the judge said that under federal law, while it may seem antithetical to some, since clearly there is a charge where a murder was committed here, that those stalking charges don't technically meet the definition of a crime of violence. As a result, she dismissed those two other charges. The death penalty is now off the table, Reed, but Mangioni still could face life in prison. Now, when it comes to the backpack, she is going to allow the contents of his backpack to be let in as evidence at trial. Her reasoning behind that is she says that there are certain exceptions to getting a warrant that would apply here, including something called the inevitable discovery doctrine, that in the lawful conduct, the search, that these ultimately would have been discovered through other procedures. So the fact that they didn't have a warrant necessarily, ultimately it becomes a moot point. So both a good and a bad day for Luigi Mangioni. On the plus side, the death penalty is off the table, but the contents of that backpack will be let in. That includes a firearm and a notebook with some writings that are very key to the prosecution's case, Reed.
All right, and speaking of that case, so what comes next? Because we know it took us weeks of argument in court just to get these two findings.
That's right. I mean, basically next we're going to be leading up to this trial. The sides are going to be doing procedures that work towards putting together a jury questionnaire. Ultimately, that jury selection should take place on September 8th read. If this is no longer a capital trial, the trial will take place in October. The judge that said next week she's going to reach out and set some deadlines. Now, there is still the possibility that the prosecution could decide to appeal this ruling about the charges being dismissed. As of today in court, they said they were still mulling over that decision. The judge asked them to give her a more firm response or let her know a timeline by February 27th. So that's the only thing that could ultimately potentially change the timeline here. Otherwise, we're just going to proceed up to a trial starting with jury selection in September.
Thanks for watching. Don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and I will see you on the next video.
Okay, so let me explain who Machion is. Remember, he was the young kid that unalived the Blue Cross Blue Shield executive that was at that conference in New York. Remember, he gunned him down in broad daylight.
Right?
Yeah, so that's what that news clip was about, to whether or not he's going to get the death penalty and whether or not they were going to allow his backpack, to be
as evidence to be submitted
as evidence in the case, against him. So, I'm kind of listen.
A lot of stuff happening today on this good old Friday.
Yeah, the way that America is going is making people unhinged, especially people that may need a little assistance and not really maybe looking, seeing a therapist at the time. So you got people that, may possibly could need medication or just not thinking straight. And then some people are just exasperated. And a lot of people are hopeless.
They were talking about black fatigue. I think I think it's America fatigue because,
yes.
It's like we're not getting anything out of all this except for the division, the stress between having to go against people just because you decide that you want to be Democratic. And, you have people who hate you.
Right. Because you don't think like them.
Because you don't think like them. And
right.
Yeah, I think it's a fatigue that's happening to the entire American public because, people should be able to have their own views and live their own life without it affecting the American people. Now, the healthcare thing, I think that affects a large amount of people. I could see his outrage, with the prices, the way they try to monopolize the healthcare system. Like, there's a lot of issues with the healthcare system that causes thousands, if not millions, hundreds of thousands of people each year to die because of a lack of healthcare. And we are America, so
and the middleman is taking the middleman is the fat cat in healthcare. That's why the healthcare is
a lot of times they're monopolizing these sectors to where they're the middleman as well.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And they're the provider and they're the carrier. And they're doing
all. And writing the
exactly.
prescriptions and sending out the medication also. And you have these billionaires that's putting pharmacies in their stores like Amazon. Amazon sell everything now. Now they're selling medication that you can get your medication.
Yeah, they're the pharmacy now. Exactly.
They sell every and anything under the sun. And the consumers continue to patronize these billionaires, and meanwhile they're getting richer and richer, and then they go to Washington
and the prices are getting higher and higher. It's not like although they're monopolizing.
Hold on a second. They go to Washington and they implement rules that goes against the American public, and it's the same public that made them billionaires from the get-go.
Exactly. And on top of that, although they're monopolizing the entire sector in medication, or of course Amazon has a lot of different, but they don't lower prices. They can. You own all of it. Why can't you lower prices? But they make them higher. So
yeah.
All right.
Well, you even got grocery stores now that even putting pharmacies in their pharmacies in their grocery stores.
Yeah, I feel like the American public is being bamboozled by the health system, and you have a lot of people who are MAGA who just are okay with whatever. So But let's
Well,
look at this release video
I blame the education system in America for
in
that.
America.
In America, yeah, for not having government classes. And the classes that they do provide, you're not learning much,
No,
Right.
they're not. They're not.
Some breaking news. Don Lemon has just been released after appearing in LA federal court this afternoon.
Lemon spoke briefly about 30 minutes ago. He's been charged with civil rights crimes in connection with a protest at a Minnesota church.
Eyewitness News reporter Josh Haskell is live in downtown LA with the breaking developments. Josh?
And David and Giovanna, President Trump's Department of Justice tried to present Don Lemon as a flight risk. They said that they want to restrict his travel just to Minnesota and New York. They also wanted $100,000 bond. That was all denied by the judge. Don Lemon will have a court date in Minnesota
Judge was like,
next
y'all
month.
are
Now, once
out of your
leaving this
mind.
courthouse, Don Lemon walked to cameras. This is what he said.
I've spent my entire career I will not stop now. In fact, there is no more important time than right now, this very moment, for a free and independent
The
media
biggest
that
grift
shines a
opportunity.
light
No, I'm joking.
on the truth and holds those in power accountable. Again, I will not stop now. I will not stop ever.
Don finna milk this moment though.
I ain't gonna lie. Do I listen to Don Lemon all the time? No.
Right.
But is this like the perfect opportunity? Could Donald Trump do
hold on a second.
anything else?
Let me make a correction. That guy shot a United Healthcare executive. I said Blue Cross Blue Shield, but it's United Healthcare executive is who he shot. My bad.
Okay.
I just want to make the correction.
Right. But I mean, in terms of Don Lemon though, like I don't even watch him like that. But do you know that he is probably going to be able to be like one of the most popular independent journalists right now because of what Trump did? It's like Trump. It's the Trump effect. Like he says you become Trump's enemy, and then you get like a whole bunch of notoriety, and they said that he's was able to raise over $1 million.
Don had over 20,000 people in his live all day long today while he was getting bonded out.
Like if that doesn't tell you that Trump is a very unpopular person right now, because Don Lemon don't really add a lot to the conversation. You know what I'm saying? He was just actually just
I kind of like Don. I like
Don, but he's not.
When he was on CNN, what I'm saying is I used to watch his show from time to time. I kind of like the way he brought the news out, but no one deserves this. If this guy been doing this for 30 years, it's just another constitutional right that the president is trying to take away from the American public. And really that's what I see in it, from this saga.
But I also feel like he's not like the radical independent journalist like a Brian Tyler Cohen or a iHip Radio or what I'm saying? Like he doesn't take it to the extreme to where he would garner this type of reaction from the White House. Just because he was covering a church raid that was gonna happen regardless if he was there or not. He just reported on it.
Well, it's just another power move.
It's him and there was two other reporters there too. They got arrested too. I haven't heard about them.
4 reporters what they're saying is 4 reporters altogether has been arrested, but they wasn't arrested with Don. It's just around the country. They've been arrested in different areas. But at the end of the day, like I said, it's just the optics of it all.
Look, somebody talking about they arrested the wrong Don.
More than they arrested the wrong Don. I know that's right, baby. I know that's right.
That's right.
That is
But at the end of the day, it's just like I said, another trample on our constitutional rights. Don has been a journalist for 30 years. You don't think he know how to dot I's and cross T's?
Yeah, I mean, but even if he didn't, because they don't give a damn. Let's be clear. They don't give a damn if you dot your I's across your T's.
And Nick Shirley wasn't even Nick Shirley, the one that made that fake statement about the Somalians and daycares. He's not even a journalist at all, and he was celebrated. Matter of factly, the president made a change because of what started attacking Somalians based on what Nick Shirley reported, who is not even a certified journalist.
Exactly.
And Jeff says he made it about him. He wasn't reporting an event, he was the event. Now, whether or not you think that his platform is big enough to be the reason why that event garnered so much attention is, that's your opinion. But the thing about it is that the news does the same exact thing when they report stuff that you would otherwise not have any knowledge of. So just because he decided to do what a normal journalist would do and shed light on something that outside of him being able to broadcast that we would not be able to see, which is everyday journalism, I don't see where he went wrong. I don't see the crime that he committed. You could say that,
and he even interviewed the pastor, and the pastor talked with him. The pastor and some of the parishioners talked to him. So how was it that he came in there when they actually stood there and talked to him? He said, well, let me go back and, start, with my sermon and blah, blah, blah. He said, okay, thank you for your time. He said, no problem. That was the end of it. So where was the crime?
Well, Don said it ain't gonna stop him, so that's what I'm happy to hear that.
Yeah, I am too.
Keep hope alive, Don. Keep hope alive, dog.
A team of federal agents to arrest me in the middle of the night for something that I've been doing for the last 30 years, and that is covering the news. The First Amendment of the Constitution protects that work for me and for countless of other journalists who do what I do. I stand with all of them, and I will not be silenced. I look forward to my day in court.
Now, this all has to do with that protest in a Minnesota church back on January 18th that Don Lemon covered. The government accusing Lemon of doing more than just covering a story.
3 snaps and look, 3 snaps.
Lemon arrested by federal law enforcement late Thursday night.
Don was wrong for that.
Flexing now. He finna be a hero now.
Yeah. He about to milk this, and the American public gonna let him milk it. And you know what? At this point, I say go ahead and milk it because you deserve it.
All right, go do
when
your
he
thing,
decides to put your name in his mouth,
all right,
go ahead and show him. FAFO. They say FAFO. They said Don Lemon FAFO.
Just trying to take another black man down.
Just trying to keep the black man down. I'm telling you.
Keep him down. He need to stir the splice.
Y'all hit the like button and donate if y'all got it. It's Friday. I know some of y'all got paid, so go ahead and super chat us.
At the Beverly Hilton Hotel in Beverly Hills, Lemon charged with federal civil rights crimes in connection with an anti-immigration protest at a Minnesota church back on January 18th. Lemon, who was in Los Angeles covering the Grammy Awards, posted this on social media hours before his arrest. Lemon has been accused of interfering with the First Amendment rights of worshipers at that church, whose pastor also works for ICE. But Lemon has maintained he had no affiliation with the protesters and was there covering the story.
You have the right to worship freely and safely. And if I haven't been clear already, if you violate that sacred right, we are coming after you.
Let's say he said, oh, I like what you're doing. Let's go and do it together. You do it, I'll record it, this will publicize it. That sounds like it could very well be a conspiracy. On the other hand, if he just happened to show up and saw that this was going to be happening and said, oh, I want to cover this just as a journalist without really any real coordination with the people who are committing the underlying crime, then perhaps probably he wouldn't be guilty.
Last week, a magistrate judge rejected prosecutors' initial bid to charge Lemon. 3 other people were
he's
arrested
such a criminal.
by
He got rejected.
In addition to Lemon, including journalist
They
Georgia
said,
Ford, who
if at
shared
first
this
you don't
emotional post on
succeed,
Facebook that agents
dust
were at her
yourself off
door
and
as a
try
result
again
of a
like
grand jury
Aaliyah.
indictment.
I don't feel like
Well,
I
you see what
have
happened
my
to her,
First
though,
Amendment
but-
right as a member of the press.
because now federal agents are at my door arresting me for filming the church protest.
Governor Newsom posting on
They're
social media,
arresting her for
a free
filming the
press isn't
protest.
the enemy, it's the safeguard, and Putin would be proud.
The government can't
Putin will
just
be
go
proud.
after its critics
He is
simply
so
because he
silly.
doesn't like them and just gin up charges against them. That's, of course, would be a violation of rule of law.
Now, supporting Don Lemon in court were his agent, his husband, and Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, who called all of this ridiculous. Now, when Don Lemon and his husband left the courthouse here after speaking to reporters, it was...
All right, so that's the Don Lemon tea. So what y'all think? People in the chat, do y'all think that Don Lemon should do time? Do y'all think that he should milk this
moment
for
5 minutes of fame?
His 5 minutes of fame that the president has given him. What are you guys thinking in the chat? Because obviously this is going to be a huge win for Don Lemon. He's not going to have to pay any of his legal bills. Obviously, there's too many people who don't like Trump who's going to support him.
Yeah, he already made $1 million.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, his viewership is going to go way up because they know Trump. I mean, they know that Trump has him on his radar,
Right.
so they're going to be, all in his stuff, hoping that the president sees the comments.
Right.
Now,
so what is this? OIO?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's
Can you put that
okay.
back up?
Yeah, I
Oh,
wanted
here you
to
go.
I wanted to read this comment because OIO III 6271 said, I cannot wait for Trump to enact the Sedition Act. Hope he includes you communista and race baiters go home.
He couldn't even spell.
Yeah, I guess he's trying to spell communist.
Yeah,
And I don't think he meant sedition. I think he meant insurrection act.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's just a little illiterate. That's all.
Yeah. American
That's it.
education.
Uh-huh.
Eighth grade.
MAGA education. That's what
MAGA
that is.
education. Yeah.
Uh-huh,
G.
yeah.
Hintz says, yes, Pam is going to jail. They all will. Okay. She's talking about Pam Bundy.
Oh,
So
she
Russell-
definitely going to jail.
Right.
She definitely going to jail.
All of them going. Russell
Okay.
said, everybody said,
Trump ain't no loyalty
wait a
amongst
minute.
thieves. Ain't
Right.
no what is it? Ain't no honor amongst thieves.
Listen,
Trust
dog, they've
me.
been throwing each other under the bus all week. Okay.
Yeah.
So Russell said that Don Lemon is a criminal and got prosecuted as such.
And got released. I guess most criminals in America get
Right.
released the same day they get prosecuted.
On
and
their
such.
own recognizance. They didn't
Right,
even charge
right.
him $100,000 bond at the
Right.
government. The
The
government
judge
didn't even-
said, what?
But wait a minute, the government is struggling trying to get these cases together. Baby, James Comey got free and charged dismissed. Letitia James free,
Right.
charged dismissed. Don
Yeah,
Lemon out
yeah.
on his own recognizance.
Yeah, they talking about FAFO. No,
Yeah,
he's out,
yeah.
and now he got $1 million out of the shit,
Right.
and a huge following that he
If that's
didn't
the way you
otherwise
get to find
have.
out, I
So,
wouldn't mind finding out like
mean,
that.
can we FAFO? Can we FAFO? Because if that's what it takes to.
We're gonna get a cool meal out of it.
Okay.
So as for me, said Don is a journalist. Okay.
Well, I guess let's keep going, child.
Yeah.
What the people saying?
Okay. Tony said he think that Don Lemon has been trying to get back on TV for a long time, one way or the other. Okay.
I mean, well, Don Trump just helped him. Don Trump, Don, what's his name? What's the middle name? Don J. Trump? Yeah.
Yeah. Donald J. Trump. Yeah.
He just helped Don Lemon get his way back on TV.
It says growing golfing. Say, did the old lady go to jail for praying outside an abortion clinic? Well, that don't have anything to do with Don. I was trying to look for the Don comments. So here to help says Don Lemon has been Don Lemon is a has-been. He himself need all the publicity he can get. He's got bills to pay, and the president is giving it to him. So kudos.
That's all we
It's a
saying. That's what we
win-win.
saying.
It's a win-win for Don.
Now he got them bills paid because
Bills paid, baby.
bills paid.
And I don't know how he's broke if CNN gave him $20 million as severance pay.
Right.
You know, whenever
Yeah,
he left
Mac gonna
CNN.
say anything to make
Yeah, so
themselves
Don ain't
feel
that
better.
broke. Okay, Don is not that
They'll
broke.
say
Okay?
anything to make this. But even if that was the case, yeah, bills paid now.
Yeah.
Thanks, Donald Trump.
Yeah, even if he did have to start all over.
Yeah.
He
Even if
good
that
now.
was the case, thanks, Donald Trump.
That
You know
that
what
cool
I'm saying?
meal would have helped him start over. But yeah, Don got paid when he left CNN, so you know he can do what he want to do now. He doing just what he want to do, independent journalism, and he gets to make his own schedule, and he still get paid. He may not be getting the same amount of money he was getting on CNN prior to him getting arrested, but now he probably gonna get that CNN money. What y'all think?
He gonna get plus that CNN money. Do you hear
Plus,
me?
and
Okay.
everybody gonna sit back and say, "Can I go ahead and quote you
Well,
on this?"
well, let me be clear. Let me take some of that back because it's gonna be how. Like I said, when I watch Don Lemon, there's nothing earth-shattering about his content. You know what I
Right.
mean? So I do think that he has an opportunity to grow his base because of what happened with Donald Trump. But you know, if it's going to be the same Don Lemon that we've been looking at, then he'll probably just see a little moment, like you said, 15 minutes or 15 seconds of fame, and then it'll go back down to what it was at first. But to me, I'm not looking at him like that. I would rather Brian Tyler Cohen or something like that.
Midas Touch or somebody
Midas
else.
Touch,
Yeah, really
Bulwark,
American. Somebody else.
I help.
Lincoln Project.
Lincoln
That's my
Project. There's a few people
Yeah.
ahead of him. So it's up to him what he's gonna do with this opportunity that Donald Trump just gave him. So
Ooh. Oh, I also don't recommend our channel. Oh my goodness.
oh no, why would you say
Well, why would
that?
you be on the channel that you wouldn't recommend nobody else be on? How make that make sense?
Oh, I thought we were better than that, my guy.
Right. I thought you was enjoying the
Yeah,
content.
I thought you were enjoying the content. All right. Well, let's talk about the real reason why people should hate ICE, according to this next person's video.
Liberals hate ICE because they think it's about border policy. It's not why I hate ICE. I hate ICE because while we were all arguing about politics, they were importing the software from Gaza's genocide. I'm talking about a company called Paragon Solutions. They make a spyware called Graphite that was used to track and target Palestinians in real time. They took that exact same technology, rebranded it as Immigration OS, and then sold it to ICE to use on us. This is no longer about stopping illegal immigrants. This is about creating a digital prison for every American citizen. They're using the same digital twin technology that mapped every single person, car, and building in Gaza to create a live, real-time map of your neighborhood, your phone, your car, you. The goal has never been about security. The goal is total control. And this is the foundational system for the New World Order. It's the beast system everyone talks about, but it's not a prophecy, it's a product. It's already here. They tested it on Gaza. They saw how perfectly the AI could automate targeting, how it could remove human conscience from the equation, and just follow the code. They saw that it worked. Now, they're rolling it out on us. So don't talk to me about left or right. It's bullshit. This is about a system of technological control that's so vast, so complete, that it makes all of our political opinions completely irrelevant. So while we're fighting over bullshit in politics, they've brought the AI that they built for war back to us. I wrote a book that proves all of this. Link is in my bio. Check it.
Y'all go buy his book. Subscribe to his channel.
Right.
Where's he at on Twitter?
Yeah,
X?
Jake GTV. The digital prison, how AI built the new world order, y'all.
Okay.
All right.
All right now.
Interesting.
Very interesting.
But I mean, it's not surprising. Come on now.
Right.
AI is kind of like.
Right. And I tell you what, you know, we were getting this show together, and how about my phone wouldn't even, my phone had a system update all of a sudden. And I could not use my phone. And normally when I get a system update, you know how you could just swipe it away? So my phone was saying it was a critical update. So more than likely, everybody gonna have to, they're gonna implement this software on our phones. That's what I was thinking about when that happened. And I was like, okay, well, it's beginning. So probably more than likely, everybody's phone watch and see once you get a system update.
I still haven't updated my phone. I don't even want to buy a new phone, to be honest. Like, I'm so scared of even buying a new phone that I just done kept my same phone for the last like 3 years, maybe 4.
Exactly.
So.
And that, because the older your phone is, then the less likely that, you know, well, I don't know with this technology. I haven't researched it or anything, so I don't know how advanced it is. But I'm pretty sure they probably took it, you know, when they implemented it, they probably said make it go back at least 5 or 6 years, you know, so they can catch the majority of the people, because most people change phones every 2 years.
And if they're young, and look, if they're the real young ones, they change them
it's every 2 months because they breaking them.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I definitely hate updates on my phone. So y'all, don't update y'all. No, I'm joking. I mean, I don't update my phone. My phone still needs an update, so I can't even download like current apps because my phone is so outdated.
I couldn't even hardly use my phone without updating. I mean, every time I got ready to do something, it kept popping up. Like, it normally don't do that because I normally can snooze it and don't have to worry about it when I get updates. But this update was like, it just wasn't going anywhere unless I update it.
What is this? Gents 565 says shut your phones down a few times a day. It breaks the downloads.
Okay.
Well,
okay. Thank you for the. And we're gonna try that.
I keep my phone on airplane mode a lot too.
And what's it says it was never about immigrants. They want to start civil war, so Trump can declare martial law and stop all elections. I mean, you know,
allegedly.
At this point, you know what? We're gonna say
allegedly.
But you know, at this point, I don't even think that's like. You know how back in the day it would be like a far-fetched conspiracy theory? I think a lot of people can even say, you know what, that could possibly be what's going on here.
Right. And you know, he said, once I get in office, we will never have to vote again. Remember, he said that during his campaign. He said, once I get in office, you will never have to vote again.
I think we should do a show just on all the suspicious evidence that we have of the voter manipulation. So if you guys want to see that show, hit the subscribe button, because we have a lot of information about what other people are considering to be voter manipulation in the form of facts and proof. So if you guys want to see that, make sure that you hit the subscribe button. If I get a lot of subscribers, then we will definitely do that show. So hit the subscribe button if you want to see us talk about if this could be possible voter manipulation, voter fraud. All right. Let's look at a MAGA podcaster who finally realizes that maybe Trump lied to him. Maybe all this time Trump lied.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. That's very interesting.
Not Trump. No.
Not Papa.
No.
I don't believe Papa lied to him.
Trump.
No,
Right.
Papa couldn't lie to him like that. No.
All right. Let's see.
So Andrew Schultz is the host of a podcast called Flagrant, and sometimes they definitely get.
Actually, before we get into this video, who is this guy? So you can shout him out, because we got his
Tennessee Brando.
Tennessee Brando.
Yeah, Tennessee Brando. I'm like, who are you talking about? I'm looking at the chat like you
Shout out to Tennessee Brando for the content. If you guys haven't done so already, hit the like. You can go check him out and do all that good stuff. All right.
Really, I was changing banners, so you kind of threw me off.
Oh, okay.
Lumped into the whole bro podcast crowd. It would be easy to sit here and say that people like this helped pave the way for the mess that we're in today. But they've came out really strong against Donald Trump and everything going on in Minneapolis, and I wanted to talk about it because I think it's very important these days when people with large platforms start speaking up and speaking out. We all need to rally around each other and continue to speak up even louder because I really do feel like more than ever that our democracy and the country we once knew is absolutely on life support these days. And I know a lot of you are depressed and feeling down about things. I'm right there with you. As a matter of fact, it's pretty damn cold where I'm sitting right now, but I just had to get out of the house. I've been cooped up in it for so long, absorbing all these stories.
You don't look that cold. You look pretty comfortable right there, but all right.
And trying to wrap my head around it that I just needed to come out here and breathe some crisp, cold Tennessee air today. But I'm going to play a couple of clips from the Flagrant podcast where they finally just come out and say it. And if you're going to break from Donald Trump, if you're going to call Donald Trump out, this is how you do it. Take a look.
Talk about what happened in Minneapolis. ICE murdered an American citizen in cold blood, and then the Trump administration called him a domestic terrorist.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Like plain and simple.
Yeah.
I see the administration trying to spin it, and it's fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
It's like they didn't even have a moment where they're like, hey, we're reviewing the footage. We're going to try to see what's really happening. All of them, Trump and all the cronies, put out collective statements that immediately blamed an American citizen that was exercising his First and Second Amendment rights, right? He has the right to protest. He has the right to carry a firearm. He's a legal gun owner, right? Mm-hmm. There's no question about this whatsoever. And the administration immediately comes out and they try to gaslight the public, which you cannot do when we have 15 different videos of what happened.
Yes.
And
that is what they do, though.
But that is what they do.
Yeah.
And I think that governments have probably been doing this for centuries, millennia. And now you have a public that is armed with phones and we can see what actually fucking happened. And you're not going to just lie to us, plain and simple, like that.
All right, guys. So yes, he's talking as a MAGA podcaster, and now he is, you know what? I'm tired of being lied to and treated like I'm dumb. Like I don't have any brain cells. Like I can't see what the fuck I'm looking at. And then on top of that, to add insult to injury, you gaslight me into trying to think that I saw something other than what I saw. Like, you can't possibly think that I'm that fucking dumb. All right, so MAGA is coming, to their senses. All right, but if you are still MAGA and you agree with this shit, 617-769-8848. Call us, hit us up, let us know how you feel. Let's have a conversation about why it is that you feel that it's okay for Trump to disrespect you and treat you like you are a brainless sheep. The number again, 617-769-8848. If you want to call and join the conversation, you can just call in. There's no codes, no anything. You just join the conversation. All right, let's keep it moving.
I got to be honest, there are people in my life who I've looked to see if they would have a response like this, people who still supports Donald Trump. And I look at them hoping that I will hear words like that. And then they double down and get even more hateful and show me just what a despicable person they truly are. And it really is heartbreaking, to tell you the truth. I don't enjoy saying these things, folks. Sometimes when I'm talking, I just get so frustrated and angry at the whole situation that I will use words like scumbag and despicable. I don't enjoy using those words, but there's no other way to call it. When you have people defending the murders of Alex Preddy and trying to find any excuse under the sun to spin it and make it Alex Preddy's fault, it's absolutely disgusting. And like he said, we've all got our eyes open. We can all see. I was telling a good friend of mine not long ago, I was like, back when Kent State happened, Neil Young wrote the song, the classic song Ohio, about it. There might have been a little bit of video footage here and there, and there's a famous picture of the girl down crying, but everybody didn't have a cell phone. And yet people still knew that was bullshit and called it out. People still cranked up that Neil Young song to full volume and sung it to the top of their lungs because they saw through the bullshit that it was. But now we live in a world where we have all the information right at our fingertips. There's no excuse for being ignorant because information is out there. and you can educate yourself. It's not as hard as it used to be. To find something. Used to, someone could tell you a lie or tell you a line of bullshit, and you had to, wait a while before you could figure out whether it was or not. These days,
A lie and a
you can look
bullshit.
stuff up, you
Right.
can find it out for yourself.
You can chat
And when these
GPT
kind of
that shit.
catastrophic events happen, everybody's got a cell phone out
Google.
recording it, and you can see it from every angle. And if you've watched the videos of Alex Preddy, there's absolutely no excuse whatsoever for what happened. There's no way in hell you can spin it, and anybody spinning it is just clearly wanting to further divide this country and clearly showing us that they hate us and they want us dead. That's how I interpret it.
That's
Anytime
exactly
I see
how I
someone
interpret it.
spinning Alex Preddy's murder, I say, well, that person
You
right
got
there would have
to.
no problem with it happening to me either. Or happening to my
Absolutely. You
children,
got
or
to.
anyone that I love or care about.
You got to. That's exactly the way that anybody who would justify the murder, the assassination, and that's how I feel about what happened to Alex Preddy. I don't care what none of you guys say. I feel like I witnessed an assassination and a murder in broad daylight in the middle of a street of a nurse who worked at a VA hospital, who was helping a woman who was unlawfully and unethically
Attacked.
pushed down to the ground,
Attacked.
and he was trying to help that woman, and he was assassinated in broad daylight.
And they even show from the side angle where they removed the weapon from him, so he couldn't hurt anybody, and they still opened fire on him.
Anybody who is going to justify that will justify them doing the same thing to me, will justify them doing the same thing to any person on this panel and anybody in the chat room. If you are in that situation and you are in, whatever the case may be, who knows what the scenario may be, but there's never going to be a scenario where in these people's eyes you're justified, so it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, and now there's a video on social media saying that he kicked the truck and he spit on an ICE agent, and I call bullshit on that video because number one, I feel like it's fake. Number two, if he would have did that, he wouldn't even made it to the next week to get unalived the way that he did. There's
Right.
no
Well, that's
way
what
they
I
would-
say. That's
yeah,
the
they wouldn't
thing.
have. They would have never let him go in order to help. He wouldn't even been here to help that lady out.
Or if he did, and that is a real video, my thing is if they were able to let him go that day and not kill him, not charge him with any crime, they saw his gun was still on him on that day, then there's absolutely no justification to what happened to him the day that he got shot
A
with
week
10
later.
gunshot a week later with 10 bullets in his back while he was on the ground disarmed with 7 agents on top of him.
And the thing is, if you look at the AI, which we allegedly AI video, they shove him down and jump him and beat him then, but they didn't arrest him, they didn't detain him, they didn't grab him up or didn't do any of that. But this time you decide to unalive him. Okay.
Right, that's what I'm saying. If that video is real, then that is a clear indication that the level of force in which they use for this situation doesn't even equate to what they normally do in situations that are much worse. So what provoked that particular agent to say, you want to know what, even though he's not doing what he did a week ago, even though he's not the same level of aggressive that he was a week ago when he busted out our vehicle lights, even though he's not that same person, I'm going to go ahead and escalate to a level of force that probably wouldn't even still wouldn't have been suitable for him a week ago. Like, how is that justified at this point? Even a week ago, if that's what was his behavior, he still should have only been arrested,
Right.
and if at the most charged with a felony.
Still no justification for not being here, for being firing out 10 shots and get beat up first and then get 10 shots fired in your back and all over your body.
So let's keep watching. He's about halfway finished.
So I appreciate, you know, these guys speaking up and calling this out. Like I said, when you have a large platform, you need to. And he ain't stopping right there. I love what he says in this next clip, because so many people did vote for Trump because they wanted to see the Epstein files released. And there are those who will go to bat for Trump, and when they do that, they go to bat for pedophiles. And there's people like Andrew here who sees through it and calls it out, and I appreciate it. Take a look.
If you see it with your own eyes, you know exactly what happened. And there's something disgusting that's happening, not only in Minneapolis, I'm sure it's happening in other parts of the United States, where it's ICE is under the guise of security, right? Under the guise of safety, because that's what they're doing, right? Is every time something horrific happens, they keep going, but look at the pedophiles we got. Look at the murderers we got. Look at all the violent criminals we got. I looked at the numbers. It's 5% of the people they deported are violent criminals.
Yes. There's probably more pedophiles in the Oval Office.
No, exactly. No, exactly. If you bring up another fucking pedophile about deporting and you're not releasing the Epstein list, just shut the fuck up, all of you.
Yes.
I don't want to hear anything else about, oh, we got to deport the pedophiles. They're right here.
Right.
Yeah. They're right here. They're a list of them, and you're not exposing it.
Yeah, I don't ever want to hear MAGA talk about pedophiles again. I don't ever want to hear them talk about protecting the children.
I mean, for real. At this point, don't say shit about pedophiles again until you release the Epstein files. Release the Epstein files, and then you can even start saying the word pedophile again. But until then, you are a pedophile protector. Release the fucking files. What do you guys think in the chat? Are y'all saying don't release the files because he don't want them released? Or are y'all saying release the files? I'm saying release the Trumpstein files. What are you saying? I said what I said. Look, I'm putting y'all on boy ass. What? Let's see what they're saying. Okay. IG Hint says Reagan told them to seek asylum. It's not illegal. Education is key.
Exactly.
You two ignorant motherfuckers need to get your facts straight before you come up here and make a total and complete ass of yourself. Oh.
Wow.
Is that what we're doing? I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. But I thought it was 3 of us up here. So which 2 are you talking about?
Get the files out. He did release them. You clown. It is illegal. That is the definition of illegal alien, stupid. We will fight back if they revoke the Second Amendment. But that's what they voted for. We showed you what Trump was going to do, Project 2025. All of this is in it.
Exactly.
I concur.
I don't ever want to hear them talk about being pro-life. They're none of those things. They've completely lost the argument and lost the plot on all of that. They've also lost the argument and the plot on the First Amendment, and now they've lost the argument on the Second Amendment, which is one that, I kind of thought maybe they would hold on to. But then again, in the back of my mind, I was going, no, they don't really care about me having a gun or me having the right to defend myself. They just want to arm white supremacists.
Right.
So
exactly.
Exactly. Been for a long time. And again, it would be easy to say, well, guys like that help pave the way for it. But if they're going to speak up and speak out, they got a large following. Maybe they can change some minds, and maybe they can get people to thinking and looking in the mirror and examining themselves, because Joe Rogan sure as hell ain't doing it. He definitely got his marching orders, and I'm not going to play the clips of him on here. I thought about it, but Rogan will come out and he will make little subtle jabs at things, or he'll just make observations about something.
Right.
He never calls Trump by name, even though he called Biden by name the entire time. He'll always try to blame it on Bondi or Kash Patel or somebody else. Or they're giving him bad advice, he'll say. He'll try to spin it that way, and then people will say, oh, look, Joe Rogan seen the light. No, he didn't. A couple of weeks ago or whenever it was, there was a clip going around of him, criticizing ICE and saying, Americans don't like this. They don't like people, on the streets like this, just yanking up American citizens. But then clearly he got his marching orders, because he's right on there now saying, well, now, hold on. I don't like that this guy got killed. I don't like that at all. But look, Alex Preddy, you can't take a gun to a protest, and you can't walk toward police with a gun on you. So I'm like, yeah, he clearly got his marching orders. And I think as we go forward, the one thing that MAGA and Trump has absolutely whipped our ass on is creating narratives. And they create bullshit narratives. They come up with bullshit nicknames. We have the truth on our side. So when I say to you that Joe Rogan is a mouthpiece for billionaires, he's a mouthpiece for the administration, he's a mouthpiece for Gestapo, you can pick anyone you want to. I'm not making that up because that's what he's doing. He's absolutely going to bat for it, and he's not that stupid. He's not a stupid person. I see people call him stupid. No, he's not. He's not stupid. He's a propagandist. He is a paid propagandist, making more off Spotify than any musician I know, and never busted his ass or paid one due in the music world, which he's not a musician. But I'm just saying, there's musicians out there that have absolutely busted their ass for years and gets pennies off Spotify, and he makes a really, really comfortable living off of it, and now just pushes propaganda for a radical right-wing regime. So as we go forward, people can say, well, you're trying to further divide, man. If you start calling him the mouthpiece for the Gestapo, that's division. No, it's not. It's the fucking truth. Okay, and they've sat here and lied the entire time. They've used bullshit.
Hey, if we say that they're the Gestapo, if that's how we look at them, that should bring us back together. That should be stuff that should be the language that say, you know what, this is too far. We can't have something that can be considered the Gestapo running amok in the United States American streets. But you maggots, you MAGA maggots, you say put more Gestapo in the streets. We want Gestapo. We want a dictator. We want more chaos. We want more division. We want to see all the craziness that's going on in the streets. We love seeing ICE agents, completely disregard people's rights, human rights or otherwise. We love all that shit. And that's the reason why people don't take you guys serious. That's the reason why the people who were in the middle, who were like, the people, what they call those people, they're not like independents, but they're like people who can be persuaded. They call those people are saying, you know what? No, this is not what we wanted. We wanted illegal immigrants out, but we didn't want to take the humanity out of it. So,
well, humanity is gone. Right now, the way things are going, and we even see that in some of it in the chat. There is no more humanity. That's why I'm saying.
That's why they're losing even the middle of the road voters, because they are so extreme in their views that the people are like, you know what, y'all are crazy. This is a cult. This is really a cult, and I'm not doing that shit.
37%. The president approval rating is 37% this week.
Right.
37% of the public agree with what he say, and that's
if MAGA would come to their senses and say, you know what, we do got to make sure we maintain some humanity. At least they can maintain the middle of the road voters. Exactly. We got to maintain the Constitution. At least they can maintain the middle of the road people who are not necessarily left or right, but they did want the immigration issue to be, something that was dealt with, but now these people are talking so outlandishly and so crazy that even those people are like, never mind. Maybe this is a cult. I'm sorry.
Look at that. Look at this. Y'all Dems love fentanyl, fraud, and cartel control. Isn't there a Honduras cartel?
Wow. Wait. Wow. Marco Rubio is getting caught popping pills during a damn public hearing. We're the fentanyl fraud and cartel loving people.
Allegedly.
Okay.
Allegedly. Wait a minute, but didn't they just let the Honduras man? Didn't he just pardon him and he brought up how much cocaine?
Speaking of Trump's pardons, we ain't gonna talk about Trump's pardons.
But they saying we love the cartel.
Right, exactly.
But you bring
and the fraud. I'm talking about the fraud too.
Right. But
billions of dollars in fraud that the American people have been subject to for these criminals, and guess what? They got pardoned.
And yet you sit
Papa
back.
Papa said y'all get on board.
And then saying, look, and then you let a cartel that has been sentenced 45 years in our country, you gave him a pardon. that brought over so much cocaine. So what's the difference? I think a drug is a drug.
That part.
What? One drug is worse than the other? I think both of them are bad.
And I can't tell you how many times that Don Jr. looked like he was allegedly gone on some type of high on something. Him and Eric both have been
I
out
feel
in
like
public.
Allegedly. And how many people have OD'd on cocaine?
Right.
But yeah, y'all sitting back. Fentanyl. Well, you've got to worry about the cocaine too, because cocaine is crack too. Then you got meth, so you still got drugs.
I was just about to say, did y'all forget our girl?
All right, folks. So
I know
I'm
going a little ahead, but I just want to kind of throw this out to y'all. This is Kristi Noem.
Right.
I'm on meth.
This is what
I'm on it too. So am I.
So am I.
I'm on meth. Meth is not someone else's problem. It's everyone in South Dakota's problem. And we need everyone to get on it.
I'm on it.
I'm on it. I'm on it too.
Meth, we're on it.
Yeah.
And that's in South Dakota.
Andrew Schultz is the host of a podcast.
Pause it for 1 second.
I did.
She said, Sharon said, you can't believe polls Democrats love riots and hate. Now, all of a sudden, because the polls don't reflect goodness and success, and it don't show favoritism,
you can't
for
trust
the
them.
current administration. Now you can't trust the polls. That's the new lie for the week. Every week we get a new lie.
Yeah, if the polls were in the
if it was like
Republicans'
75%, yeah.
Oh yeah.
If it was 75% of the
It would be the Bible. It would be the Bible right now.
The polls will be the gospel.
Yeah, it would be the gospel.
It would be the gospel.
Yeah,
But
and
the polls
you do know your president is trying to sue for the polls also. Y'all heard about that?
Sure is.
He want to sue a pollster for giving out true information.
Right. And the thing that gets me is y'all saying that Democrats, y'all blame everything on the Democrats. Democrats done everything wrong. Everything wrong. But Trump and his administration, all perfect. Nobody in the Republican Party or anybody in the administration has done anything wrong.
Well, the fact that Kristi Noem spent thousands of taxpayer dollars just to tell the world that South Dakota was on meth.
Oh, and she flying around on your tax dollars with 2 planes. Did y'all know that? She has 2 private planes, one for overseas and one to fly around in the United States. Did y'all know that?
You want to know what? Let me go back and let me play that video one more time, because I don't think they really understand. Like, look, this is what Kristi Noem spent thousands of taxpayer dollars for.
I'm on it too. So am I.
So am I.
I'm on meth. Meth is not someone else.
This is basic. I mean, y'all, first off, nothing against these people. Nothing against these people. But could she have not gotten somebody that looked like they was actually not on meth?
I want to know, could she clarify the ad so that we can know that they
are on meth, or are they
or
just
against
tackling
meth? I think they must be against meth is what this is supposed to be.
But can you
the
tell?
ad is so unclear, you can't tell if they been on it or in rehab. I don't know. You're supposed to draw your own conclusion with the ad, I guess. I don't know.
Meth, we're on it by Kristi Noem, y'all. This is who y'all want to get rid of all the damn ICE illegal immigrants.
This is the same one that took the dog out because she couldn't train the dog, took the dog out to the thing and unalived the dog.
So let me just go back because
Andrew Schultz is the host of a podcast.
The less education you have, the more higher up you can get. You heard what Tom Taylor said.
Cast called Flagrant, and sometimes they
called him a dumbass. He was like, "Thank you." Then that means I'm qualified
to work in that administration. Now, a senator said that.
Catchphrase.
A Republican. Look, a Republican at that.
truth under them. So it's up to us to make sure that the truthful narrative gets out there. People can say, well, you're just trying to push a narrative to fit your side. No, I'm trying to push a narrative that fits the truth. And, when Joe Rogan comes out the way Andrew Schultz did right there and says the things he said, then I'll be like, whoa, shit, man, Joe really turned around. But I think he knows better. And I think he's a coward.
He got his donuts to look
I think
after.
he doesn't have the balls to speak up.
Ooh,
because
shit.
I think they have him by his balls.
Come on, little bitch.
So, yeah, I'm totally not a fan of him. But anyway, I really appreciate y'all for sticking with me. And we'll just keep fighting through this together. It's getting kind of cold if you see me stiffening up. I just had to get out of the house, man. It's been so depressing.
All right. Yeah, he's right. It has been very depressing. But we're going to leave it at that. Y'all, if y'all want to look at the whole video, go to, what's his name?
Tennessee Brando.
Tennessee Brando. It was like maybe 30 seconds left of the video, y'all. So if y'all want to see the whole thing, go to Tennessee Brando so y'all can go ahead and watch that full video. All right. So we're going to watch a couple of posts that our president, some call him the grifter in chief. Some call him the dictator in chief. But he's made a couple of tweets. And according to Trump, Melania's movie should be required in every history textbook like a pop quiz nobody asks for. That's the quote from this next video. I'm sorry, that's the post that he has posted. I'm sorry. In celebration of my incredible wife, Melania, and her brand new movie, critics are calling it very important. I am proud to announce that it will now be considered a foundational moment in American history. Effective immediately, this movie will be mandatory viewing in all history courses, elementary, high school, college, everyone. People should learn winning early.
It sounds like North Korea to me.
Any universities that refuse to teach this masterpiece will unfortunately see their funding disappear. Sad, but rules are rules. This is about education. This is about culture. This is about respect. Congratulations to Melania on this historic achievement.
That two people bought a ticket for.
Are saying it's the greatest film since the invention of film.
So was it the first person or the second person that went that them tickets was purchased for that said that it was the greatest film? Because it's been pulled out of theaters at this point.
Since the
invention of films. I gotta give it to Papa though. He definitely can brand. I ain't gonna lie to you. He can brand.
Okay.
He can sell anything.
Yeah, but the numbers aren't voting for him in the same direction that his brain is wanting the people to go in. They're showing the exact opposite.
Did that letter sound like an announcement or did it sound like a threat?
It sounded like a threat to me.
It was a threat. If they don't teach it, her video.
It's mandatory.
It's mandatory. If you don't teach it, you won't get no funding. So that means elementary, junior high, high school, college, universities. None of you all will get any funding.
Melania don't even know how to talk proper English. So why the hell should we look at her like a historic monument? You know what I'm saying? Like,
and from what I saw with the clips,
she's not a historical figure.
And what was
no, not at all. Not for America. Now she a Russian. She may be history for Russia to put in their textbooks and shit. You know, they may talk about how she made it to America as a Russian model through the Epstein model agency. You know, and then she was able to meet Trump through Jeffrey Epstein. You know, they may put her in the history books like that. maybe.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but
Oh, that's what you're going in history for.
right. But you know, I don't see this movie being the reason for her being in the history books though. Nah.
Well, the reason we call her Russia because Russia is the one that posted her throughout their magazines and stuff when she became first lady. I digress.
Look, Donald Trump is so in over his head right now that he doesn't know what to do to distract from the Trumpstein files. He has actually called for Barack Obama's arrest after accusing him of working with the CIA to manufacture false intelligence on Trump, guys. So here is the Truth Social post, and we're just gonna go over it and then we can talk about it. So it says breaking.
Wait, hold on before you play that. Let me. I found a clip that I need MAGA to see.
Okay.
From Fox News. Fox got some.
Yeah, not Fox.
Yeah,
Not Fox.
Yeah, Fox got some news they want to share with us. And we don't have to play it all, but we can just get the first, couple minutes of it.
Let's see what Fox got to say.
Yeah, let's see what Fox got to say about all this. This premiere.
His self-titled documentary tonight in Washington. A little preview of the film you just saw. Let's bring in the founder of LA Mom Magazine, Shirin Yadigar, and Washington Examiner commentary writer Tiana Low-Desher. Thank you both for coming on. Shirin, to you first. The Melania premiere was a short time ago, right? And as expected, all day today, the left was doing whatever they could to tear down the documentary. Here is Pod Save America. Watch.
You make a lot of important points about the lack of integrity in this project, but I want to make another one, which is this is a giant bribe masquerading as a film.
100%.
No one wanted this. No one wanted to buy this documentary.
No. The left did not want anybody to buy this documentary. Shirin, what do you think?
I mean, this is just more of the same. It is ridiculous what's happened. She is the one first lady who has not been featured on the cover of Vogue while she was the first lady. Mm-hmm. She doesn't get any grace for who she is. She is a legal immigrant in this country who would be celebrated if her politics were of a different right. If you think maybe, yeah. I mean, she is the first lady of the most incredible country in the world, and yet she is ignored, not celebrated for anything. She is protecting children online. She's done so much. I'm so excited that there's a documentary about her. I'm going to take my 4 girls. We're going to watch it because the media has been hiding her. She's like a secret that no one knows about.
It's crazy. Meantime, Tim Waltz says,
how is the media hiding the first lady? Is that the media's job, is to bring the first lady out, or what? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
I thought she hiding herself because she has not came out since he been in this year so far, except for now.
She the one been hiding. The media is not hiding her.
No,
but if Fox didn't believe that clip, that it was a bribe, why would they play that on their air? Can y'all explain that to me?
Right. And that's the number one.
If you're talking, we can't hear you. You're on mute or something. If you're saying something, but why? I'm curious to find out why did they play? I'm really curious of, do they want to sow doubt in the American public's mind or whatever? Because this is supposed to be Trump's machine. And they always go along with everything he say. This is his propaganda news channel. And I'm interested to know, why did they play this clip?
And my thing is, okay, I understand before she was in hiding because she didn't want her son in the spotlight. Now your son is in college.
Oh, my bad. I thought I could hear me. My bad.
Look, your son is in college now. He's on his own. So why are you hiding now? Why are you not in the White House walking with your husband, holding hands with your husband? Every time we see him going to a helicopter, he walking by himself. Got me getting off the plane, he walking by himself. Where you at, Melania? So how we hiding him when she's not even showing up at all at the White House?
I feel like they trying to push this Melania movie because of Nicki Minaj. The way he was holding on to Nicki Minaj. She said, "Are you trying to fuck that bitch?" And so now he like, no, baby, I would never, no, I would never. And so now he's trying to make up for, the optics, and he's like, go buy her movie. In fact, I'm gonna make it mandatory in history. That's how much I love you, baby. Me and Nikki ain't have nothing.
No,
It's
I think they're
nothing.
trying to push this movie too. They're trying to make the Fox viewers go and watch this movie. You heard what the newscaster said? She's gonna take her 4 kids.
Oh yeah,
So then it'll be 6 people see the movie.
Like that's supposed to make it sound like the movie is good to watch. You
Right.
forcing your damn family to go see the damn movie behind
Forcing your family
against
to go see it.
against they will.
Listen, the kids and the grandchildren gonna have to learn about the shit.
Yeah, against
Okay?
they will. They don't want to know
against
about
they
this
will.
shit.
Yeah, and what are they gonna learn?
And from what I saw with the clip that they did show,
How to become a
it's more-
foreign model and sneak your way up to
How to escape an island.
right. How to escape the
How
island.
to escape Fantasy Island.
A lot of people was not able to be as lucky as Melania and get a life out of, doing the stuff that she had to do to become Melania. A lot of people didn't have her allegedly.
My thing is, in her movie, did she show what Russia showed about her and her past, and as far as her modeling career and her explicit attire and her explicit ways, and where they showed on the magazine?
She might as well call the Melania the life of a high class hoe.
Oh.
That's all it is.
This person said that she's showing them, teaching them how to pose naked with a woman.
A high class heartless hoe.
Oh, interesting.
Right.
Allegedly.
Look,
Allegedly.
Look,
Is
this
that
is
what
what
children gonna learn?
Allegedly. Look, this is what Russia put out in there. Okay, because Putin controls the media over there. So he put time she became first lady. He made this announcement, America, this is y'all first lady, and put out all these pictures of her in misappropriate ways.
He sure did. He sure did. Just a couple months ago.
Yep. And this is what y'all want to go in the history books for your children to see. Okay, I got
in my head, our people are some of the biggest gossipers and haters. This bitch ain't even American. She was born in Russia and can take her ass back to Russia.
It was
If you're American first, but if you're American first, then you shouldn't even care about a Russian perpetrator who can't even speak English and will plagiarize the damn first lady, the first black lady's speech to try to entice you stupid ass dummies who listened to that stuff and got inspired. Those were Michelle Obama's words. Y'all so stupid.
I'm like, wow. I'm like, whoa, okay.
And then y'all spew all this crazy stuff, but y'all won't ever just call in. All right, so let's finish this.
I put it in the chat since they want to constantly correct us. This is where she's from in the chat. So y'all look it up. It is in Russia, which is in Russia.
And this person talking about Michelle is a man. So you mean to tell me she had to copy her speech from a man posing as a woman?
So she a Russian bride?
The number is on the bottom of the screen.
And if they look at the hit, look, if they go in their geography and look over there in Russia and look at the states within Russia, like Canada, you'll see that area in Russia. So she's Russian, idiots.
617-769-8848. You can call in and join the conversation. All right. But it says, breaking, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard has just released hundreds of bombshell Russian Gate documents proving that Barack Obama personally ordered CIA agents to manufacture false intelligence on President Trump and was actively working with the enemy. With the enemy, your wife is the enemy if that's the case, to determine, to undermine, I'm sorry, and erode Americans' confidence in our democracy and President Trump's landslide 2016 victory. This was a coup attempt to by Barack Hussein Obama and his cronies. As Jesse Waters said, whatever happens to these guys is not revenge, it's accountability. And it's time for people to pay the price. Arrest Obama now. You see this stupid ass shit that he posts on his True Social?
And he won. What
And
part
he
of this make?
won.
Yeah, you won. So what? even if this was halfway true, you still won. Well, even if he tried to stop you, and it didn't work because you still won the presidency.
Exactly. What are you still crying about?
What
Why
are
are
you
you
crying
still
about
the
a
victim?
whole decade ago?
We are
A
tired of
whole
you
decade, a whole
crying
decade.
and whining like a little bitch.
Right. About
Get over it.
every
You're the
little thing.
president.
About every, he need a pacifier. That's what he need a pacifier.
You are the president. Let it
Give him a pacifier,
go.
y'all. Give him a binky. You need a binky.
Him and look, him
Can
and
he
the man.
act like it? Can he act like it?
Y'all put some binkies in the chat.
Yeah, let's
For
put some
MAGA
binkies.
and MAGA and Paw Paw.
Foul drop. Trump's name removed. That is hilarious.
Okay.
We got somebody. We got a new visitor. We got a. All right, what's good, God Family Trump? What do you got? What do you have to say to us and the people about your beliefs? Because it looks like you're MAGA.
Hello.
Take your mute out. Well, I guess you don't have it on mute.
You know, don't have it
Go
on
to the
mute.
settings and set your audio if you can't speak.
Well, if this is MAGA, it's probably not surprising that they can't figure out how to get the audio to work.
Now be nice. We got a guest.
Yes, we got a guest. Be nice. Be nice.
We got a guest. We gonna treat him like a guest. Or her.
Okay.
Whoever it is, him or her.
Come
we
on,
don't know.
MAGA. Figure it out. Figure it out, MAGA.
But anyway, I mean,
Well,
how preposterous for him to, that is just crazy for him to put a post up from 10 years ago, from a whole decade ago.
God Family Trump, go out and then try to come back in. Try it again.
Here, I'll put the link back in the chat again, and anybody can hit the link that want to come up and talk to us.
And I promise we'll be nice.
He
All
said
right,
he said he can't hear us anyway. But go ahead. I'll talk to him in the chat until we can get him together.
guys. So we got new information on the Epstein files. So let's see what's going on here.
All right, folks, so a huge new batch of Epstein files has been released by Donald Trump's Department of Justice. And let's be clear about something. It's not all of the files. There are still some major redactions protecting very powerful men who are very obviously associated with Jeffrey Epstein. But in some of these documents, there are very serious allegations against Donald Trump. Elon Musk's name comes up a lot. Members of Trump's current administration come up a lot in these documents. I'm going to preface this by saying they're pretty bad, but also keep in mind that a lot of these are just allegations. We don't know if they're true. These are not documents saying that they have been proven to be true or not. Just keep that in mind. A lot of it is unsubstantiated, but these are, again, very serious allegations made against Donald Trump. Some are more credible than others. So We're going to get into it. Before I do that, please make sure to subscribe down below. Drop a like on the video, comment. Let me know what you think about this story. If you're on Apple or Spotify, please make sure to rate the show 5 stars and make sure to follow along. It goes an incredibly long way. I'm not going to hide anything from you in these documents. I think the American people really should see them. This is what Donald Trump has been covering up, and I think you'll see why in just a moment. So let's just start here. This is one allegation that has gotten quite a bit of traction against Donald Trump online. It's gone viral, essentially. Donald Trump, it says, the president had parties at Mar-a-Lago called calendar girls. Epstein would bring the children in, and Trump would auction them off. And there's...
All right, well, that's a good place to stop. Do we have God Family Trump? Are you ready to talk?
Hey, yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to talk. How y'all doing tonight?
We're doing amazing.
We're doing good. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing good, ma'am. Appreciate y'all having me on.
So, are you MAGA?
When it comes to policy, absolutely. I'm a, God-fearing person, and I think Trump's policies align more with, what America needs, at least in this time. And then I think he aligns mostly with the Bible. At least he says he does. I can't, I don't know his life outside of the public view, but yeah, I agree with a lot of his policies and stuff.
Okay, so even though he doesn't exhibit the behavior of the Lord or Jesus Christ or anything like that, you think that just because he came out with a Bible that he is doing the work of the Lord? What's going on here? Because I
don't get my moral arc from Donald Trump. I think your moral arc should come from your parents. I think they should raise you with a sense of ethics and morality. And, I believe those ethics and morality does come from the Bible, but no public figure, no matter their status, should ever be anyone's moral arc. And I think a lot of people look to stars and people with political status for their moral arc. So Trump is not my moral arc and how I live. However, I do believe his policies, I'm going strictly off policies, I do believe they align with, the Bible, and I think his policies helps America, including our community, the Black community.
Okay, so you think a 34 count felon who says grab women by the pussy is the moral? I mean, you're saying that you're not using him as a moral compass, but you're saying that the person who makes those policies is the person who is a 34 count felon and who degrades and belittles women and has no respect for women. You're saying that is the person who's using.
Yeah, but I like I mentioned, I don't follow his moral arc, but I'm a young Black man and/or Black woman, and the Black community. Let's say the South Side of Detroit, Baltimore, Birmingham, Alabama. I give you any city, Black city that is is real bad on crime, whatever the case may be. Who do you think, if they were trying to become president of the United States or a politician, who would they relate more to? The person that has a bad background, they have felonies on their record, they want to make something of their life. Who do you think that young Black woman or man in the Black community is going to be able to look at and say, man, if he did it, if that felon did it, I can do it. Is it going to be the polished? But I'm just saying, is it going to be the polished?
Let's not gaslight the Black people.
I'm not gaslighting. I just made a point. I made a point, and you know the point I just made.
Yeah, I'm gonna clarify the point that you just made. You're basically saying that Trump is the equivalent to a Black person that's struggling.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
And looks at him.
That's not what I'm saying.
He can do it. I can do it. That's absolutely absurd. That's exactly what you just said. And whatever.
Okay, why? Okay, I'll go with you. Why is it absurd?
Well,
Well,
first of all, you just sat here and said because he's a felon, because he's doing all of that, and which one
that's
will get? Wait a
that's
minute.
what makes him
No.
right.
Somebody to look up to.
No.
This is
I
somebody we can
said
relate
when
That's why
relate
black
to. Wait a
people will
minute. Let me
relate to
finish.
him because
okay.
he's a
Right.
34 count felon. That's absurd. First off, that's absurd.
Right.
You'd even say that.
That's nothing
Like,
to sit back to look up to for somebody that's a felon.
Okay, but I'm asking you in the community in which somebody is a felon and somebody does want to make something of their life, and they looked at being a felon as a mark against them and never being able to step outside of maybe a trade or something. But now that, and when people say he's not that smart, I said, well,
felons
that's
can
good.
make it. All you got to do is just go into politics and be as corrupt as humanly possible, and you can become a millionaire, billionaire, or whatever off the taxpayers' backs as well. Yeah, you're right. That is the message that he's given to crooks.
So
Not even black crooks all over
how did he become a
the world.
millionaire off of the taxpayers?
But let me say this, God.
I'm listening.
He can get away with it because he has, his skin color.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
so I understand what you're saying, that, black people maybe can relate to him because he has a record and they have one, and,
Yeah.
maybe they can relate to him or what have you. But in actuality, no president has really came into the black community and helped the black community.
I
But
think he has.
what
What do
we're
you think
talking
about the
about,
First
hold
Step
on,
Act?
hold
Okay.
on. What we're talking about is this is the president of the United States. This is the highest office in the land. I guarantee you, with his record, he couldn't go to McDonald's and be a manager if he wasn't the president and he was just a normal person and he walked in there and he gave his resume, he gave his record, he would not be anything. No company in America would allow him to even maybe sweep their floor with his that's all he could probably do is sweep their floor with the record that he has. But because he's a rich white man, he's able to be the president. And I wouldn't want my kid to aspire to be like him, none whatsoever, because he's not an example. I wouldn't want anybody to believe in anybody that's a criminal. And I damn sure don't agree with the way that he treat people, because I don't know any policies. I'm interested to know what
Yes, ma'am.
policies that he's implemented that has helped your life. That's what I'm really interested in.
Okay. Can if you will give me a moment to respond, I would say I have a lot of.
What happened? Did something happen?
I don't know. Are you still with us, God? Maybe he got a call, because sometimes when a person get a call, it'll kick him off. Okay.
Can you hear me?
We can now. Yeah. Now go ahead and
Okay,
respond now.
Okay, I apologize about that. No, I was saying I have a lot of people that are incarcerated, and when Trump implemented the First Step Act, which commuted the sentences of nonviolent offenders to where, if let's say under the 90s crime bill, to where if you had maybe an ounce of weed and you already had 3 other strikes against you and you were looking at 25 years to life for a small crime, when he created the First Step Act, it commuted that whole sentence. So whereas if you had maybe 10 years, whatever time served, you can spend the rest of that time served at home on probation. And then he also created designated zones that gave incentives to companies to hire so-called convicted felons and stuff. The one thing that every single racist politician got in common, Eugene Bull Connor from '64, when he was sicking dogs on us and they were using the fire department to use high-powered water hoses, all of them have in common is the incarceration of black people, predominantly the black man, to take him out of the home. When Trump got in office, one thing that went down was the incarceration rate for black men. He wasn't putting black men in jail, he was actually taking them out. So I have to take that into consideration when people call him racist and say he didn't do anything for our community. I think that's a huge deal. If he was racist,
That is huge. I have to agree with you on that end.
And then if you look at the numbers,
Let's
okay,
be clear though. Let's just be very clear because yeah, if that is the case, then we would be able to give him his flowers on that. But there's not a lot of black people who are saying, "Oh, I'm free now because of Trump." Thank you, Trump, for my freedom. That's just not what's going on. So you can say that all you want, but I want to hear from the black people who are being freed, not from someone who's saying that that's what Trump did. I would rather hear from actual people who are released from prison and
Okay,
who are
now,
saying,
I wanted say this too. In October
Okay.
2022 and December 2023, President Biden issued proclamation pardoning thousands of people convicted of simple possession of marijuana under federal law and in the District of Columbia. He pardoned these people. So
yeah,
you can't say, that there have been presidents have done that. That's the thing they keep
yeah,
telling.
but ma'am, there's a difference between pardon and legislation. He never legislated. He did something in which he looked out for, which is good. If anybody that is able to get out of the prison industrial complex by somebody's good graces, I'm all for it. But he did
do
not
you know
legislate
anyone
anything.
personally that has been able to benefit from Trump's legislation?
Yeah, I had people that have benefited from Trump legislation, especially when it comes to the designated zones, incentivizing business owners to build in the black community. I think that's a big deal. I think we have a lot of people outside cultures who do benefit off of our money that are building in our community, and they have no stake in our community. They're just using us for our money.
Whose fault is
You look
that?
at
You act like
Huh?
that. You act like that's a Democratic Party or
I
a
never put party to it. I never put party to it. I'm
That's
talking
no one's
about
fault but
in
black
general.
people, because black people have the same opportunity to go into their neighborhoods and build businesses just as anybody else. That's not the problem. The problem occurs when, because I think you're trying to make this about people and black people being able to have more opportunities to build businesses, but it means nothing when your rights are completely stripped from you and
What rights are stripped?
ICE can come into your business, your
What
home,
does ICE have to do with the black community if we're American citizens?
everything. Because guess what?
Well, he getting ready to go to
Explain.
he getting ready to go Ohio next week with the ICE, and they're going to
Okay.
start
They are
investigations.
they
Okay.
exactly they
You
are
said they're
showing
stripping our rights. Can you give me an example
they are
of
showing
one American?
Don Lemon was in jail for exercising his
Okay,
constitutional
no,
right
he
to
wasn't. He broke
journalism.
the KKK. He broke the KKK. That is an act. It was illegal for him to do what he did. He incited
How
a
was it
riot into
illegal?
a
How
church.
did he
Any
incite a
place of
riot?
worship should be off.
But why
How did
did
he
the
incite
judge?
a
Why
riot?
wouldn't the judge write a warrant for it if that was the case? Why did he have to go all the way to the DOJ to have the DOJ prosecute him? And other judges said no, you don't have a case against Don Lemon.
I
So
mean,
they
we all know politics, right? I don't want to placate to one side, but I think we should recognize that okay, some judges may be for this side and other judges may be for this side. So it's hard if you know how the judicial system is set up. It's hard to get certain things passed in certain municipalities and certain counties. So I know you guys understand that. I understand that. So
Okay.
I can't speak to why the judges didn't sign it, but I do know that plays a factor in it.
Okay, first of all, you were saying that the president did the legislation. You do know the House does the legislations, right? Then Senate approves it. Then it hits his desk. He does not do the legislation. You do know that, right? So you
No.
can't say
They
the president. You can't. No. Let's back up.
okay, I'm listening.
Yeah. Okay, who creates the laws? The House. The House passes it to the Senate. If that's approved in the House, it goes to the Senate. The Senate votes to approve it to hit his desk. Then he signs it into law. He does not do the legislation. House does the legislation. This is the problem. People get confused. Legislation is not done by the president. It's done by the
raiding the
House.
motherfucking house. Hey, you ain't supposed to smack him
Oh,
like
I'm
that.
sorry,
What's
y'all.
wrong
Let me
with
just
you?
say this real quick.
Ma'am, you okay, so you know the check and balance system, correct?
I know the check and balance system.
Okay, so what power does the executive branch have?
What law have they created on their own without House or the Senate? Tell me that.
No. In order for it to get.
No.
Okay, I'm trying to explain to you.
The legislation creates the law, right?
Yes. Yes,
Then they
ma'am.
pass it to the Senate. The Senate
They
can
can
say
make
yay or
executive
nay.
orders.
And
Okay,
then
but
it
he
goes
just
to
said
the
it. He just said an executive order. So that was the point I was trying to get at. I understand what you're
But
saying.
we don't govern
Okay.
by executive order. We
Because
govern
it can be
by
undone as soon as the new president come in. We're talking about laws that has been signed and that's in the book that will stick.
right.
Understandable, but the president has a power to veto those laws. So if he see that, let's say it's
And
beneficial,
Congress
it's too
has the power
beneficial.
to overrule that veto. We
Right.
could talk
Oh,
about. We could talk about. But listen. I get what you're saying. He has the power to do what the fuck he's doing. So let him do
yeah,
whatever the fuck he wants to do. But guess
I'm
what?
not saying that.
As the American public, people who love the Constitution, people who love their country, they're not willing to just let one person who's in search of trying to appease his ego, destroy the Constitution, destroy our reputation around the globe. Our economy is going to shit
Okay,
because other countries realize that, you want to know what? There's another chance. There's a chance that in 2028 there may be another psychopath, narcissist president getting in office, and maybe we need to look at securities in other places outside of the United States dollar.
And he's
Okay.
already broke the First Amendment law. He's broke the Fourth Amendment law, the 14th Amendment law. And this is just from somebody in our chat. And I knew that he had already, and now they're coming for the Second Amendment. So you, Amanda, you should have put the Second Amendment because Ahmad, they're coming for the Second Amendment with Freddie
Exactly.
and this gun that he had. So
Okay.
yeah, he may have done some executive orders that that may have helped the black community, directly for a short period of time.
But
But look at
again,
it.
no one even
But
talks
does it
about that.
outweigh
We
the
don't know
destruction?
anybody.
But
We
does
don't
it
know.
outweigh the destruction that he's done?
I
That
don't
they've
know
done alive
anybody
in the people?
personally, and you don't know anybody. I don't think you know anyone personally who has benefited from any of those executive orders that he did for black people. I said what I said. I don't know. Maybe you do.
No,
Okay,
I don't.
I'm gonna wait until you guys finish and then I'll respond because you guys said a lot and I would like to unpack it, which is good. I love these conversations. So I'll let you guys finish.
You have the floor.
Oh, okay, I appreciate that. Okay, so I just want to address the first statement or claim that you guys made to where he's stripping our rights. I need to know if you guys are addressing society as a whole or you're addressing the black community.
Society as a whole.
Okay, so you're not recognizing that he's not stripping black people's rights, correct? Citizens, black citizens, he's not stripping our rights. You're talking about the rights of non-citizens, correct?
Well, black people enjoy the same rights as white people do, to a certain
We're
extent.
talking about the First Amendment. We're talking about the Second Amendment. We're talking about the Fourth Amendment. We're talking about
and the 14th Amendment. Those are the rights
Hey,
that he's stripping,
right.
and that goes for everybody. That it's not a black or white thing.
Okay, so but I mean, if we're American citizens, essentially, there's no rights that he can strip from us. If you are an illegal citizens, you are not. Unfortunately, you are not privy to our rights because you're not an American citizen. So there's no rights.
That's the thing. I think you're conflating two things. We're not having an issue with him deporting illegal criminal aliens from America. No one, I don't think no one in their right mind who lives in America, who loves America, is going to have a problem with Trump deporting illegal criminal
Well, this is new to me. I thought they didn't like him even deporting illegal. So I appreciate you saying that. Okay.
No, we never said that, and we keep iterating.
Not you.
Yeah,
Other
but we
people.
don't mind them deporting people that's not supposed to be here illegally. It's
Okay.
how he's doing it, the lawlessness of how he's doing it, how he's killing American citizens, how they're beating people up, going into people's houses with an administrative warrant, and it's all the
unconstitutional processes that they're using to get to
And the
obtain the
American
immigrant.
citizens that have been
Okay.
killed point blank in public.
Which ones? The young
Pretty
lady?
good, pretty
Okay,
Porter.
'cause I know
Okay.
you're not asking that question.
No,
I mean,
I don't
first
like
off,
assume.
one is too many. First off, if there is an ICE agent who kills one person in broad daylight on
Yeah.
camera unlawfully, that's too many. That's the
Can I
first.
can I play devil's advocate and give you
You're more than
guys?
welcome to. I mean, you're gonna do it regardless, so we can't stop you.
No, I mean I was, but I want you guys to understand before I just start going into some soliloquy. I want you guys to understand what I'm trying to say first. So I like to say, I just want to paint a scenario for you guys. For the longest time, our community have been disparaged by, you could say, white police officers or law enforcement in general. We have always made the comparison that if white people were placed in our situations, they would live. And, we just so happen to get killed in all of these situations, whether armed or unarmed. Now you have situations in which white people are placed in black situations and they are dying because of it. And our community is griping and moaning about others. It's unfortunate if anybody passes or die, but these people are being placed in the same situations that we're placed in, and now they're getting that same treatment that if we were in those situations, it would be we more than likely we would not live. And now we're trying to defend and protest against what's happening. I'm just a little
I'm glad you
confused.
brought that up. I'm so glad you brought that up, because that is a very important point to bring out, right? Because this is stuff that's happened to black people, in black people's eyes all of our lives, right? We've
Yes.
always had to deal with police brutality.
Yes.
And they've been able to enjoy impunity as they kill, all of our people. So just imagine a world where they've already gotten to the point where there's no consequence for them murdering us in broad daylight on camera. They can still spin the narrative however they want. And now we've gotten to the point to where now they're able to kill white people. Not only white people, but white people who are actually contributing, like actually good, upstanding members of society.
And my
So
thing
if
is,
we've gotten to the point where
we
they're
can't pass. I
able
don't think
to
we can pass
respect
judgment on
impunity,
who's
but I think that
outstanding.
if we're able to get to that point where they can spin a narrative on someone who's clearly not a domestic terrorist there to cause maximum damage and massacre ICE agents. I mean, we can all agree that we saw with our own eyes that that's not what that person was doing. But if they can spin that story to where black people like you are okay with, okay, we'll let them do it. Go ahead. Now they get to experience what we've been experiencing all our lives. And guess what? They're able to get away with it. Do you think that is going to make it better for you? You think that's going to make
No.
your life easier? You think that
yeah, but
No,
law enforcement is going to become, now you're going to be the person who has the privilege when you're dealing with law enforcement?
No,
Like,
the only point I'm trying to make is if you believe that you are unbiased in your convictions and your righteous indignation would burn for any life lost, then you would have to recognize, okay, did you have this much like I said, righteous indignation when Charlie Kirk was killed? You may disagree with his views, but he was still alive. If you do
But it
agree,
wasn't by law enforcement, and it wasn't.
I'm just saying in general, political violence,
We
political
said
violence and all.
We're talking about
denounced that
law
also.
enforcement that we
Okay,
are
hold
paying
on.
their
You
salary.
said you
Hold on,
denounced
we are
that too?
hold on.
Okay.
But we did denounce
Okay.
that, but let's be very clear. Again, let's not conflate two things that do not even compare to each other, because we are paying ICE's salary. The taxpayers are paying the $74 billion that
And we
tax.
was also paying the Leering Center also. Our taxpayers were going to the Leering Center. So
okay, my thing
Now we're
is,
paying them
okay.
to assassinate American citizens. Is that what we're doing now?
So you tell me, hey, we're gonna do we're gonna do a moral comparison, right? I'm going to state something, and then I want you to give the moral equivalent to that. I'm going to say, so we're going to see who has which side who has more violent tendencies. My
We're not
first
talking about
representation.
violent
Hold on.
tendencies. We're talking about
Bro,
ICE and what they
okay,
have done.
and
You
what
are
they have
trying to
done.
make this about whataboutism, and we're talking
I'm
about what
not
has
trying to do
already
that.
actually happened. We're
I'm not
talking
trying to
about
do that. I'm trying to paint a point.
My
That's all
thing
I'm trying
is,
to do.
my
let's
thing,
talk about the
if
facts.
it,
Let's talk about what has
Okay,
already
so the
happened.
facts.
Let's talk
So
about
let's
this
see.
video that I'm
So
about to play right now. Is a video of a black person with a black person's accent getting harassed by an ICE agent at their own property. Let's talk about that. Let's watch this real quick,
that's an
and then you can
anomaly.
say,
That's
and
an
then
anomaly.
well, let's look at
Does
it.
it
And then
happen? Does it happen
let's
across the
look at
board?
it. Let's look at
wait a
it because
minute.
this is what was recorded.
It's
Let's
an
look at it,
anomaly.
and then we'll come back and you can give
Okay.
us whatever your reaction to it is. Let's look at it.
Okay.
Real
They're sitting here raiding the motherfucking house. Hey, you ain't supposed to smack him like that. The fuck is wrong with you? Hell no, man. I'm on my property. I ain't gotta listen to you. Hey, you ain't got a search warrant. You can't come over here, man. Hey, look, I got you all on camera right now. I'm on my private property. Hold on, man. For what? You interfering with money?
So a black person that you saying Trump is helping out so much is recording from their
No, that's a
porch.
That's a misinterpolation of what I'm saying. You're taking something that I said and you're placing it on this. I never said that. I made that point.
Okay, God, let me ask you this question.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you said that
Yes, ma'am.
that the black is happening to the white people now. They're getting what we got for so many years. Am I correct?
I'm playing devil's advocate. I don't mean it's tongue in cheek.
Okay.
But yes,
Now,
yes.
okay. Do you not know that they have denounced to them that they have total immunity? So if they feel that they can get away with the white folks for so long, you don't think they're gonna come for us?
When you say come for us, how and in what way?
What do you
Because
think the end goal
if they
is?
can do
What do
it,
you think the end goal is?
yeah, because if they do it to Caucasian people,
What do
those
you
are
think
supposed to be
Project
the most
2025 is?
those are supposed to be the chosen people of the country, according to the way the country's been going, right? They've always had more opportunity. We always say that they got white privilege. Well, now I'm afraid, because if they're just killing white people on the streets, what do you think they're going to do to you?
We're American citizens. We can.
That man was one too.
They
That
were
lady was one.
citizens. Daddy was a citizen. Good was
The man that we just played was
I-
American citizen on his own property. Just a
I
regular
understand.
black
Okay.
person.
Okay. Well, I'll give you a universal concept. My universal concept is don't impede.
So up the MAGA's ass that you
I'm not. Well, let me just hear my point. Like the lovely young ladies you have. Just hear my point and then respond. Don't say I'm up anybody's behind. Just
be like them, though.
okay. Well, in order for us to have some type of discourse where I understand your side, you can try to understand my side.
This
You
is
have.
what I'm saying. If MAGA is so out of touch with reality that when you
They
look
can
at,
be over
when
80
you
over
look
80
at-
over
when you
80
look at
million
the video
people.
footage in front
Okay.
of your face, you're still willing to make an excuse for it. Then I
I'm
don't.
not
really,
making an excuse.
There's no. What's the conversation? How can
I'm
we
not
have a
making an
conversation?
excuse. The video.
I just been saying to you, if they have the freedom and the privilege to go out here and kill white folks, harass white folks, beat up white folks, pepper spray them in their face, put stuff in their face, tackle them down, push them down, do whatever they want to do with them because they have no immunity. They can do what they want to do. There's no repercussions for what they're doing. What do you think they're going to do to us?
Can I answer your question?
Yes, I'm waiting for that answer.
Okay, I appreciate it. So what I'm saying is, in my worldview, universally, I think logic. If something is logical, you can place it universally, and if everybody follows it, it will coordinate with nature. So my universal concept is, can you let me finish? Just let me get this out, and then I'm gonna let you. I'll let you finish.
Let's just frame it correctly, because this is
all
not a real
okay.
worldview. This is a perfect worldview.
Okay. My perfect worldview. I just want to respond to what she said. So in my worldview, all of us, just not black people, but all people comply with what, let's say, law enforcement say. If they say, tell us to get out the road, we get out the road. If law enforcement tell us, hey, can you please exit your vehicle? I say it's better to be judged by 12 than carried by 6. If you feel like you're being untreated, I say fight it in the courts. Comply with what they're saying, and then we can fight it in the courts. I believe we will let. Hold on. Oh Jesus, I'm not gonna be able to finish. Let me just finish. Can I just finish? And then I promise I want to hear your opinion on this. I really do. But I'm saying, with my worldview, I believe that a lot of us will live. Now you flip it to the other side and you say, go out there, fight against what ICE is doing, fight against what law enforcement is doing. I think there's a higher probability that you will be shot or you will be seriously injured going against law enforcement. My worldview, I think you're going to live. If you comply and you do what they say, I think you will live.
We got the moral of the story. Tell me this.
Okay.
Have you researched the Holocaust?
Yes.
Okay, so you know how the Holocaust, you know how they were able to kill 11 million Jews?
Okay.
You know how that happened?
Well, break it down for me. I want to hear what your opinion on it is.
I didn't ask you what my opinion was. I said, do you know how it happened?
I'm going to say no. I want you to tell me how it happened.
Okay. It's because they started off indoctrinating people like you to say, you want to know what? If I just do what the people
Why do you
say
have to
do,
speak and add hominem to Kokui attacks? I'm not attacking your character.
No. You said that if you just obey the law, they were the law. If you just obey them.
So I'm a Nazi because I'm saying obey the law?
That's what all I'm saying is that's what the people were saying to themselves. If I just obey the law, not say nothing, do what I do, it ain't nothing that's at my front door because I'm not a Jew. So let me just not say nothing. If they ask to come in you can come in, you can look. I don't have no Jew. Y'all good? Okay, do you? And then guess what? 11 million Jews. Genocide.
Okay, but you're comparing Holocaust to somebody I guess essentially an addiction. I don't think those are the same.
Somewhere complacency is where it starts. Your mindset is where it starts. That's where it is able to build on top of what it is trying to create. It needs people like you.
Right, but why is everything dealt with in race? I don't understand that.
I'm not
Explain
even
that to
talking
me.
about your race. I'm talking about your mindset. People like you is exactly what
Like
it
you
needs
what?
to feed off
Because I
of.
disagree with you?
Who will say the police can do no wrong?
I never said that. I said fight it in a court. I never said that. You're straw manning the argument.
Okay.
If he owns the court, if he's over the court, he owns the all the systems.
It's a check and balance system. How is he?
And
How
there's
can he
no
own the court?
balances. There's no checks. There's no balances right now.
Then why can't he just do totally?
Okay, wait a minute.
I'm listening. I'm gonna let the young lady. I'm listening.
Okay. You just saw this video, right? Now,
Yes, ma'am.
He was on his property, on his porch. He was not out there with them. He was not in their face. He just yelled across from his porch. Why are you slapping him like that? They came in his yard on his property and attacked him. So you tell me that gentleman shouldn't have just stood there and looked and watched him beat the hell out of that guy and say nothing because they lost.
And turned his phone off.
He should have did the most logical thing in that situation and minded his own business.
And turned his phone off and not recorded what the police were doing.
No, I never said don't record. I never said don't record.
That's why
The police told him. They told him to go back into his house. He could have recorded without talking. He could have just recorded. Why is he yelling and
exercise his First Amendment right? The fuck? Are you scared of police now? What is going on here?
I'm not scared of police.
Tell you something, you just automatically gonna take you gonna do what the fuck they tell you to do?
You ain't gonna stand up for your rights?
No.
That man told him, "Do not come on his
property." I'm on my property.
Okay, you would have to look. Can I just explain something? I don't know what state that happened in. I would have to look at the judicial law and what it is and what it is to impede an investigation. I don't know the laws of that state.
I'm not impeding shit on my fucking on my lawn, on my property, recording on my property. I didn't even go out into the street. I'm recording on my property. You violate the law in real time, and you're mad.
But I'm saying he could have just recorded. He shouldn't have opened up his mouth. He could have.
But you're going. You're against the people. So you're against the people.
I'm not against the people, sir. I'm.
Wait a minute. Okay, so if somebody will whooping your behind.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You want them to just stand there and record? Don't say nothing. Don't even say, hey. Somebody can call the police.
Did I commit a criminal act? You're making a very broad statement. Did I commit a criminal act?
Wait a minute.
Don't know what happened.
Am I resisting arrest?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me finish. They beating your behind. You haven't done anything wrong. They seen you not do anything wrong. Okay.
Okay.
But you just
they just think that you because you brown, you need to prove your residency, but you don't have your papers on you, and they're not letting you go get your papers. So they throw you to the ground. Right. They throw you out of the car, throw you to the ground, start beating your ass. Somebody trying to help you. They say stop impeding. If you keep recording, you're impeding. What you saying then? You saying no, stop recording because I want them to continue beating me with no proof.
Well, okay, but will the beating happen if he was complying?
Wait a minute, hold on.
No, it don't matter. You didn't have time to comply.
It doesn't matter. It does matter.
Because you didn't have time to comply. You in your car.
It does matter. You have time. They give you one direct order.
No, the ICE agent said, open your fucking window, and you open your door, and you were like, hold on, wait, what's going on? Hold on. And you're trying to get yourself together, and then they bust the window, they pull you out the car, all this happening in real time, you don't know what's going on. You end up face down on the ground, somebody trying to record, trying to say, no, stop, don't do that to him. And what you doing? You saying, stop it, don't record me getting beat by ICE unlawfully. What's
okay, but you don't know if that's what led up. You don't know if ICE. You only saw the.
We're doing those hypotheticals that you like so much. So go ahead.
I didn't give a hypothetical. I gave my world view universally. That's all I did.
Okay. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. Let's just go ahead and go to the next slide.
No, let's not go there. Let's let him explain how he would feel if he was the one getting beat by ICE because he was black. And they wanted him to prove his residency, and he didn't have any time to get any of the papers out.
Okay, but you don't know if that was the case. But you can't make up a hypothetical. You can't.
Being the case, though, I want you to talk about it as if that was the case.
Okay, so if a hypothetical, if I'm illegal, I'm going to do your hypothetical. If I was illegal and I was not compliant,
you're legal. This is you. This is you.
But that's called the red herring fallacy. You're painting a totally different scenario in order for me to argue to strengthen your argument. I don't believe that's fair. You can't change all the parameters of the argument to fit your narrative and then expect me to argue it.
So the woman that was disabled that was carried into, wait a minute, because it's not outside of the realm of reality and what really actually happens. Because we can talk about many of the U.S. residents who were detained.
Let's say I'm illegal. Can we just say I'm illegal? I'm illegal.
No, because there are legal residents, legal U.S. citizens, one namely that was disabled, that was carried from her car on her way to a doctor's appointment.
Okay.
And she said one man said move, another one said stop.
And she's in the middle of an intersection.
One said move out of the way. She called to move. Another one say stop. Then they break her window, snatch her out, but she ain't done nothing wrong. And they detain her and slam her into the car and put handcuffs on her. Now you telling me that's supposed to be legal? She should have just listened to what they say. When two people, you can hear it. Two of them saying, one saying go, another one said no, stop. And
who is this? What story was this? I don't know what you're referencing.
It was a woman that was on her way. She was leaving her house on her way to a doctor's appointment. They stopped her. She said, okay. She said, what I do wrong? They said, you need to move. She said, okay. And another one said, don't move. Another one said, go ahead and move, ma'am. and I'm gonna break your window out if you don't. So she go to take off. They said, "Oh no, don't you move!" Pow! Broke
Oh,
her
you're talking
window.
about the lady that was shot in Minnesota.
No, not
No, it
her.
was another one. Okay.
It was another one, and they drug her out of the car. She was autistic and she was handicapped, and
Okay.
they snatched her out of the car, and she was.
I got the video
So
right here.
can I ask you guys a question? How would you handle? I'm gonna ask you a two-part question. How would you handle illegal immigration? And then my second question, follow-up question, will be, what would you do with
Same
people
way
that
Obama
are impeding and being
Same way
non-compliant?
Obama did. The same way Obama did. My answer to all of that is the same way Obama did, because
What did Obama do?
He did what he did was deport the most illegal immigrants in United States history.
Yeah,
and he
and
did it in a
the
way, and
ACLU
he
also
did it
filed
in
a
a
case
way-
against him.
They did. They did.
Said it was they said it was inhumane with what he was doing.
Exactly. He still did it without what he's doing, without killing any one American
It didn't
citizen.
matter.
He still did it without killing not one American citizen. He did it without having to invade not one American city with military force.
What was he battling these type of agitators?
Within the parameters of the law.
But he wasn't. He was not dealing with these type of agitators or protesters.
Goddamn. No,
He was.
no.
Okay.
No, he
I'm
wasn't,
trying
because
to
he
explain to you. He wasn't dealing. The times is
using
different.
humane
It's a different
tactics.
temperature.
He was
What
using
humane?
way more-
He got a case against the LCLU. Filed a case. At what humane? They said it was inhumane. Their exact words. What are you talking about? They said it was inhumane.
They said it was inhumane, but guess what? He was still able to get past that case because it didn't have any legs on it. He still moved past it. He still was able to deport.
There was no. It's a blemish. It's not. It wasn't a case. It tarnishes his record. It tarnishes his record.
Let's talk at one time so that the audience can hear you guys, because
He
if y'all
still
talk at the same
deported
time, we
the
can't
amount
hear you.
of.
Yes, ma'am.
He still deported the most amount of immigrants, and he did it within the parameters of the law. So you can say whatever you want to say, but at the end of the day, no American citizen has gotten killed under Obama's administration as he was deporting the most illegal immigrants in American history. No city had to be militarized under his administration in efforts to deport the most illegal immigrants in American history. Okay, so you can say what you want to say, but at the end of the day, Trump hasn't even touched the amount of illegal immigrants that were deported under Obama's administration, and look at how many people have already died.
Okay. Are you ready? Okay. I'm going to let you go, and then I'm going to respond.
Okay, I want to ask you.
Okay. Okay. Can I just respond? It's just 1 second, ma'am. I just got to respond. So, how many detainees under Obama's so-called deportation tactics died? I think that's relevant.
87 people.
How many?
87 out of 10 out of
that is a lot of people. I think you said one death. One death is enough.
In Trump's first four, but like I said,
one death is enough. I don't know.
Those aren't American citizens. Those are immigrants. But
so they don't matter. Okay, that makes sense. They don't matter. They're not American citizens. Okay, that makes sense.
Those matter, but at the end of the day, none of those people who are American citizens came here illegally, and they were following the law, and they were contributing to American society. So
when you say he did it perfectly, you have no idea the amount of civil rights groups that spoke out against Obama.
I said he was able.
All you have to do is research all of the civil rights groups, all of these so-called human right activists. They were all against Obama and what he was doing.
And did he still get it done?
It doesn't matter. Detainees died. Any life lost, you said, matters.
How many American citizens died?
How many Obama put? How many children that Obama put in cages?
He's the one that made the cages, ma'am.
No.
Ma'am, a lot.
No.
Okay,
what's
I'm
the
looking.
number? And where's cite your source?
A lot.
Trump put them cages up first.
No, ma'am, that's highly inaccurate. Let's go to Google. Let's go to Google.
Wait a minute.
I'm about to Google it now.
Let's
was
see.
before, Trump was before Obama. Obama came after.
Let me share my
Trump
screen.
Trump
so we
was
can do
before
it in real
Obama. Ma'am,
time.
you're wrong. When was Obama president? When was Obama elected president? I think you got your dates mixed up. Trump was not before Obama. You got your dates mixed up.
Okay, I mean,
Please go research.
After Obama. I'm sorry.
No. It's okay.
I apologize.
Obama made the cages.
No,
That's
he did not. Trump had the cages.
Ma'am.
For those children. For adult
Ma'am,
children that
go
cross
show me
border.
the photo in which you're referencing with the cages. Look at the date.
Pull it up,
What's the question
Ma'am,
that
go
we
look
asked?
at the date, please. I'm begging you. Look at the date.
Okay, y'all, hold on one sec, guys. They're asking who put the kids in, who put the immigrants in cages first.
Trump or Obama?
Trump or Obama? Yeah, let's just
The
look
children,
it up.
not the people, children.
No, we're talking. All right. I'm gonna let you. Whatever.
Oh, who started
Okay.
cages for kids? Okay, let me do for children. Let me just be.
Can we do source? No, we're not. We're doing cages. Who put the cages there? That's a general argument.
Who started cages for
okay.
children?
I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I ain't trying to.
God say he's sorry, y'all. Please forgive me.
Okay, so the
Let
question
me
of who
live a little
started the
bit, guys.
cages.
I guess.
Let's see. The Obama administration 2014 bill.
There we go.
They used the chain
There we
link
go.
cage-like enclosures to hold
There we go.
unaccompanied minors during surge
There we
in
go.
migration in 2014. These facilities were designed for temporary short-term holding.
There we go.
Administration 2018 implemented zero tolerance policy that resulted in the separation of
Yeah.
thousands
No
of
cages. No cages.
But wait a minute, hold on, because there's a distinction. There's a
Oh
distinction
no.
being
Are
made.
you about to gaslight? It sounds like you're about to gaslight.
No, 'cause it says Trump administration implemented a zero tolerance.
What did that have to do with the cages? I knew you were going to gaslight. It's got nothing to do with the cages. I told you, Obama. Obama was the one that started it.
Okay,
See,
y'all gotta give him his hey, listen, he
was
called
right.
it. Obama did it, so we gotta give it to him.
Obama started it, but you want to know if
Yes.
Trump ramped it up. He said
No, he didn't. He never used cage. No tolerance. So if you were to get arrested, if I have my child, God has blessed me with two beautiful children, one on the way. If never happened, if I'm dealing drugs and the cops arrest me for dealing drugs and I have my child in the car, will we be separated? We're going to be separated. That's how it works. You cannot keep, unless you want to put that child in a jail cell with the parents, you have to separate the children from the parents. In common law, that's what happens. When you commit an illegal act, you have to separate them.
Listen.
Why didn't you
We
send
can't
the parents
we
and
can't.
them back?
Hold on. I'm sorry, Foxy, but at the end of the day, it is not that black and white to say that it is okay. And see, this is the stuff that I'm talking about when you talk about people being able to get away with a genocide of people, is when you are saying that, okay, well, within the guidelines of the law, if there is a zero tolerance policy, then thousands of children should be, based off the law, separated from their families. No, we are a nation, the most powerful nation in the country, and we allow people to come in. Maybe it wasn't under his administration, but these people were allowed to come into the country, and to just say, okay, well, who cares if y'all were allowed to come here? I'm just going
Do you know why? Do you know how many were let in?
We have to, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, no, it does. And this is the reason why it matters. Do you know what faction of the black community votes?
Let me
What
tell
percentage
you,
of black? No. Just answer my question first.
I get what you're saying. The Mexicans are taking over the black vote, which is what.
There we go. So they won't need you. They are trying to mark you out.
I got that. But listen, that is not.
So once they make it legal for illegal immigrants to vote, there will be no point for black people to get anything. That's what they're trying to get. And you just said you understand.
What's your name? God Family Trump. Answer this question.
I'm listening.
Is it a illegal immigrants problem that a black person decided not to go to the voter poll? Because do they still not, whether illegal is here or not, do they still not have every right to go to the voter poll?
We have a chip in the game. The chip in the game is they still hold on. Let me tell you, please.
Okay.
They still have to jockey for position in order to get. They have to give us something in order for us to give them our vote. So we get something, even if it's a small slice of the pie. We get something. If you bring in the illegal immigrants and you give them nationalization to where they can vote, there would be nothing that they need from us anymore. And I don't think our community understands that. As soon as they get enough illegal immigrants in and they are able to sway the masses the way they want to with illegal immigration, I promise you, there would be nothing that black people, they will need from black people anymore. They are using the illegal immigrants to replace us. And you guys can't see that.
We are not opposed to illegal immigrants being deported. I think that you keep
okay, so we agree on that front. So what ICE is doing, regardless of their tactics, we need it.
No. We're not going to skirt the law, and we're not going to circumvent being able to allow American citizens to exercise their constitutional rights just because you want to remove a couple of illegal aliens who may at some point in the future have a right to vote. I mean, and they may not. I mean, the truth of the matter is that, let's be very honest, they're not going to have a right to vote. No illegal alien is going to ever have the right.
They're trying to in California. It's been blocked multiple times. They're trying to change it. California is becoming a rogue state. Minnesota, Seattle, these places are becoming rogue states, and as soon as
all the blue states are rogue now, huh?
No. I'm not saying all of the blue states, but you see it. They made a so-called, utopia in Seattle.
But at first,
where they tried to
all the black people jobs. Like, what is the real reason why we need to get rid of all the illegals? Because
let me explain economics
in the future.
Okay, I'm just gonna explain economics to you for a second. The reason why Americans, just not black Americans, do not want to work these low-end jobs is because the pay for them is very, very low. What we need to, instead of fighting so-called protesting illegal immigration, we need to fight for the minimum wage to be raised. Companies on average make at least 20 to 25% more than they did the previous year. Where I work at, my company made 15 million that fiscal year. The following year they made close to 30 million. Did we see any residual in our pockets? No, we did not. We need to demand all of these companies that are making an influx of money, we need to force them to raise a minimum wage. If you make agricultural jobs $25 to $35 an hour, hold on. All right, it's your turn. Go. I'm trying to drop some knowledge. Okay, go.
No, because I'm about to drop some knowledge on you.
Okay, go, please.
You think that Trump, who has just enacted
I'm not talking about Trump.
The worst, ugliest bill in American history, called the Big Beautiful Bill, who just enacted the biggest transference of wealth from the middle class to the rich, to the richest people in the world. If you think that that's the person that is going to be the one who raises minimum wage, are you?
I never said Trump. You're so stuck on politics. I never said Trump. I'm talking about in general. The reason why the illegal immigration is driven up is because they can get these people to work low wage jobs. If you take away that incentive.
So you think allowing him to run amok with these ICE agents is going
I'm not talking about politics right now.
Wait, no, I'm just saying, do you think that, follow the law, let ICE do whatever the fuck they want to do, go run amok across the nation as domestic terrorists, let them do that, and then we can go ahead and address the minimum wage for just average Americans, because then once we have all the illegal immigrants out and Trump knows that he has our undying loyalty and is going to let him do whatever he wants with impunity, then he's going to allow for us to be able to
I'm trying to come up with a comprehensive plan outside of politics. I do not care about Trump. I do not care about any Democratic nominee. I'm trying to give the people a reasonable a comparison. I understand that, but right now I'm trying to give the people, the truth and how economics work.
Okay,
Everything.
we know how, but you got to understand, it does have to do with law. Certain things gonna have to still deal with the administration and the law for any of that to happen for the economy.
Okay,
You know,
but
okay.
protesting illegal immigration, we need to be protesting them giving illegals incentives to come here to work because they know they can work for a very low wage, and that's why the people are hiring them. But if you take that away, the government would then be forced, and the employers would then be forced to pay their workers more.
To invest more in AI, which what they're doing right now.
How can AI do agricultural work? How can AI do plumbing or electrical work? AI only goes to the extent.
They're about to show you. They're about to show you.
They're about to show you with all these robots.
Yeah, they're about to show you.
The robots can do everything.
Okay,
so the
you
robots
just
can
said,
even
you said all these illegals came over here, right?
You're about to
Okay,
see.
then they fly some illegals from South Africa over here.
With free.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Wait a minute. They flew
The
over
South
here.
Africans.
The
You know
South
who they're talking
Africans,
about.
the white South Africans.
Don't act like you don't hear her.
I'm trying to listen. I don't know what she's saying until I hear a complete point.
Okay, they flew over. We keep talking about the illegals, illegal. Well,
Yes, ma'am.
They just went and flew over white South Africans over here that was illegal and gave them jobs, money, and housing.
Why?
And
They were refugees. They were fleeing persecution. Do you know what's going on in the government with Boko Haram?
So what
You better represent for them white South Africans.
Okay, I'm not representing. I'm speaking truth. It's not representing.
Wait a minute. You do know the white South Africans took over the black South Africans, right? And made them enslaved, right?
I'm sorry. Say it again, ma'am.
I said you do know the white South Africans.
White South Africans
were the ones that took over the black South Africans' land, and they finally fought back to get it back.
That's called apartheid.
And then they finally fought back to get their land back. That's why the white South Africans are coming to the United States. And you said
they don't want to be on the other end of the totem pole.
Right.
Okay, so you're saying okay, hold on. I'm trying to get the gist of what you're saying. So apartheid, you're saying that white people were committing apartheid against black people, so segregating and discriminating against black people in Africa, because that's what apartheid is. So how was that happening? I want you to explain that to me.
Okay, I want you to.
We're not going to explain that on tonight's show.
I mean, you said they're committing apartheid against black people in Africa.
Google, ChatGPT, all that stuff is real, and you seem like a very educated person, even though you are coming off as you're trying to force yourself to believe whatever this is that you're.
I'm not. I'm trying to come to an understanding. I'm understanding some points on you guys.
Okay, look, I want you when you get off with us. I want you
yes,
to
ma'am.
go and Google apartheid in South Africa. Okay, and you tell me. No. I want you to go and Google and do your research on the history of apartheid in South Africa.
Ma'am, I know the history.
Okay,
and
if you know the history, then you know the white South Africans was taking over the black South Africans' land. And they
didn't give them any land.
Right, and then they finally got it back. That's why the white South Africans have come over here, because they don't have any more farmland, because we finally got our land back.
Well, they're called Afrikaners.
Right.
Okay.
And they don't even want to.
But that's just a broad summary. There's a lot more to it.
But they come over here illegal, and they flew them over here and gave them everything.
Okay, because ma'am,
let me finish. I haven't said anything to a lot through this whole thing that y'all two been talking. This is my turn.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you have sat back and you talked about all the illegal immigrants, where they was illegal. They came over here. They gave them everything they wanted. The same thing that the other illegals came over here and got. But y'all ain't saying nothing about them. They okay. But the other ones, because they brown skin, they wrong. They need to go back. But the white ones come over here. It's okay.
Okay, ma'am, what I'm trying to understand, you said apartheid. I'm trying to understand what you mean by that. Apartheid has
Well, let's
gone,
take
has been
apartheid out of it. Let's take out. I mean, whatever you want to call it. I call it apartheid. You call it apartheid.
was
Whatever you want to
apartheid.
call it.
It was
Let's say this.
apartheid.
Let's say it
Okay.
wasn't that. Let's say it wasn't that. Do they still deserve to come over here as refugees when Trump has decided to turn off all refugee
From other countries?
from all black and brown countries?
Okay,
And we're
so
still paying them. I mean, they're getting a better deal than even the people who come in as refugees. They're getting like everything.
They
Just
got housing.
the silver platter.
They got a housing. Look, they were
Is that
born
okay?
here. They were got housing. They getting food stamps, and they getting money for how many children per child? They getting $1,000 some per child. Per child.
okay,
And that's
well,
our money. But then they brought them over here illegal, and there were 85 of them, and they was talking about bringing over 800 more. There's 800 applications still pending, trying to come over from South Africa over here in the United States. And it was stated by the Trump administration that they were going to bring them over here and they're going to rapidly make them a United States citizens.
okay. I do not know the expropriation. Okay, can I just explain the Expropriation Act? I have not read it enough extensively. This is what you guys are referring to, that a small group of white Africans owns a large portion of South Africans' land. And this act is supposed to, and well, let me just explain. And this act is supposed to.
It wasn't a small. It was
Okay, a lot. Okay, large. I'm not disagreeing with you on that front. What I'm saying is that the government of South Africa is going and they're slaughtering these people, these white people. If they do want to, redo what colonialism did, I don't think they should go about it this way. You're here talking about ICE. Well, I think slaughtering people, going in there with machetes, because they use machine guns, but their weapon of choice is machetes, and just chopping up white people and taking their land back in the name of
Wait a minute, I want you to go in and read up on Mandela. I want you to read up on Mandela, and I want you to read up on
how were they able to even get their land in the first place?
They was doing it.
How you think they got the land in the first place?
They was doing exactly what they did back to them to get their land back.
And if they didn't want to work for them, you just got to face the consequences.
I know the history.
Okay, yeah. I'm not saying you know the history.
If you don't want to do what we just did for you, if you don't want to do what you got to face the consequences we had to face.
Right.
Well,
what? And I did the history. I was around when Mandela was around.
Okay, well, I like I said, I don't know the Expropriation Act. I haven't read up on that extensively to what you guys are referencing. I do know, however, that they are to a certain extent being persecuted. So that's all I can say. I don't have all of the information on there.
So I mean, you should have your own people back before you have they back, though. Period.
He did. What did he do about the Christians? In Nigeria. Listen. I do.
But the fact that he has said that, okay, well, South Afrikaners can come here with whatever they want, but black and brown people can't, should bother you.
He said the black South Africans cannot come. He was trying to deploy the black South Africans back to Africa.
Listen, I'm not saying I totally, like I said, I would need to read up more on what's been going on over there. I can't speak on something I don't know 100% of. And the act, I can't speak on it. What I do know, and I recognize what Trump did, is that the persecution of African Christians, he went and sent our military over there to to assist and help them.
That was a ruse. That was not.
No,
that was fake.
No, he went over there to get the oil. He said it out of his own mouth.
So
and killed regular people that didn't have shit to do with that stuff.
So who did he kill? You got tell me, because you guys are informing me. Who did he kill?
He said he killed some of the Nigerians over there. They bombed.
Yeah, regular people.
What's a bomb gonna do?
Okay, he bombed people.
Yeah, he bombed. Damn.
Oh, okay. God is trolling now, y'all. So
I'm not trolling. I'm asking you to explain.
You're trolling at this point because you're too educated to not know what's going on with the bombing and.
I mean, I do, but you guys you're making it seem like it was bad. There was a group.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Okay.
He bombed Syria. He bombed Nigeria. He bombed Venezuela. He bombing these places.
I'm talking about in reference to the Christians being persecuted.
Wait a minute. You bombing these people and don't think that other innocent bystanders are going to get bombed with them? Do you know what a bomb can do?
Okay, ma'am.
And you say, who did they kill? People.
Ma'am, I never said who did they kill. Those words never come. I'm asking you, in coordination with him defending the Christians, you're saying he just bombed random Africans.
It took him 3 bombs to take down one little fish boat. It took him 3 bombs to just take down the little fish boat that couldn't possibly smuggle the drugs that they were alleging that they were smuggling into the United States because they didn't even have enough gas to get here.
And where's the evidence of the drugs? That's what I want.
Okay. Well, Trump, I think Trump defending Africans, Christian Africans. I have family, I have friends, and I have family, and I have friends.
I love him for that.
And that's
good. Trump all the way. We get it. We understand. That's what I'm saying. It's just
so you guys love history. So let's get into our history. In 1964, right? Or let's go back. Let's go before 1964. W.E.B. Du Bois, Booker T. Washington, when they were going out, at it, who
wrong.
Oh no. I'm asking you a question. Who would you guys agree with?
Really don't
W.E.B. Du Bois or Booker T. Washington?
Okay, it's like 1:15, y'all.
Booker T. Washington or W.E.B. Du Bois? It's a good conversation.
I understand.
Yeah, but
we kind of been here like 4 hours almost.
Yeah. You trying to find the aha moment that's just not.
I'm not trying to find. I'm asking you a question. I don't have get your moments. I already have my get your moment with the cages, and I'm done. I got one, and I'm done.
That is not.
So I'm asking you a genuine question. Moment. It's not. It's not. Okay, I agree. I agree 100%. Okay. W.E.B. Du Bois or Booker T. Washington? You guys know history. So which side would you be on? Why is there so much silence? I'm so confused right now.
Because I'm still trying to figure out what you're talking about.
I mean,
it's extremely simple. You guys,
his moment because
you guys, you okay, if you want to, you guys said you know history. I'm asking which philosophical thought would you agree with? I'll help you out. Booker T. Washington, who was a slave, said we should become more industrialized, not worry so much about civil rights. W.E.B. Du Bois said, no, we should become educated. Don't worry about trades. Don't worry about becoming industrialized and work on civil rights. So I'm asking you today, which train of thought would fit more into America's system?
I don't
W.E.B. Du Bois or
I don't agree with either one of them because I think we need both.
Right.
Okay, I agree. I agree 100% with you. I agree 100% with you. Only point I'm trying to make is Booker T. Washington. Do you remember the Alabama Compromise? That famous speech, "Cast your buckets where you stand." I know you guys know your history.
I do. Go ahead.
Okay, so everyone here knows the famous speech by Booker T. Washington. I don't know if you read his book autobiography, Up from Slavery. Brilliant piece of manuscript. So cast your buckets where you stand. Booker T. Washington believed that if black people were to simply, I guess you could say, assimilate into the system, the white system, that eventually civil rights would come. But for the meantime, we should have became more industrialized. We should have worked on, land, securing patents for the inventions that we have, other things outside of civil rights, because they believe.
How can you secure land when you wouldn't even consider the person? A lot of land was accumulated, and every time land was accumulated, every time blacks were prosperous, what did people do? They burned cities down.
Absolutely, I'm not disagreeing. Only thing
So I grew up where I saw the crosses.
I don't trust no
Wait a
one
minute, wait a
person's
minute, wait a minute.
ideology is what
Let me
is what
let
it
me
boils
say
down
this.
to.
Let me say this. I grew up where
Okay.
I saw the crosses burn in the front yard. If we try to go against anybody white, I grew
Yes,
up where
ma'am.
when it came time for me to vote, and if I didn't vote the way they wanted to, they would rip it up and ball it up in my face and tell me what you're going to do about it. Number 3, I had to go through, months and months and months just to get a house to live in. Me and my mother and my sibling, just to move into
Yeah.
a house that we had to go through, and we had land, but they carried us through hoops and bounds. It took us almost a year just to put a trailer on our own fucking land.
Mm-hmm.
So know.
Okay. So can you do that today? If you were to buy a trailer, could you put it on your own land today?
Yes, I can.
You could. So
Yes,
what rights? So what rights? Why are we so angry? What rights
Because
don't we have?
let's be very clear though. Let's hold on. Let me say something
That
about
was the
this.
Jim Crow era, and that we have progressed since the Jim Crow era some. And I'm saying
Well,
all,
we've progressed, but let's think about the generations and generations before us that could have been able to build their own generational wealth for all of us,
Right.
and where we would be if that was the case.
If
We
they
are
can
so
burn
much
down
far
everything.
behind. You can say we have the same opportunities, but the truth of the matter is, you like economy and you like economics, then you know
Yes, I do.
that is a lie. You
What is
know
a
that the
lie?
black community
What
is
country has
nowhere.
produced more
You
black
know that the
billionaires?
black. You know
We're
that
so
the black.
racist. We're
I'm
so
talking
racist
about as a whole. You know
as
that
a
the
whole.
black
Okay.
community who built this country,
Yes.
our blood, sweat, and tears is what built this country. You know that we are way far behind most every race that is populated here.
Yes, because we still haven't come together. We rather
Wait a minute.
okay.
Black
I'm listening.
Wall Street. What happened with Black Wall Street? History. Black
Yeah,
Wall Street.
Tulsa, Oklahoma, we had hospitals, we had stores, we had schools. And because, they accused a young black man of just talking to a woman in an elevator, they decided to go out and they went and rioted, and they supposedly they used all sorts of things, planes that some said they dropped a bomb. Yes, I'm very familiar with my history. They destroyed it.
For one black person, they destroyed all of Black Wall Street. All of Black Wall Street. And they dared us to even try to rebuild.
Yeah, but
every time we try to rebuild somewhere, blacks try to rebuild somewhere, what happens?
And it was systematic. Let's be very clear.
It's different. It's different right now to where white people are no longer destroying our communities. It is ourselves destroying our communities. So Malcolm X said one of the most truest statements ever. Who taught you to hate yourselves? And that's what I think. I think we genuinely hate ourselves.
They did, because they taught us to hate ourselves, because you want to know what? Even with your rhetoric, you obviously
I don't have a rhetoric. I'm sitting here trying to understand your point. When you disparage somebody, you can't get anywhere doing that. You close the door off to opportunities that we could have.
But listen, you were so quick. Someone who knows nothing about the Afrikaners, the white Afrikaners, you were so quick to form a defense for them.
I'm not forming. I just said I don't know. Okay, then you break down the act.
You start to say that we're the worst. We're our worst enemy.
We are our worst enemy.
Like you, and how do you?
If we can manage to come together and stop. If we can manage to come together, because you guys suffer from teacher-parent syndrome. There's 3 types of people in this world which can translate to parents. If you go to a class, if your teacher calls you and they say, hey, your student is acting bad, you come to that classroom, you see the whole class acting bad. The first parent goes and say, well, why are you calling me? All of these kids acting bad, followed by the second parent who blames the teacher for all of the students acting bad. The rarest parent in the world is that parent that takes their child, corrects their child, and then they tell, and then when they correct, then
I
just broke it down, taking responsibility.
But But you're talking about what you do for your family, for yourself,
No,
in a
I'm not.
selfish
I didn't say
manner.
anything
What are
about
you
my
doing for
family.
the black
I
community?
didn't
Do
say
you
anything
go
about my
around to
family.
different? Do you go around to different
Sir,
black families
sir,
and
I do
say,
a heck of a
"Hey,
lot. Yeah, yeah, I
okay,
do.
well, what?
I do, sir.
Tell us, what do you do?"
Sir, I do a lot. I was in the Brother to Brother program. I was in the Talented 10. Do you know what any of those mentorship programs are?
I don't.
You can't.
Enlighten us.
Okay, you need research them, but I will enlighten you. These are mentorships, especially the Talented 10. You know that terminology comes from W.E.B. Du Bois, where he said you just needed that small percentage of black people to come together, and they would change, the economical
Oh, so the
standings
people
in the
have
black
to join the
community.
program to become
No,
associated with you.
that's not what I'm. Don't
Okay,
red herring what I'm saying.
I got
That's
you.
not what I'm saying. All I'm saying
As
that
long as
this.
they pass the bureaucracy and the red tape and they get approved to join the program, then you can
No.
associate
I don't
yourself
know.
with them. I get it. I
I
understand.
don't know what you're talking about. The program is like a bit. It's
Yeah.
almost like the Big Brother
Uh-huh.
program, to where
Okay.
you take kids
Uh-huh.
that are not well off as other kids that come from bad communities, who
Yeah, where
don't have
they
a
come
father
and
or a
seek
mother in
where
the
they
home.
come and seek guidance, right?
Yeah,
What
where
about the
they seek
people
guidance.
that
Yeah.
don't have the guidance to even know to come seek it? What are the average African Americans that you are referring to that are the reason for why you feel that the black people are their own worst enemy?
Over.
What are you doing to
Well,
those people?
first,
Not the people who are trying to make a change in their kids' lives and all that
none of
stuff.
these kids
What are
care
you
about
doing to the
changing.
people? Okay, well, how do you know that?
None of them, because I talk to them every single day. None of them care about changing.
If you live in a broke down neighborhood,
Yes, ma'am.
and your school is no good, you're not really
It's
you're not really learning anything at school. Everything
school
around
choice.
you,
It's not
You
true.
have
School
black
choice.
people
You
who
do not
judge
have to
you.
stay. You don't have to
everything
stay
You have a
within your.
black hierarchy within
but
your
let
own.
me finish up, guys. Everything
Okay.
around you is desolate, broke down, nasty,
Whose fault is that?
old.
Look,
It's the government's fault because they
look,
pay taxes also.
look.
But just because they
Do
don't
you
own
know how?
no,
Do you
just
know
because,
how? Do you know how the government is set up? Hold on.
Self-hatred.
It's a block
Self-hatred.
fund. Each municipality and county is given a block fund. So let's say
Self-hatred.
the representatives of that state decide, okay, out of the 280 million, I'm just using a rough number. Out of 280 million, we'll put 80 million toward.
Hold on,
Okay,
sir.
I'm trying to break it down for you. Okay.
Let our
Okay.
host speak. This is our show. Let her
Okay,
speak.
understand.
Yeah,
I'm
'cause
sorry.
I've just been quiet and let you guys talk.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm listening. I'm
and we
listening.
need to talk one at a time so that the audience can understand us. And you're taking this into a whole nother direction of what I'm saying, because now
Yes,
you want to
ma'am.
break down about economics. And what I'm saying is,
Okay.
a black kid cannot aspire to be, don't have the incentives to be successful in their neighborhoods as a white kid does. Okay.
What do you mean? Can you tell me what you mean by incentives, please?
Okay, well, when I say incentives, a decent place to live, activities for them to attend to instead of just hanging out in the streets.
And so a good community is going to make.
Getting in trouble, like what you're doing, mentorships. Don't try to act like black people are just lazy
I never said that.
and we're not getting ahead, and it's our own fault. Yes, some of it is our fault, but some of it is the community around us that
It's
have left black
systematic.
neighborhoods.
Okay,
that
what
have left
system?
black-
Okay,
Look at
what
what the
system?
media. Look
for-
at what the
for
media
years.
promotes for black people to aspire to. Sexy Reds, Megan the Stallions.
Okay,
All
now you're speaking my language. Okay.
But that's what I'm
rappers.
saying. This is
It's just-
systematic.
it's
And
systematic
being a
racism.
And then you got some, then you got some children that their parents can't get out of the neighborhood. You keep saying there are better schools. Some parents can't get out of the neighborhood they're in.
No, you don't have to. It's pro-choice. It's school choice. You can get out of your.
I'm sure they would. I'm sure
Ma'am,
they would.
I have children,
I'm sure
ma'am.
they would choose that school. I'm sure they would choose that school. If their parent didn't have to work 2 or 3 jobs.
and based on your salary, based on your,
No.
I mean, there's probably a lot of things
That's not how.
Based on a lot of things.
No.
Your zip
That's
code.
Okay, ma'am, it's not. They took that away. I'm trying to explain to you guys. I have kids.
In my state right now,
Yes, ma'am.
they're taking funding from education and giving it to the damn private schools, and the kids
A $10,000 free grant voucher.
Ma'am, that doesn't make ma'am. What you're saying is
that go to public school will be.
Ma'am, what you're saying is false. Private schools do not receive government funding. That's why they're private.
In my state.
That doesn't make sense. Private schools don't receive government funding.
Look it up. State of Texas. Look it up.
Okay, I'm gonna look it up. This is new to me.
It's a school voucher.
Look,
What does a school voucher have to do with government funding? Your host made
the government
X dollars.
The government is funding the voucher.
No, they don't. It's a it's a privatized school.
Look it up. Look it up. Look it up.
Okay,
Look it up.
I'm looking.
Look it up. My gracious.
Texas.
Washington D.C., Virginia, Maryland. I live in
a
the
lot of
DMV
states.
area.
Any state in
Okay,
the
so-
South. Most states in the South are
That's how they able to launder this
they're
money.
taking taxpayer dollars and giving them to private schools.
Exactly.
And the other public schools.
No, it isn't. Private schools, normally you have to pay tuition fees. That's how they're funded, or private donations. I have no idea on where do you guys get your information? What private school receives government subsidy?
We live in a state that does it. That's
Okay,
why.
tell me the
That's
school.
the
Okay,
reason
awesome.
why.
Tell me the private school that receives government
Why don't
government
you just
funding,
look
please.
up? Why don't you just?
I'm
look
trying.
up
Tell me the school.
The Texas, $10,000.
No, tell me the school, the private school. Give me the name of the private school.
You can go to any. You can go to any school that you want private. That has a tuition, and that $10,000 will go towards that tuition. So if you're rich, guess what? That's just an extra $10,000 for you. Guess what? If you're not rich, that $10,000, you think that's gonna still pay for the damn tuition for a private school for good education? No, it's not. But you're definitely helping those rich people out. So go ahead and look it up.
Okay, do you guys know what the difference between a grant and the so-called
It's not a
voucher is?
grant,
That
it's a
private school,
voucher.
I'm trying to explain. I'm not saying it's a grant. Private schools, because my children go or went to private school, now they go to a charter school. They give grants. So if you do not make, you don't reach that threshold of income, or you're not in that certain tax bracket, you can qualify to get help from a grant. It's nothing to do, with what you guys are talking about.
That's why it's not a grant, because it's a voucher.
Sir. Okay. Do you know? Well, let me break down. Do you know what is a school voucher? And then maybe I can understand the point that you guys are trying to make.
Kids. You tell me what a voucher is. You
Okay,
educate me.
Okay, a
I'm tired
voucher
of
will
having to
constitute.
educate you.
I appreciate you. We'll educate each other. Well, I mean, essentially, it's almost like you said. It's almost like it's a grant. It's just to help cover tuition costs, basically. So that's what a voucher is. It covers a certain percentage of the tuition costs. But with the voucher, from my knowledge, I believe it is taxpayer funded. Some of them. So it is a little bit different than
when I cast my vote, they asked
Yes,
me.
ma'am.
They asked me to vote on whether or not I want to help private schools with school vouchers.
Okay, can you
It
see
was
it?
on the ballot. Okay.
Can you see the chat? Can you see the chat?
It's a voucher is a
Yeah, I'm reading.
instrument.
It's a Maryland private schools. Hold on, let me read it to you. Maryland private schools receive government funding primarily through the Boost Scholarship Program, federal Title I services for eligible students in specialized institutions like the Seed School of Maryland, which is a public boarding school.
Okay, but you guys see what I mean? That it's not.
But that's federal. That's government funding. It didn't say you said that.
I know, but it does. It goes to the voucher program. It's not directly going to the school. They're not the government. The taxpayers' money is not directly going to the school. That's what I'm trying to say.
Answer this: what family is going to disproportionately benefit from an act like that?
And stop playing
And act like what?
And stop playing with words with
That
us.
I'm not playing with words with you.
That offers a $10,000 grant or a voucher or whatever you want to call it to be able to choose whatever school you want to, in whatever if it's a
But you
charter
don't have
school.
to go to a private
But
school.
what
You
I'm
can
saying
go to a public
exactly
school
that
in
I
another
just said
district.
that's what I just said that. I
Oh,
said
okay,
any school
okay.
you want to. I said, but who's going to disproportionately benefit
Wait a
from
minute, and
a
then
program like that?
wait a minute, and then also there's you said that they certain
Who's going to
areas.
benefit? Hold on, wait a minute, Foxy. I just want him to answer that question. Who's
Okay.
going to benefit from a program? Who's going to disproportionately benefit from a program like that?
Middle class, the middle class will 100% benefit from that because I'm middle class and
Will
I
benefit
benefited
from it,
from.
but guess what? Are you still? I mean, you still have to pay out of pocket, and if you're not a millionaire or like a $500,000 heir,
It's not true. Okay, so let me break down how the scholarship work. I'm going to go off of strictly grants. So let's say my kid's tuition is $90,000 a year. With the grant, it pays a certain quarter of that. So we only end up paying, let's say maybe for two kids, maybe $500 a month for a $90,000 a year school. It cuts your tuition almost in half. I think that's a big help. If you cherish your children and their education, you would do whatever it takes to educate them. I don't think we could say, oh, because it's too expensive, we don't want to send our kids to that school. If you can work and you can, nobody's saying it's affordable. It's not even affordable to me and my wife. But what I'm saying is, you
have you and your wife. What about a single parent?
Right. That barely can pay rent.
Right.
Yeah, like it's
They
like you
got a
want to put
25
yourself
they got a
above
25
regular average black people. Put yourself in a regular average black person's shoes, because
It's average.
that regular average black person
making
who
25 or 30,000 a year.
who is
25
promoted.
to 30,000 a year, and they got 2 children. They
But
got
let's also
45
be
too.
clear. But let's also be clear, because the government still has it engraved in the systems that when you receive government assistance, you can have the man inside the home, right?
Yeah,
So
you
these
can.
people,
Agreed.
so these people are still, conditioned to be single parents so that they can get government assistance. These aren't the people. They're not.
So are we brainwashed? What do you think about that? That we are purposely pushing the men out of the house, like I said. That's why I say Trump.
We're not pushing them out. They take it. They making sure we can't have them in there. If you got a mother
No.
and a man, no, wait a minute. Hold on.
Speak to me.
Oh shit.
Amen.
Wait a minute.
Amen.
I was a single mother of 2. I was
Yes,
making
ma'am.
25,000 a year, barely making rent and everything else, and lived at. And my kids were going to public school. Do you think I wanted them in public school? No, I had to finally get a job where I could make 40,000 a year, just so I could move into an area where I can put them in a better school. So sometimes you're not in a situation where you can. And no, I didn't put the fathers out of the house. The fathers didn't want to be in the house because they didn't want to take responsibility. So you can't sit back and punish the mothers because the man ain't in the house because they don't want to do what
And
they want
black
to do.
men should be shunned for not wanting to be parents, but you want to know what they're glorified in our community now for not being a good parent and having
No. I don't think they're
baby
glorified.
mamas.
I don't think it's addressed. I just don't think it's addressed because I'm not going to disparage black people and say we're that cynical to think that single mothers is a thing. That's a thing you aspire to be. I don't think it's addressed. If we addressed it more,
Black
I believe
men
it
should
would
be
change.
shunned if they do not decide that they want to take care of it. It should
Agreed.
be something that is not accepted in the black community. If you have a child with a woman,
we're
you need to
getting
figure out how to make it
somewhere.
work.
Okay, so
what else?
I worked. Look, I worked day and night with 2 jobs before I got one job that I could afford without having to work 2 jobs. When I had my kids, I had to depend on them to go to the public school because that's all I had at that time. Then I was able to find a job, but not everybody going to have the education and the college degree that I had to move up in for a better paying job. Some people don't have that education, and so they have to do what they have to do. Though they have to work 2 McDonald's, a McDonald's, and a a Hardee's or a McDonald's and a
And you
department
want to know
store.
what? It's easy for a white person to make that work because guess what? They have property that they've inherited. You know,
Right.
they have other things, other means of income that
Trust
they've inherited.
funds.
Okay.
Exactly. So they're able to go ahead and work those
Do what they need to
Whataburger
do.
jobs in the suburbs, you know, and
I'm
still have their own house and have their own car and live
I'm
the
about
life.
to blow you guys' mind. What about
Okay,
the
go
I
ahead.
Promise School in Akron, Ohio, that was started by LeBron James? Public school, access to anybody that wants to go. All black, supposedly all black teachers, and they have one of the lowest testing scores in all of the district, and I would go as far as to say in every single municipality in Akron, Ohio, they had the lowest test scores. They
Well,
wasn't
Now,
even reading.
now let's
They
just be very clear. We know that there are opportunities for black people in black communities, right? We can't.
yeah.
No one's going to say that black people are doing everything that they're supposed to be doing, and we're just not getting what we're supposed to be getting. There's a lot of opportunities that black people have to become better and to
What
capitalize.
opportunities do we need?
But we do.
What we already have. What opportunities
We
do you
need
think we
a
need?
media.
hey,
First
common
off, we
sense.
need a media to
Wait a
promote.
minute.
We
No,
need a media to promote more upstanding black people and upstanding black behavior. They promote
Okay.
that for white people. We need it promoted in the media for black people,
right.
and we
You know,
need black people to
Okay.
start thinking. You know what? Maybe being a rapper isn't what I need to aspire to be. Maybe I
Man, y'all
can
starting to
be a
sound like some Republicans.
maybe I can be a scientist. Maybe I can be,
Y'all sounding
you know
like
what I'm saying?
Republicans.
No,
I don't know.
seriously, it's
oh,
not about being a Republican because I think
Obama,
that Democrats are very
Obama
much.
and his wife and his kids
I
got an
think
education, and they were Democrats. So what
I
made them
think Democrats are very much people who are intellectuals and value education. But
Okay.
Jasmine Crockett has a
but I
degree.
think they recognize that there is a disparity in the black community from us starting so far behind, and then also with the media and their influence, it doesn't help the situation. So, I'm not going to blame it all on the Democrats. I'm not going to blame it on the Republicans. I'm going to say that black people need to look at this as a nonpartisan issue, and we need to come together as a whole, as a culture, and get our shit together. We do
Okay.
need to
And
do that.
I agree, but we're hey, look, we found some common ground. I love this. I would say this when it comes to the education and schooling. Mostly red states, if you were to look at it, they have the highest achievement rate when it comes to the graduation for Black America. Like Texas, Mississippi, West Virginia one. I can't remember, but mostly red states, in these states where it's predominantly white, as we all know, they have the highest achievement rate when it comes to graduating. And why is that is? And then if you juxtapose that to mostly,
They also have tutors and shit. So, and let's not just pretend. Let's not just say that they're just the most smartest people in
I'm
the
not saying
world,
smart, just graduate.
because they have resources to help them
You
through.
do know that some of those states have no child left behind and graduate and still don't have no proper education.
In fact, I
agree with
it's
that.
so funny because I can show. It's like I have videos that just kind of prove all this stuff. But we just actually watched a video yesterday when it comes to what was it? White privilege.
Yeah, because they were saying something
Let's
about
just look at
$100
this.
bill. The winner of this race will take this.
Just watch this for a
It's a
second.
$100 bill.
Okay.
Before I say go, I'm going to make a couple statements. If those statements apply to you, I want you to take 2 steps forward. If those statements don't apply to you, I want you to stay right where you're at. Take 2 steps forward if both of your parents are still married. Take 2 steps forward if you grew up with a father figure in the home. Take 2 steps forward if you had access to a private education. Take 2 steps forward if you had access to a free tutor growing up. Take 2 steps forward if you've never had to worry about your cell phone being shut off. Take 2 steps forward if you've never had to help mom or dad with the bills. Take 2 steps forward if it wasn't because of your athletic ability. You don't have to pay for college. Take 2 steps forward if you never wondered where your next meal was going to come from. I want you guys up here in the front just to turn around and look. Every statement I've made has nothing to do with anything any of you have done. Has nothing to do with decisions you've made. Everything I have said has nothing to do with what you've done. We all know these people up here have a better opportunity to win this $100. Does that mean these people back here can't race? No. We would be foolish to not realize we've been given more opportunity. We don't want to recognize that we've been given a head start. But the reality is we have. Now, there's no excuse. They still got to run their race. You still got to run your race. But whoever wins this $100, I think it'd be extremely foolish of you not to utilize that and learn more about somebody else's story. Because the reality is, if this was a fair race and everybody was back on that line, I guarantee you some of these black dudes would smoke all of you. And it's only because you have this big of a head start that you're possibly going to win this race called life. That is a picture of life, ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
That's deep. That's deep, but I think you have to reach. If you do feel that way entirely, I think there's a way in which you can go back or go and approach white people to be able to talk to them and hold robust conversations and try to get them to see the point that this young gentleman is making. And then I don't think white people should feel bad about being white. I think we all need to come to an understanding. I don't like disparaging white people. I don't want white people to disparage black people. We have to come to some common ground.
It's not about disparaging white people, because I think we were at a place in our nation where race was really starting to kind of become just a normal thing. I think that before Trump got into office, I really do think that we were getting to a place where it didn't feel like everything was about race. You kind of felt like everybody was on the same playing field, and it, which is regular. But since Trump's gotten office, they've enacted this white supremacy agenda, where they're just wanting to target all of the black and brown people.
But see, you can't say stuff like that because it's factually not true.
It's factually true because I've read documents. I've read Project 2025. Have you read Project 2025, sir?
I don't do political.
Oh, okay. Well, but this is the playbook that your actual government is going by. So you should probably decide to take a few. Well, I'm not. Because
it's a large book. Look, it's a large book, and you're gonna have to read it for yourself. There's no summary in it. You have to read it from the beginning to the end because it's a lot of laws that's involved in it. So you have to read it.
It's very complex.
You have to read that.
Okay, well, if what you're saying is accurate, the Southern Poverty Law Center would report that more so-called white supremacist groups would have started under Trump, and it didn't happen. So that's why I said no, it didn't. All you got to go is just look up the statistics. Go to 2016. No, it's not the FBI. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, Table 43, only deals with crime. The group that I just listed, they deal with so-called hate groups. So the Southern Poverty Law Center is what you have to look at.
There is a department. There is a department in the FBI that deals with racism.
I mean, I'm not saying they don't, but the Southern Poverty Law.
Get a fucking life! Fucking losers! Fucking cowards!
This is just one of them. I'll show another one after this one. This is the second one.
Take the mask off! Take the mask off! Let's see your face! What are you scared of? I thought you cracker ass motherfucker!
They hadn't done that in a while. Now they're starting back up again.
When was that? When was that?
These are recent. These are
This is
like
recent.
the last couple of weeks.
Okay. Well, you got ignorant people. I don't know what you want me to say. I said, it's ignorance on both sides.
You were saying that the groups had kind of dissolved or what have you, and
I never said dissolve. I just said they didn't grow. I never said dissolve.
They wasn't creating groups anymore. But if you look at the FBI report, more white supremacists were created during the year of 2018. They was like the most radicalized group in America. And that's according to the FBI report.
Okay, what reporting? Statistics. I need numbers. I need numbers.
Okay, I want you to answer me this.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you feel about January the 6th? That right?
I for the life of me, I have no idea why. I'm just talking about the black community. Why we got someone?
Wait a minute. No.
I'm trying to answer.
Wait a minute. I asked you a question. How do you feel about
not about how the black people feel about it?
I'm telling you how I feel. I'm part of the community. I'm saying I don't know why we got involved. I think it had nothing to do with us. I think it was exaggerated.
Hold on.
Okay,
Hold on.
I'm listening.
I said, how do you feel about what happened on January the 6th?
I feel
Wait a minute. Let me tell you why I asked you that question. Because there were black people inside that Capitol.
Okay.
So you can't sit back and say we're all white in there. There was some of us in there. So how do you feel about them trying to go in there and harm them? That big crowd, majority of them got arrested. Now they're back out on the street. Now, how do you like that idea?
Okay, well, first, Nancy Pelosi, Trump, and CNN, ABC, MSNBC all got sued because they said Trump empowered, or Trump is the one that told them to go and commit those whatever acts they committed, and they got sued for defamation, and Trump won.
So wait a minute. So you telling me that Trump didn't say nothing? He didn't go and do that rally prior to. He said, "I'll meet you down at the Capitol."
First he invited everybody to the Capitol.
That's why MSNBC, NBC, all of the news stations had to retract their statements. They got sued for defamation.
Wait a minute. He said that out of his mouth. It wasn't what the news said. This is what he said on the podium.
If he said it out of his mouth, they wouldn't have been able to be sued for defamation.
They were sued for defamation for other things,
No, they weren't. They were sued for defamation specifically for that.
But did they get found guilty or did they settle?
It doesn't matter. They paid a large amount of money.
Did they get found guilty or did they settle?
When it comes to defamation suits, it doesn't matter. Sir, I'm trying to explain how a defamation suit works.
That's called corruption. And ways
that's not corruption, sir. They retracted the statement. They retracted the statement.
Just like Fox News got sued for $787 million.
But we're not talking. We're talking about something specific with January 6th.
Well, that's part of January 6th because they said the votes were manipulated, the machines were manipulated. So that's part of January 6th too. That's the reason why
Trump never incited a riot. He never told them to go out there and to riot. Why
do you think they went out there?
I'm about to get y'all.
Why do you think they went out there then?
Just like the protesters, protested against whatever Trump policy, when he put a ban on Middle Eastern countries, they was out there protesting. If a person is angry and they want to exercise their First Amendment, they'll go out there and march. It's
Okay,
just
okay,
they're exercising their
okay,
constitutional
okay.
right.
Well, what's the problem with what's going on in Minnesota? Why do we
Because
need to put federal agents
all
out
right,
there? Because
I'm
they
gonna tell
literally,
you.
he just
I'm gonna tell
pardoned
you.
all the people who just
If you want to
literally.
know, if you
Go
want to
ahead,
know
go
if
ahead.
you're on the right side, this is what I want you to look at. I want you to look at this constructively. When Charlie Kirk, which was the biggest conservative voice to date, when he died, what were they doing? They were doing prayer vigils. That's what they were doing. They were praying, gathering and praying, singing and holding hands. When Eric Gardner, when all of these other people died, they rioted. If you want to know if you're on the right side, all of the people that agreed with Obama was Sue. He sent his daughter to be with who?
That's so
To
funny
learn.
that
To hold
you
on,
said
hold on.
that.
He sent his daughter
I'm glad
to
you
learn
brought this
acting
up.
from who? Harvey Weinstein.
I'm
Right?
glad you brought this up.
All right.
Because you wanna know
He
what?
sent
The
his daughter
people
to work
on the
with Harvey
the people on the
Weinstein.
right. You know what? The people on the right. You know why they were
He
okay
did.
with
He
Charlie?
said
Hold on,
the
hold on, hold on,
biggest
hold on,
threat
hold
to
on,
Black
hold on.
America is
Wait a
Trump.
minute. Let me respond. Let me respond.
Okay.
Let me
Okay.
respond. Because you know the reason why they were so happy and rejoicing when Charlie Kirk died, because his wife, it seems like, has been orchestrating this death for a very long time.
Oh yeah, that makes
She
sense.
has
That's
many
not
ties.
conspiratorial.
She has
That's not a
many
conspiracy.
ties. No, the facts
That's
are
not
that she has.
conspiratorial.
No, the
Yeah.
facts are.
He planned his own
And
death.
this is allegedly. This is all allegedly, but the facts are. This is all allegedly, but the facts are that she actually knew Trump before she knew Charlie Kirk. She actually had ties in Russia before she knew Charlie Kirk.
I can't get into conspiratorial
I'm
rhetoric.
not talking
I
about
can't.
conspiratorial stuff. I'm talking about stuff that you can verify. So you can actually
You
verify this
cannot verify that
information.
Charlie Kirk planned his own death.
No,
You
I'm not
can't do
talking
that.
about that part. I'm not talking about that part. I'm saying that now, all I'm saying, I'm not saying what happened about Charlie Kirk's death. What I'm saying is the reason why they could celebrate is because now, guess who? A staunch Trump supporter who's not going to go in on Israel and not talk about how. Because
You're
Charlie Kirk
gaslighting.
started.
That's not the point.
No.
Charlie
Let's be
Kirk
very clear.
died, and they
Charlie Kirk started
protested
getting into that
peacefully.
conspiracy. No, Charlie Kirk started getting
Peacefully.
into that. No, Charlie Kirk started getting into that conspiracy theory shit, and it wasn't sitting well with a lot of people.
Cool.
And not only just the left.
You're moving the goalposts.
I'm not moving anything.
Listen,
The
they
fact of the
protested
matter
peacefully.
is, the fact of the matter is that his wife, days after, has already taken after his death has already taken over.
That's conspiratorial. I can't.
How is that conspiratorial? Is that not a fact? Is that not a? Wait a minute. Hold on. Is that not a fact?
No,
Are you
it's
saying
not. That's
not
her
a-
opinion.
So she didn't
That's
take
her
over.
opinion.
So she hasn't taken over.
No.
what's his
You make a small little smidgen, a factual statement, and then you place
Is
your
she not
so-called.
the spokesperson for the group now? She's definitely the spokesperson for the organization.
You
right
make
now.
a small fact.
Is she not, or is she the spokesperson for the program? Because they could have found anybody else. They could have found anybody else.
I
But
mean, that's
she
his
is
wife.
the spokesperson. Right, his wife.
But we're getting off track. Only thing I was trying
I
to
wonder why the
compare
wife
is
was
when
the
this
best
person
candidate
dies
to be
on the right,
spokesperson.
and then the person dies on the left, who protests peacefully. That's all I'm
Because they
saying.
know that it was unjust. The people know that the murder, the assassination that took place of Renee Good and Alex Preddy was unjust.
Charlie Kirk was unjust. What are you talking about?
But y'all wasn't protesting that though. Y'all were
Yeah, we were.
celebrating. Y'all were
This
praising
called
the
silent
Lord.
protest.
Y'all were silently praising the Lord
Protesting.
and thanking Him
Yeah.
for peace. And
we were
Trinity
calling
and all
for
this other
peace.
stuff. Right,
The other side is violent. Look at all of the people. Hey, let's juxtapose all of the people that agree with the left. Harvey Weinstein, Puff Daddy. Puff Daddy said Trump is the biggest threat to the black community. That's who y'all got on your side. All of the weirdos, Jada Pinkett, Will Smith, all of these weirdos are all of the ones that agree.
Donald Trump and P. Diddy not good friends and haven't been at parties with each other for
It doesn't
decades?
matter. It goes by what he said.
What are
He
you
said
talking about?
Donald Trump was the
What
biggest
are we
threat to the black
talking about
community.
right now? Donald
Harvey
Trump has
Weinstein,
been at
Obama
everybody's
sent
party.
his daughters to learn acting from Harvey Weinstein. That should tell you which side you guys support.
Okay, let me ask you a question again.
Yes, ma'am.
You said Trump didn't send them down there to protest at the Capitol, right? They rioted the Capitol, broke all this stuff up, sat and pooped on people's desks and all this kind of stuff, right? And they were, I said, so what happened to, why didn't Trump send in the law
And this
enforcement?
is your party. This is your party that we're
Why
looking
didn't
at,
Trump-
just so you know.
Wait a minute.
No,
why
that
didn't
isn't. They're flying the flag upside down.
Why didn't the Trump? Wait a minute.
That's your
Why
party.
didn't Trump send?
That's not our party. We don't fly.
Why did-
Patriots don't fly the flag upside down.
Wait a minute. Why didn't Trump send in the law enforcement when they was storming the Capitol, but they sent in the law enforcement for them to protest in Minnesota? Help me to understand what's the difference. When they
He
were
told,
protest-
on the call,
wait a
he
minute.
told Pelosi while she was driving, he said, you need to
It's a
send extra
strong
help. He
patriot.
said,
Pelosi wasn't the
do that.
president. He's the president. He's the
Is it?
one who had to make that call, not Pelosi. So
And you
don't
see,
talk-
he
don't
got
talk
Ma'am.
about
he
that.
got the cross.
Hold on.
He got the cross and Jesus on it. So
just
you
because
gotta
you say
support him.
Lord, Lord, don't mean you're going to enter in. Just because you say
gotta-
Lord, Lord, don't
you
mean you're
gotta
going to enter
support
in. You can
him.
have the cross. You can call Jesus all you want. It doesn't make you a true Christian if you're not following the principle, biblical beliefs of the Bible.
Okay, let me.
Yeah, but he represent y'all though. But
Yeah,
He doesn't represent anybody. That's like
y'all.
saying the guy who got arrested for treating patients, he was a real doctor. He didn't have a degree. He didn't have a medical license. And you're saying, well, he represents all doctors. It doesn't work
This is a
like
whole
that.
group of
You just
people.
gave us
This
Diddy.
is a whole group organization. This is an organized group of people who did this at the nation's capital.
Okay,
Washington,
they're flying the
D.C.
flag upside down.
They did, and
They're
they were able to
they're
do
not
so.
patriots.
And they were able to do so inside the nation's capital
Okay,
with
they're exercising. They're exercising their first constitutional right. I don't
Exactly,
agree
just
with
like
it.
Alex Preddy, and except the only difference is that he got shot and killed.
Okay,
yeah,
are
right.
these people are these people yelling? Are these people running around graffitiing statues?
He was
I don't
helping
agree
an
with their
injured
view.
woman.
I do not agree with their view. I agree with how they're conducting themselves. That's it. They're not running around acting crazy. I disapprove of what they believe in.
Okay,
I disapprove.
Okay, let me go back to the January 6th.
Yes,
Now,
ma'am.
They were storming the Capitol, right? You saw them storming the Capitol. They were violent going into the Capitol. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am. If you can bring up a video,
Wait
so
a
yeah.
minute. But why didn't he send the National Guard or send anything? Wait a minute. When it comes to federal buildings, the president is the only one that can release the National Guards on a federal ground. Not the governors, not the mayor, the president of the United States. That's why he told Nancy Pelosi to call him. She can't call him because she's not the president of the United States. Because he told you in this administration that he controls the National Guard. So now you send back. These people stormed the Capitol. He didn't call the National Guard, but these people out there protesting in Minnesota, you call the National Guard. Help me make some sense on this. Those were more violent than the ones that's out there protesting.
Okay, so
Totally agree.
And yet, look,
so you gave me. You said January 6th. January 6th is what?
Okay.
January 6th is what? It's one day, right? You didn't say January 6th, 7, 8. You didn't say January 6th, 7, 8, 9, and 10. You said January 6th. That was one day. Did that continue to happen?
Caused the most damage. That's what. But that's what we're saying. If
wait a minute, look.
I'm genuinely asking you. It says January 6th. It was one day. Did it continue?
So you
did the rioting continue?
Wait a minute. Let me finish.
Okay.
You asked me, so let me finish.
All right, I got you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. January 6th was so violent that day. That whole day. And you telling me if they get out there they keep rioting. But they remember DC had fences up because they were still rioting. They were still rioting. They were still rioting on the 7th and the 8th and the 9th and the 10th. I know.
Is this the video?
Okay. You know. Okay, so so what would this be the worst riot in history? What would you say?
I'm gonna tell you like this. Let me explain something to you. What they did.
Let's put the trigger warning so that people in case I might have to pause it.
Look, okay, let me tell you this. When they went there and all those people stormed the Capitol And those people was there was a lot of people. There weren't just a few. There was a lot of people.
See, look, okay, so he's holding the woman right here.
Okay.
And then the agent pushes her down. Like, what is going on? So he's consoling this
This
woman.
is January 6th?
This is what happened with Alex Pretty.
Oh my gosh. I thought we were on January 6th.
Well, I just want us to look at this because, you know, this is the most recent thing, and I always want to know, are you okay with this? So what was he doing that was against the law? So far, we don't see Alex Pretty doing anything against the law.
If you had to ask me legally, he would be obstructing.
How?
You cannot
How?
block a
How?
road. You cannot block a car's passage of egress.
But
You can't block.
Hold on. That's not when
Okay.
they interacted with each other. That's not when they made contact with each other. The time that they made contact with each other, let's be very clear, because I don't want you to confuse what's going on here.
Okay.
That wasn't where.
So we're not on January 6th anymore.
No. Listen,
Okay.
we're gonna go back to it, but look at this.
I'm looking.
The woman was just pushed. Alex Pretty is helping this woman.
Did he have any other incidences besides this? Did he ever try to antagonize the police ever?
We're talking about this incident because none of those other incidents matter.
So busting out, hitting police cars, which is a felony, busting out a light, being an agitator.
So you saying that? Hold on. Listen.
They found out that was an AI.
But even if that was a real video, are you saying that the time where he was even more violent than this was the time that he didn't get shot, but in this moment where he's helping a civilian, that's the moment where he should have been shot?
All of those things are optics. You guys fall on your prey. Your minds are prey to what people give you.
Let's keep watching. Then the other bystander gets pushed.
Okay.
Then the other bystander gets pushed. Oh, and then he tries to go and help the other bystander. Oh, such a criminal. Look at this.
He was. He was an
look at this
agitator.
criminal.
I don't go around agitating
Look at this
cops.
criminal. Okay, so 5 guys.
Do you agitate cops?
If I need a protest, I'm going to protest, and I dare a cop to come and try to stop me from allowing me to do my
half of the world would be dead if they use your universal concept on how to deal with police.
I don't live with half of the other world. I live in a country.
I'm saying in general.
That's governed by a constitution that gives us rights to go out and protest. That's exactly what our government and our constitution gives us the right to do.
I'm saying what governs sound reasoning.
If I want to go out and protest and scream at the top of my lungs at these corrupt ass motherfuckers, guess what? It's my constitution.
Yeah, but what governs logic? What governs logic and sound reasoning? That's not logical.
That's not logical. Because what you're saying is illogical.
What is protesting going to do?
Because what you want to do is just conform. You just want to sit back and make sure that you and your family are safe.
The ends must justify the means.
No. You want to make sure that your family is safe in your nice little cozy home.
You're projecting. You're projecting.
I'm not projecting anything.
That is because you don't know my lifestyle. You can't speak on it. That's an ad hominem. You can't speak on it.
Why wouldn't this person's life matter then?
I'm asking you, what is protesting going to do?
What does it matter?
The ends must justify because the ends must justify the means.
So you're doing this? You're projecting too then? If that's
when they protested at lunch counters, it was because black people were not allowed to sit at lunch counters. What are they protesting?
But listen, if you're saying that I'm projecting because I'm saying that you want to be in your house with your wife, with your safe family.
Yeah, you're attacking my character, me. You're not attacking my argument.
Then you're attacking.
That's an ad hominem.
you're attacking this person, and you're doing the same thing to this person. Because if this person wants to go outside and exercise their First Amendment right, who are you to judge them and make
They're
them
doing it.
whatever?
They're doing it stupidly. What protests do we know that actually work? Silence protests.
Who's to say
When
that
Martin
standing in
Luther
your
King
house
and them
with your kids and
protested,
your wife ain't the stupid option?
when Martin Luther King and them protested,
You
did they
cannot
do all of
these
this?
double standards on the. You cannot do these double standards with me.
Okay.
Look, listen, it's not gonna work. Because at the end of the day, if you're not trying to be safe in your house with your family, then you cannot condemn this person for exercising their First Amendment
I'm
right.
not condemning. I said the act of going against not being compliant with what law enforcement tell you is stupid. It's a dumb way to
That's
tag
not what he
a
did.
police
That's
officer.
not what he did.
He can't
That's
listen.
a lie. You are
First-
lying about what
okay.
happened.
He never
You are
kicked out a
lying
cop
about
car
what
light.
happened.
He doesn't have a record. He was
Did
never
that happen
arrested
right
for
here?
agitating the
Did that
cop.
happen
You're
right
right.
here? Did that happen right here?
It doesn't matter. He had a
Is that
record,
what
man.
they're going to add to the Is that what they're going to add to as evidence in the court of law? No.
So yeah, they will. Absolutely. They're going to test this character. That's what they do. They bring before the jury, you know, the character of this person, so it just doesn't, oh, this was just a one-off. He was a perfect human being before all of this. Of course they're going to bring that into the court.
Premeditated murder is what it is then. Is what you're saying.
It's not premeditated
Oh,
murder.
okay. Because that's what
It's
you were
not.
saying. That you just admitted that if that is the case, then this is premeditated murder.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question. I asked the whole panel. If it's so bad in America, what is your suggestion for black people to do to exercise? Where would black people give me a country where black people will give the most rights? I'm going to give you each a time to answer that question. Where will black people survive the most? Go.
Nowhere. That's exactly why.
Wow. Then why are you complaining?
Make sure that our rights are not trampled over to appease.
So where do we have better rights? We should leave.
The ego of a
We should-
narcissist who don't give a fuck about none of you and none of me, none of the people on my side and none of the people on your side. He don't care about none of us.
Explain that.
We're going to
You
let our
don't care about me. When was the last time you sent me and my family some money? When was the last time you sent me and my family some money?
Last time Trump and his administration.
Yeah. So you just said Trump don't care. How do you show that you care about me? You know, your argument is futile. Your argument is cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance.
Hold on.
what we're
You
doing.
said we got to give you money to show
How
that
do
we
you
care
show
about
that you care? Not money. How do you show that you care for me as your fellow man?
Help
By
you with
fighting
your
for our rights.
help you
How
with
about
your
that? By fighting for our
generational-
constitutional rights.
Right.
That's how we're
help you
doing
with
it.
our generational wealth.
How are you helping with our generational wealth? Please tell me.
No,
How?
that's not. No, how Trump helping us? I'll wait.
I just asked. I'm juxtaposing you guys' beliefs against your own.
Criminals out of
You
jail.
just said he doesn't
He
care
released
about us.
some criminals
I
out
say
of
he
jail.
does.
So that's how he's
Hey,
helping the
hey.
black community.
Can you guys speak at one time so we can?
How is he helping
Yes.
with the generational wealth for the
I
black
see he's
community?
helping.
Okay, so
I see he told
economics.
us he's helping because he released a whole bunch of black criminals onto the
wait.
streets, and now
Wow,
we're a
calling
better-
blacks
now we're a
criminals.
black
Okay.
community.
I
Now we're a
thought they
better
had the
community.
presumption of innocence. What happened to the presumption of innocence?
Well,
Wow, that's crazy.
If Alex Preddy deserves to die and he's the criminal, then
Who said he
know
deserved?
for a
Nobody
fact-
said he deserves to die. Nobody said that. His
That's the argument that
actions.
you're making. Okay,
His actions.
exactly.
His
So the
actions.
people in jail are criminals. The black people in jail are criminals that Trump just let out. If we're going off of that logic, they're black and they're criminals.
No, that doesn't make sense. There's a presumption. There's a presumption of innocence.
You can't use these double
Alex
standards. with me,
Petty
sir.
has no presumption of
You
innocence
cannot
because
use these
he's
double
dead.
Standards with me,
He
sir.
could, okay, Alex Peretti has no presumption of innocence. He's dead. There's no way in a court of law he would be able to defend himself. Rather, his actions were deemed to be a criminal or deemed to be legal. So that
But in your eyes,
argument is
guilty
futile.
anyway.
What?
But
Okay,
in your eyes, he's guilty anyway. So it doesn't matter what. the court
I
of law
haven't given you an opinion on it. I haven't said he was guilty. I haven't said he was not guilty. I think his actions were stupid and not well thought. Just like you telling people
I
that
think
you
the
should
fact
go out
that
there and
they have
protest and yell at
untrained,
police.
I
I
think
think
the
that's
fact that they
idiotic.
have untrained officers who were supposed to be on the border but are inside and not trained to handle urban environments. I think that's stupid to have agents out
Accountability.
there. No, because you want this innocent resident civilian who was fed up with their government, who was only exercising their constitutional
He
rights.
was not fed up.
Wait, no,
He
no, no, no,
wasn't.
no, 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 no. Let
Okay.
me finish because
Okay. Okay.
you want him to be held accountable, but you say that the untrained person who acted irrationally and exercised overly excessive force and assassinated somebody in their back while they were laying on the pavement already dead.
Okay.
You're
So
saying
he
that
didn't
that's
have a
okay.
a gun. What is
Then
the point if
that's
you're coming
okay.
if you're protesting peacefully? What's the point of the gun?
Wait a minute. The gun
Because
is
that's his lawful constitutional right to
have a
have.
gun.
What point don't you understand? Do you not love the nation that you live in? Do you
I
not love
do,
the
and that's why I don't
Constitution?
complain. I don't complain.
Okay,
I get up every single day and
what
work.
is the problem with this man exercising his first
What are you
and
complaining about?
second constitutional right?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, when didn't Martin Luther King and them march across Selma? They was attacked.
Yeah, silently, peacefully, silently.
Right, but wait a minute. No. They were yelling. They were yelling at the cops when they attacked them. They were still
No,
yelling.
when they attacked them, they were walking across to go and vote, and the police. It was a racist regime. It was a racist regime. That's why they were attacked.
Wait a minute. They just attacked him.
Yeah, but he wasn't attacked by a racist regime. You mean the system in which he helped implement that Anglo-Saxon system that you guys call systematic racism,
Hold on.
and he's a part of it.
Wait a minute.
That doesn't make sense.
Excuse me.
I'm
How
listening.
you know?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know he wasn't?
That's why we're not up. That's why we're not upholding
was
it.
not racist.
We're not upholding it. You are.
How do I know who wasn't racist?
The guy that ran up and pushed the woman down, this while he was trying to help her up, he sprayed him and threw him and knocked another woman almost down. She held on to him to keep from falling, and then he went over to help the lady up, and they sprayed him and pulled him.
It doesn't matter if you're incompetent. I
wanted to hear her point. Hold on, I wanted to hear what she was saying.
Then Malcolm X, when he had his group, they marched. They talked to the cops. They yelled at the cops. They didn't go up and start shooting them.
But it doesn't even matter because the truth of the matter.
They didn't attack Malcolm X group, and what you're saying is totally wrong. Malcolm X, just like Martin Luther King, dealt primarily in silence. Malcolm X said that the people that were coming out there yelling, they were agitators, and they were the ones that were creating the conflict. Elijah Poor Muhammad, who was his instructor, Malcolm X's instructor, they sat down with the KKK. They sat down with the KKK, and that time was much more racist.
Wait a minute, hold on. Wait a minute. That was when they were with Nation of Islam. When they was with the Fruit of Islam, it was different.
Okay, but what I'm saying is they were both segregationists. They sat down with the KKK because they had some common ground, and they wanted to say segregationists. They wanted to. They were separatists.
Can we say this? The guy who killed Renee Good, who a month prior was dragged by a car, probably wasn't mentally fit to even be on the streets. That's the first thing. Secondly, can we also
listen?
say,
I can't say that.
I mean,
that's an unarticulated presupposition. I cannot agree with that claim.
Why can't you say that?
Because that's an unarticulated presupposition.
But it resulted in an innocent person being shot execution style in their car.
He said he had a flashback. That's PTSD.
That's what the person who shot them said. He had a flashback.
Oh, that's when it matters. Because if he said that, then okay, then I can go with that argument. But it won't hold up unless that's what came out of his mouth.
It did. And
so that's the crazy thing about
this
that we talked to. They changed their
PTSD. You don't be on that officer.
They changed their views depending on however the person whose party that they're with or aligned with changes their views.
Same thing with how you guys want to protest both of these people deaths, and you know you don't care anything about them.
Wrong.
You have never known them, and all of a sudden you guys want to stand up and protest for them.
Wait a minute. The same way we protest with George Floyd, why we got a problem with them protesting?
Because they're white. Because they're not black.
Hold on.
Is that why we shouldn't be protesting for them? What kind of racist shit is that?
Wait a minute.
Okay,
The white
the
people was out
ends.
there.
All
Wait a
right.
minute. The white people was out there protesting. I know because I lived in Charlotte, North Carolina, and there were white
Yes,
people
ma'am.
out there protesting with us. And they didn't sit back and say,
But
"Oh,
for
well,
what? What were they protesting with you guys for?
Just-
For civil rights, right? You didn't have them. You have them now.
we don't have civil rights." What the fuck?
Yeah, you do. Oh, black people don't have civil rights?
No. Where the hell you been?
We don't have civil rights. There's no
No.
Constitution. There's no 15th, 14th
Wait a minute.
Amendment.
Wait a minute. Hold up.
There's no 15th Amendment.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You said
I don't understand. We don't have civil rights. I'm so confused right now.
Wait a minute. Yeah, we
These
were
people are
protesting.
ruthless, ain't they?
Yeah.
I
Can
mean,
we just give final thoughts? I mean, we're like almost at 5 hours.
Yeah, let's go ahead and
We
give
do
some
have a
final
replay.
thoughts,
We're
y'all.
trying to replay, you know. So good God Almighty.
Well, this is good conversation. We,
Yeah,
you know.
let's just agree to disagree, okay? How about that?
You ain't coming over here changing our opinion. Trust and believe.
I did. I got the cages. So you guys much love to y'all.
We live in reality. We made a concession because we no.
Did. Y'all made valid points and I made valid points.
No, you ain't make no damn valid point.
I guess I did. Your lovely young host said I made valid points, so I'll take it.
But I will say this.
And thank you for the young comment. I appreciate that.
Look,
y'all are welcome. You ladies sound very young and beautiful.
We live in reality. And so if something is in real life happening, we're not going to just say, you know what kind of story can we spin so this isn't really happening. We're able to live in reality. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for my guy God family Trump, because you know he's very into this ideology.
I didn't even mention Trump. I'm not even mentioning race. I don't care anything for race.
You love Trump. Stop playing.
I don't love. I like some of his policies. When it comes to foreign, I like what
Trump
he's.
is your leader. Trump is your savior.
There's no leader. Jesus Christ is Jesus Christ is my savior. Jesus Christ is my God.
You put God and Trump in your name, so I know.
No, I don't.
They're one and
I
the
said
same.
no. I'm giving you an order of things. That's what I'm giving you. I said God, family, Trump.
Right.
So I'm giving you an order of things.
Is huge in your life. I know. That's what I'm saying. You love Trump. That's what I'm
No,
saying.
I don't. I don't love. I love everyone as a Homo sapien on this great big earth that God has created. I love everyone, absolutely. From those who love me and those who hate me, I love everyone.
But don't you feel like we love everyone too? That's why we're advocating for people rights.
Right. Why wouldn't we?
I think you guys are advocating, and I appreciate you guys advocating in any form, you know. But I think you're advocating for the wrong thing. I don't think. No. But you got to hear me out when I say wrong thing. I'm not saying wrong.
Listen, I respect your opinion about you feel like that I'm advocating for the wrong things, but and you know, just like you can just respect our opinion, but at the end of the day, when you trample on one person's rights, you're gonna trample all rights are being trampled on.
So what about pedophilia? Pedophilia is about to come to America. They're now trying to get Sharia law here, and Sharia law they can marry girls under 13. So are you going to be trumping on those pedophile rights? If they implement Sharia law, they will be allowed to marry girls under 16. Here in America, that is illegal.
Your president is in these files. That was with girls under the same age.
Hello.
Okay, well,
and once they pass that law, they're gonna release the file so that he won't have no charges on him. Exactly. That's exactly what they plan to do. Thank you for giving us the game, the code book. So now everybody in the chat know exactly what they're going to do. They're going to legalize being
Sharia
able
law.
to marry this somebody at 16, so that way when they release the Trumpstein files, nobody gets any charges.
Where are the most pedophiles found? On which side? Left or right?
We done figured it out.
I'm asking you, where are the most pedophiles found, on the left or on the right?
I don't know. You tell me.
Oh no, I mean I do.
Let's on the right.
On the right, list them.
The side that's doing the most covering up. That's what I say. That's the side that's the most in it, if you ask me.
And let this be our last point.
That's the most logical thing.
Yeah, go ahead and give us your final thoughts, God.
His name ain't God. My name is Million the God. So only one God on the show.
Okay,
But
well,
Trump,
Mr. Family Trump, give us your
yeah.
last final thoughts. Did he drop down?
No, he's still here.
Can you hear
He
me?
don't know what to say. Yeah, okay.
Okay,
there you
yeah,
go.
we can hear you
Okay.
now. Yeah, go ahead and give us your final thoughts, and we're gonna wrap this up.
Okay, so I appreciate you lovely people having me on your show. Even though our thoughts and our beliefs may be antipodean to each other, I believe we have found common ground in that we will fight for something we believe in. I believe our energy and our focus should be on more productive things, like economics, education, and even sociological effects in the Black community as far as us coming together, because I think that would make a world of difference. These low-hanging fruits aren't going to do anything for society. It's just going to breed contentment and hate. Us being out there and protesting, the ends must justify the means. You have to have a purpose in which, you're protesting. So if you don't have rights, voting rights, civil rights, absolutely go out there and protest. But we have all of those things, and we just have to collectively try to come together to come to
Even though
some agreeable point.
they're being trampled on, and we may not have them
It's
if we
not.
allow this to continue to happen. But okay, thank you for that final thought. And you guys, tell Family Trump, thank him for his services for being on the show with us tonight.
Thank you
I
for
think
joining us.
y'all are
Thank
what? I
you
think
for
your audience love me, man. I don't know. I think they, the
I think
ones
there's
that,
one person in here who's maybe like a
A few
MAGA
people
who
do,
might
yeah, it's half and
might
half.
like you, but
MAGA love you, MAGA love
yeah,
you, but
and that's all that
left
matters.
don't.
That's all that.
But you got
That's
some
all that
love, baby.
matters.
You got some love. It's all good.
I
But if
sincerely
you don't
appreciate
stand
it.
for anything, you will fall. I mean, if you don't stand for something, you will fall for anything, y'all. And if you think that allowing one a ICE agent, they say, what's the saying? An injustice anywhere is an injustice everywhere. Some y'all know,
That's
y'all know the
right. That's
saying.
right. That's it. You said it right.
And so, if we allow one injustice to take place in our very faces in broad daylight, and not only allow it to take place, but then allow us to be gaslit and given a story that our eyes just can't even reconcile with because it's completely abstract of reality and the actual truth, but they think that we're just that stupid to believe the stuff that's coming out their mouth, then I think that that's the time that, we should go ahead and stand up. That enough is enough. You know what I'm saying? And so for me who lives in reality, like I said, I'm okay with admitting when something may not go my way, when I'm wrong. I'll correct it. I live in reality. So I hope that you guys all live in reality and see the exact same thing that we all have been looking at for weeks, which is ICE agents going out here acting as domestic terrorists, Gestapo agents, going to people's doors, regular Black people, don't matter who you are, regular American citizens, and if you have anything to say and if you give them any pushback, there's a good chance that you might end up the next person that they are making a cover up over. Okay, so I think that for me, I just can't do it. I'm not going to compromise my integrity, my morals, my values, what my mom taught me to fight for when I grew up. I'm not going to do that, for any narrative. So I hope you guys in the chat are willing to stand 10 toes down on what's right and take partisan party out of it. And that's all I got to say.
All right.
All right.
Sounds good to me. And we would like to thank everybody for coming out tonight. Thank you, Family Trump, for joining our panel. We appreciate the debate. And thank you for sticking with us, chat, for giving us your thoughts, whether you agree with us or not. And we're getting ready to say good night, and we'll see you guys on the next live show. Have a good night, everybody.
And yes, thank you for coming on tonight. Thank you in the chat. Thank you for family for coming on. Thank you, panel, for us, coming together tonight. And I enjoyed it. It was a great debate. And I'm just saying good night.
Y'all, before we go, y'all hit the like button.
Yeah.
We had somebody MAGA that was for y'all. That was all y'all. That was supporting y'all. Y'all hit
Yep.
the like button.
We
We
let y'all
deserve a
side
like
out.
button. We deserve a like tonight, y'all. So, if there's nothing else, then we'll see y'all on the next stream. Bye, guys.
Yeah, you know what time it is.
No scripts, no filters, no fear. We said what we said and meant that. Off the record, yeah, we keep it real. No filter shit, we say what we feel. Politics, stories, truth on display. Come on, we talk that talk in our own way. Off the record, minion the God, let's go. Foxy 2 Roxy 3, she go hard.
I swear on everything that is exactly what he said right here in the studio. That is the funniest thing I have heard all week.
So hard, busy with the facts she never missed. Nah, I said what I said, that's the twist. Off the record, yeah, come and catch the vibe. Where real ones talk and the truth survive. Late night truth, we don't just speak. We pull the roots from what they keep. From pain to progress, we light the flame. No spin, no script, we call it by name. Minion bring the vision, Foxy bring the flame. Lizzie drop a cease, it'll never be the same. I said what I said, say it loud, no shame. We taking truth global, remember the name. No apologies, no disguise. Just soul and purpose in our eyes. We move with power, bold and free. Say it loud, you gon' feel this energy. We said what we said. Off the record. Yeah. Yeah. We said what we said. Off the record.